Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Urban Pokemon. This trainer is not suitable. Chapter 61. After dinner, it was time for the family to chat after dinner. However, unlike before, there are two new family members, Lily and Zorua, in the family. Zorua is not yet familiar with Luo Yuan's family members. It just lay on the table beside it, wagging its tail like a puppy, watching other Pokemon play. Lily excitedly touched Luo Yuan's father's Lapras, scratched Luo Weigen's Altaria, or rubbed Riolu's dog's head, and hugged Latias' neck. Play rough. For Lily, who has just been able to get in touch with Pokemon, any contact with any Pokemon moves her and makes her feel sincerely happy. She seemed to want to vent all the pain and sorrow of not being able to touch Pokemon in the past few years here, and she had a great time playing with Pokemon there, and the laughter of Giggle was endless. Lily's happy look even infected Father Luo and Luo Weigen, causing them to almost release all their Pokemon. Fortunately, their rationality made them stop their behavior, otherwise, no matter how big the house is, they would not be able to put so many Pokemon, especially because most of their Pokemon are very large. Little brother, if you don't need money, keep those two Ice-type evolutionary stones. Although evolutionary stones are not as priceless as grade 5 pure crystals, they are not easy to buy when you need them, so it's better to keep them in your hands. If you need evolution stones in the future, whether you exchange them or use them directly, they will be much more useful. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Luo Weigen still had no sitting posture as before, sitting cross-legged with two slender beautiful legs, holding that weird-tasting drink in her hand. While drinking a drink, she gave Luo Yuan advice. Sometimes money is not absolutely omnipotent. For some scarce items, everyone prefers to barter. 243 is like a level 5 attribute pure crystal, because it is a consumable, and it is a must-use item for the elite level to break through to the champion level, and after the champion level, so it is very precious and expensive. Although the scope of use of evolutionary stones is not small, evolutionary stones are not like pure crystals, and it depends on luck to get a high level. The role of each evolutionary stone is the same. As long as the evolutionary stone is found in the secret realm, it can be used, and the price is much cheaper. One is the SSR that can only be obtained by 10 consecutive draws, and the other is the SSR that can be bought directly. Of course, the ones that draw cards will be more expensive and cherished. Well, that's what I thought too. Now that I don't need money, I'm going to keep these two evolutionary stones. Luo Yuan touched the bank card in his pocket, and sighed that the money was really good. If it was him before time travel, after he got rich with such a sum of money, he would probably have to think about whether to buy a supercar for fun. As for now, I don't have that desire at all. It's cool to drive a supercar and ride a Pokemon. It is better to spend the money on breeder Pokemon. Those high-quality berries are not cheap, and there are some items that can assist Pokemon training. Ahem. At this time, my father covered his mouth with his hands and pretended to cough twice. Seeing Luo Yuan's gaze, he said cheekily, "Xiao Yuan, how is your energy cube research going?" Father Luo felt that not only his Lapras could taste the delicacies made by Luo Yuan, he wanted his other Pokemon to also taste the legendary cooking skills, and he couldn't favor one over the other. Hearing her father's words, Luo Weigen subconsciously leaned forward, staring at Luo Yuan with beautiful eyes. Studying, researching. This energy cube is so easy to research, don't worry. Luo Yuan signaled to his father and sister to be calm. Ordinary energy cubes are indeed not difficult, but high-quality energy cubes are not so simple. That requires not only extremely high-quality fruit, but also a precise formula. True high-quality power cubes are handmade and even require some inspiration and feel from the breeder. It is precisely because high-quality energy cubes are handmade and cannot be mass-produced by machines that the price is high. With Luo Yuan's inexplicable legendary cooking skills, even if he makes energy cubes casually, it will be extremely delicious. But as a real chef, a chef who pursues the ultimate, he will never allow himself to make that kind of rubbish. He will only be satisfied if he makes high-quality energy cubes by himself. And this requires him to spend a lot of time on experiments and research. For more than a month, in addition to exercising Riolu, he has been studying energy cubes. Through various comparisons and personal tasting, he already has a rough idea. Seeing what Luo Yuan said, Luo's father and Luo Weigen couldn't rush anymore. Of course they know that it is difficult to develop high-quality energy cubes, and many secret recipes are family secrets. Even some energy cube production methods have become genres, and only apprentices can be passed on. Several members of the family chatted for a while, and then they went back to their respective houses. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Luo Yuan, who was searching for information on the internet, heard a knock on the door of his room. Luo Yuan gestured to Latius with his eyes. Latius, who was floating beside Luo Yuan and watched the computer screen with him, let out a soft beep, a psychic color flashed in her eyes, and the door of Luo Yuan's bedroom was opened directly. Psychic is such a good thing. Those powerful Pokemon who can perfectly manipulate their own psychic, they can do many delicate things, are simply lazy people's favorite. This makes Luo Yuan want to raise another psychic Pokemon, holding one in his left hand and one in his right. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Brother Luo Yuan. As the lock was opened, the door was gently pushed open, revealing Lily Cece's small head surrounded by the crack of the door. Come on in, Lily. Luo Yuan called her, and Lily quickly got in through the crack of the door, carefully closing and locking the door. Seeing this, Luo Yuan was speechless for a while. What are you doing locking the door? If someone sees this and thinks we two are having an affair, then I may go to jail. Lily held her little pink backpack in her arms, and sat on Luo Yuan's bed after she came in. Zorua was lying on the bed, and when he saw Lily, he wagged his tail like a puppy. In the aisle on the other side of the bed, Riolu was doing push-ups and nodded to Lily when he saw her. Ever since Luo Yuan casually mentioned the training method of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats and 10,000-meter long distance running every day, Riolu thought it was some kind of training stunt and kept on insisting. Although it thinks this exercise method is too simple, its actual daily exercise data far exceeds this amount. Lily opened her small pink school bag, and a Pokemon like a Nebula floated out of it, which was Cosmog. Mogu. Little Nebula came out of his school bag, showing a big smile, and greeted Luo Yuan and his Pokemon. Immediately afterwards, Lily took out the Pokemon egg from the bag again. Brother Luo Yuan, why don't you introduce Xiao Xingyan to uncles, aunts and sisters? Lily asked with some doubts. It was Luo Yuan who asked her to hide Little Nebula before. Little Nebula is an undiscovered Pokemon. I think it may hide some secrets. Please don't let people know its existence for the time being. If you're going out, put it in your bag, or put it in a Pokeball, and then you let it out when it's just the two of us. Luo Yuan asked Lily. He suspects that the Little Nebula should be related to Lucamine. Whether Lucamine is doing some experiments in his memory, Luo Yuan does not know for the time being. If Lucamine does, it could be dangerous for Lily. Judging from the current situation, it is estimated that it is too late to stop Lucamine, and her experiment should have already started. The second is that the current self is too weak. It is still difficult for Latius to stop Lucamine, but Lucamine is not weak, he is a very strong trainer. What if I overestimated myself and challenged now, and she also froze herself to get sperm every day? He didn't want to become a carnivore. So on Lucamine's side, it's better to wait until he is stronger before solving it. And the mother has a very good relationship with Lucamine. If the mother knows the existence of Xiao Xingyan, it is likely to be exposed to Lucamine. Luo Yuan has no reason to let his mother lie to Lucamine. As for asking parents or older sisters to stop Lucamine with their own identity and energy, please, Lucamine is in Hawaii, and the country of Shaw can't control the country of Unova. Whether it's for Lily or Nebula, it's better not to let Lucamine know. And if the Little Nebula evolves into a perfect body, that's a shame, so I'll take the Sun God or the Moon God to push the Ether Foundation, freeze Lucamine, and turn her into a Meat X. Oh, just be careful Lucas the God. Although Lily doesn't know why Luo Yuan would do this, she now has great trust in Luo Yuan, and she will do what Luo Yuan says. Since brother Luo Yuan didn't want others to know about the existence of Xiao Xingyan, she tried her best to conceal it. In particular, the existence of Xiao Xingyan is only known to him and brother Luo Yuan, and it is a little secret between them. Lily is secretly happy when she thinks of this. At this time, Luo Yuan took out a large bag of biscuits, which he had baked at home before. Seeing the biscuit, Little Nebula floated over excitedly, with a big smile on his face, and pointed towards himself with his small hand. Seeing this, Luo Yuan scolded with a smile. You know how to eat snacks every day, and don't eat staple food, how can you grow your body? Mogu. Little Nebula floated over charmingly, and arched Luo Yuan's cheeks, as if to flatter him. Riolu, hold Zorua. Luo Yuan gave an order at this time, and Riolu, who was exercising, jumped up without thinking, and pressed Zorua's limbs under Zorua's panic. Zorua wanted to struggle subconsciously, but after Luo Yuan's meticulous breeder's Riolu, the strength was not comparable to that of Zorua, who had just been subdued. At this time, Luo Yuan took out his mobile phone and snapped a photo at Zorua, making Zorua blush. Don't shoot randomly, master, I will be ashamed. Luo Yuan mainly wants to take more photos to send to Professor Li, so that Professor Li can identify whether it is male or female. After the filming, Luo Yuan said, "Let it go, oh Lu." As Riolu let go, Zorua was lying on the bed, covering his eyes with his front paws. What a shame. Until Luo Yuan handed a bowl of biscuits to its mouth, Zorua sniffed it, and rushed over with a, "Wow," wagging its tail and began to eat it. For the sake of delicious food, I forgive you. Sure enough, the fox is also a canine, and the tail shakes really neatly. Riolu stopped exercising, sat down and began to eat today's midnight snacks. Latius was also happy and threw biscuits into his mouth one by one. Lily swallowed, the saliva dripping from her mouth. The horns flowed down, but she was a little embarrassed to compete with Pokemon for food. Well, if you think about it carefully, a cute dog is eating dog food from the basin, and you rush to grab it from the basin. That scene is too embarrassing. Lily said she couldn't do it. Seeing Lily's tangled expression, Luo Yuan was amused, and he handed over a large bag of biscuits and said, "You also have your share, which is strawberry and chocolate flavored, which is different from the previous milk flavor. Taste how it tastes." Lily's eyes lit up. She grabbed the biscuit and stuffed it into her mouth. She nodded vigorously there, and said inarticulately, "The biscuits made by Luo Yuan Gerger are excellent." Seeing Lily and the others eating snacks, Luo Yuan picked up a few biscuits and stuffed them into his mouth. The biscuits made by yourself are quite delicious, but there is still no exaggerated feeling when you eat them yourself. Luo Yuan chewed on the biscuit and took a careful photo of the Pokemon egg with his mobile phone. Then he sorted out the photos, and at the same time sorted out his various data observations on Latius this month, and sent them to Professor Li's mailbox. Lily sat on Luo Yuan's bed, happily playing and chatting with the Pokemon, while Luo Yuan sat in front of the computer and continued to search for information. When he checked the time, it was past 12 o'clock, and he was about to let Lily go back to rest, but when he turned around, he saw that Lily was already lying on his bed and fast asleep in the past 3.2. Thinking about just returning from the secret realm today, the little girl put down her nervous mind, and probably felt tired immediately, and fell asleep without any reaction. Luo Yuan, who wanted to wake up Lily to wash up before resting, didn't have the heart to wake her up. "I hope Mom and Dad don't sleep on my bed when they see Lily, or I really can't explain it," Luo Yuan muttered, and made a shush gesture to the other Pokemon, telling them to go to rest. Only Xiao Xingyan fell asleep beside Lily long ago. Xiao Xingyan can already put in the goal casually, and he obeys the commands of Luo Yuan and Lily. To a certain extent, Xiao Xingyan has become a common goal of Luo Yuan and Lily. Pokemon. At this time, Luo Yuan noticed that Lily was still wearing hollow white lace socks on her slender legs. He walked over and lifted Lily's delicate snowy foot, trying to help her take off her sock. Unexpectedly, just when Luo Yuan touched Lily's little feet, Lily's face flushed when she was sleeping soundly, and she kicked Luo Yuan subconsciously in her sleep, muttering in her mouth, "Brother Luo Yuan, don't touch it, it's so itchy, it's uncomfortable." Luo Yuan curled his lips. "Hey, if someone heard your words, the misunderstanding is even bigger." But at this time Luo Yuan also knew why Lily never took off her socks even when she was resting, and why her little feet were so ticklish. Shaking his head amusedly, Luo Yuan turned off the light. Fortunately, his bed was big enough, so he never slept. "Good night everybody. Lati, Liu, Suoluo." "Good night master." Luo Yuan's Pokemon responded to him, each falling into a rest. Bright sunlight shines through the window on Luo Yuan's big bed. Lily was lying on her side, wearing a cute pajamas, her two long beautiful legs curled up, and she was falling asleep. The air conditioner was turned on in the room, and Lily was covered with a thin quilt. She breathed slowly, her complexion is fair and tender, and the pair of jade legs under the pajama skirt are as crystal clear as stagnation, reflecting a faint light under the sunlight. Because the pajamas were crushed into folds during the rest, her posture was quite indecent. Well, when the sun shone on Lily's delicate and lovely face, she frowned lightly and finally woke up with a cry. As soon as Lily opened her eyes, she saw Luo Yuan's head was 20 centimeters away from her, looking at her with a smile on his chin. Good morning, Brother Luo Yuan. Ha, Brother Luo Yuan, why are you in my room? Lily rubbed her sleepy eyes, her emerald eyes widened, and asked incredulously. Do you see whose room this is? Luo Yuan said with a smile, pinching Lily's pink face. Lily woke up suddenly. She half propped up her body, looked around and saw Latias, Riolu, Zorua and even little Nebula were all looking at her. Seeing the surrounding decorations, Lily suddenly remembered what happened last night. Because she had so much fun with the Pokemon and just returned home from the secret place, she couldn't hold back when she was relaxed, and fell asleep in Luo Yuan's room directly. Hey 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 hey, Lily screamed, her soft body bounced off the bed, Xiaofei stuttered her cheeks and said. Why did I sleep in Brother Luo Yuan's room? Fortunately, all the family members have gone to work, otherwise Growl would not have attracted them all. With my old sister's violent temper, if she sees you sleeping on my bed, she won't ask any questions, and she will shoot me in the head as soon as she destroys and dies. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart. Luo Yuan slapped Lily's butt hard. Get up and wash up, let's eat lunch. At this time, Lily was completely refreshed. She got up from the bed, tidied up her pajamas, and said with a blushing face. Brother Luo Yuan, where did you sleep last night? Luo Yuan glanced at her and said. Of course I slept on the bed with you, anyway, it's not the first time we rested together, 10 little girls, why are you so shy? Oh, Lily responded in a low voice, grabbing the hem of her pajamas with her two small hands. This is different. Before in the secret realm, we could only sleep together in a sleeping bag in case of emergency, but now we are at home. The more she thought about it, the more shy Lily became. Her forehead seemed to have a fever, making her dizzy. Stephanie's wife is always more precocious than boys, and understands some differences between men and women better. But at the same time, Stephanie's son-in-law will also be curious about certain things earlier than boys. Lily's heart beat faster and she was a little apprehensive, but she didn't hate it, instead she was quite happy. Brother Luo Yuan, what do you have for breakfast? Did you make it? Lily yelled at Luo Yuan who had already walked to the living room. I didn't do it. Lily, are you going to cook for me? Hurry up and wash up. Hearing that the breakfast was made by Luo Yuan himself, Lily felt her stomach growling even more happily. She was very happy, and quickly ran into her room to get new clothes, and went to the bathroom to wash up. By the time Lily came to the living room, she had finished washing, her golden hair was tied into a beautiful ponytail, and she was wearing a preppy short-sleeved shirt and plaid skirt. The only thing that remains unchanged is the white hollow stockings on her calves. She seems to change everything, only the socks are always the same type. The breakfast made by Luo Yuan is not complicated, just simple egg custard and milk with added ingredients. Don't think too much about it, it's pretty serious stuff. For Stephanie who has a long body, there is always nothing wrong with adding more meat, egg and milk. Whenever I go to Luo Yuan to cook, it immediately becomes a contest condition where I can't speak. Latias, Riolu, Zorua, and Xiao Xingyun were all eating with their rice bowls. Lily also couldn't stop talking. She cleaned up the egg custard in the bowl, and finished the milk. She wiped the white stains at the corners of her mouth with a napkin, patted her bulging belly, and said happily. I'm so full, I still want to eat, but I can't. Seeing Lily sitting on the seat, Lu Wan smiled and said, be careful to eat yourself like a grumpig. Luo Yuan was still a little worried at the beginning, eating like this would really make him gain weight. Until Luo Weijin told her that she weighed herself every day, no matter how she ate, her weight remained unchanged. This made Luo Yuan suspect that the food he cooked would not have the effect of weight control. But Lily believed it, she hurriedly stood up from her chair, and said to little Xingyan. I'm going to train like a trainer this morning. Little Xingyan, you will train with me. Little Nebula shouted happily, Mogu. Then Xiao Xingyan, who was full, lay down on the table with a snap, pretending to fall asleep. Little Xingyan, you can't pretend to be asleep, get up and go to training with me. Lily grabbed Xiao Xingyan's body angrily. At this moment, Riolu patted Lily on the shoulder, and Lily turned her head to look at Riolu. Thinking of Riolu's exercise method, she turned pale and quickly shook her head. This is not good, exercise like you, I am really dead. Looking at the laughter in the living room, Luo Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. After eating, I will leave the washing up to you. Laddie. After Luo Yuan's voice fell, Latius was the most self-conscious and led his little sisters to wash the dishes, and Lily also went with the Pokemon. Luo Yuan went back to his bedroom, intending to check if Professor Lee had answered the email, but his cell phone rang. Luo Yuan looked at the mobile phone number, and it really said that Cao will be there, and it was Professor Lee who called. Hey, Grandma Lee. Luo Yuan answered the phone. Boy Luo, where did you get that Zorua from? As soon as he answered the phone, Professor Lee's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone, covering his head and face, very eager. Hearing Professor Lee's voice, Luo Yuan knew that this top breeder must be very excited now. He briefly told Professor Lee about his previous experience on his mobile phone. You brat, you have never been to a secret realm, yet you fell into such a high-level space-time distortion secret realm. Fortunately, you're fine, as long as you can return safely. Knowing that Luo Yuan had gone through such a dangerous thing before, Professor Lee also had lingering fears and sighed with emotion. Grandma Lee, I know what you want to say when you call me. When I am free, I will take this Zorua to your place and let you observe its habits. Luo Yuan said eagerly. What Professor Lee wanted to say was held back. She laughed and scolded. You brat, you really know what to do. Then when you are free, come to my place to have a look. The new species of Zorua is probably going to cause a sensation in the academic world again. By the way, that Zorua is a female. If the Zorua of this breed is the same as the regular breed, then the proportion of females is only 10%, which is considered rare. And that egg, I looked it up like it was Vulpix, but I wasn't sure, so I asked some friends of mine. It just so happens that a friend of mine has studied different varieties of Vulpix, and determined that this egg should be an ice-type Vulpix, which is relatively rare in our country, and can only be found in a special secret place in Hawaii. Judging from the fact that the secret realm you have experienced before is frozen soil, then it is certain that this egg is an ice-type Vulpix. About the hatching method of this ice-type Vulpix, I wrote a plan and emailed it to you, don't forget to read it. Also, your observation on Latius is good. I sent you a new observation form. Don't forget to continue to observe. Let Zorua observe it too. Professor Lee rambled on a lot. Luo Yuan listened with a smile all the time. It's not good to ask you kid to help me all the time. If there is any Pokemon that you want breeder in the future, you can come to me to have a look. Even if I have those cherished Pokemon here, I can give you breeder. Professor Lee said generously. It's not good for you to take things from the country like this. Luo Yuan can't laugh or cry. He probably learned from Professor G that his elder sister's woolen wool is what he learned from you. Professor Lee scolded with a smile. What do you mean by taking the country? Although I am the director of the National Breeding Center, I also have my own breeding house. Luo Yuan was stunned when he heard it. That's right, Professor Lee himself is a top breeder, and it's normal to have his own breeding house. And unlike the large-scale breeder Pokemon in the National Breeding Center, there must be many treasured Pokemon in a breeding house run by a top breeder like Professor Lee. Luo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. After talking to Professor Lee again, the two parties hung up the phone. Looking at the Pokemon egg on the table, Luo Yuan felt that this breeder was really not that easy to be a breeder. The pattern of this egg is brown. In fact, it is suspected that it is a fighting-type Pokemon, but I did not expect it to be an ice-type Pokemon. Moreover, it is necessary to determine what Pokemon is in the egg according to the pattern. Considering the huge number of Pokemon, the breeder needs too much knowledge. Turning on the computer and looking at the Pokemon incubation method sent by Professor Lee, he felt his head hurt even more. The reality is completely different from the game. In the game, you can hatch eggs by walking, but in reality, various external conditions are required. For example, first determine the attribute of the egg and the Pokemon inside, and then meet the external needs of natural hatching. Just like this Ice-type Vulpix egg, in addition to preparing some Ice-type pure crystals, it also needs to be placed in an environment of -20 degrees for 4 hours a day. If the hatching method is wrong, it will never hatch, or even die because the energy of the egg is exhausted. It is even more difficult to hatch dragon Pokemon, which must be hatched in some specific dragon caves with dragon energy, otherwise, dragon Pokemon would not be so handsome and precious. The breeder is terrifying. Luo Yuan sighed with emotion. It seems that I have to buy a home incubator, which can control the temperature, or the environment below -20 degrees, normal can't do it. Lily, I've asked a breeder and she told me the egg was an Ice Vulpix. Do you like it? If you like it, hatch it as your Earl Dervish Pokemon breeder. Luo Yuan held the egg and put it in front of Lily, and asked with a smile. He thought the egg would be Snorunt or something, and the evolution type was Glalie. Lily might think it was ugly and didn't want breeder. And if it's Vulpix, is this the end of the world line? Lily's eyes lit up. Thinking of the cute and fluffy Vulpix, she nodded vigorously, hugged the egg and said, ... Brother Luo Yuan, that's it, I like Vulpix. Luo Yuan smiled and handed Lily a piece of paper. There are the hatching methods of Pokemon eggs and the things to pay attention to after Vulpix is born. You should study hard. Lily took the paper and looked at it seriously. Luo Yuan beckoned at this time, and let his 3 Pokemon and the extra little Nebula come over. Next, I will train you. Although I didn't intend to become a trainer at first, I thought it was too dangerous to be a trainer. I promised my sister to open a gymnasium, but Song wanted to get the resources collected from her to open 10 restaurants. But after this experience in the secret realm, I know that if the strength is too weak, no one can protect it. If I didn't happen to meet Suicune in the secret realm this time, I'm afraid Lily would be in danger. I won't let this happen again. Luo Yuan looked at Lily at this moment. The level of the pure white frozen earth secret realm is quite high, and there are many Pokemon in it that are over 60 levels, and there may even be stronger ones. In that huge number and harsh environment, Luo Yuan with Latias can only do his own safety, and has no extra strength to protect Lily. And if he had 6 champions at that time, no, even an elite level Pokemon could easily protect Lily without putting her in danger. This let Luo Yuan know that escaping cannot solve the problem, the only way to become stronger is the best way. I am a democratic person, now I want to ask you, who is willing to work together and fight with my trainer? If any of you are unwilling to fight, I will not force it. After all, not all Pokemon like to participate in battles. Luo Yuan still remembers what Professor Lee said to his sister, some Pokemon just don't like to fight. If you force them, it will only get twice the result with half the effort, no matter what the breeder is not good. Latias was the first to state that for her, Luo Yuan is her family member, someone she must protect even if she sacrifices herself. Up, Liu. Riolu immediately raised his hand. It was aggressive by nature, but because of a congenital disease, no trainer was willing to breed it. But Luo Yuan chose it, and also medicated it for conditioning, so that it has no congenital problems and becomes stronger. Why do you work so hard? Of course, it is to be with trainer. Ride on the battlefield from day 1. Suoluo. Zorua's eyes became firm. Although Luo Yuan forcibly subdued him, Luo Yuan treated him well and gave him so many delicious foods. Feeling the power brewing in his body, Zorua felt that following a trainer like Luo Yuan, it might be able to complete its own revenge one day. That's a desperate enemy, but if it's Luo Yuan, it feels like it might be able to do it. Seeing his main force, the 3 Pokemon are determined. Luo Mo looked at Xiao Xingyan. Little Xingyan also needs to participate in training, even if it's just training. Teleport, otherwise I won't give you snacks. His other Pokemon Luo Yuan will choose to respect, but only Little Nebula, Luo Yuan will force it to become stronger. Because this is likely to involve the issue of Ultra Beast, and it is also related to Lily's safety. Only when Xiao Xingyan becomes stronger and one day becomes the legendary god, Luo Yuan can rest assured. Mogu. As soon as Little Nebula heard that it was about to run out of snacks, it immediately became excited. For the sake of snacks, little nebula, I want to become a big nebula. After completing his speech, that all Pokemon are united and united, Luo Yuan began to assign tasks, which is the plan for Pokemon to exercise. First Latias. Luo Yuan first looked at Latias. Latias flashed a pair of big watery eyes with a serious expression, waiting for the exercise guideline given to her by Luo Yuan. But after thinking about it, Luo Yuan said, "It doesn't matter what you say, just train according to your own ideas." "Lady, is that so, master?" Latias was bewildered. "Well, that's it, for you don't need too much exercise." Luo Yuan nodded. In the contact with Latias and understanding of her, Luo Yuan already knew the difference of Latias. Because of eating Luo Yuan's food for 10 years, even if Luo Yuan didn't add berries in it before, all the potential of Latias has been fully stimulated. To put it simply, Latias doesn't even need pure crystals anymore. She has accumulated a lot of energy in her body, and she can learn skills at her fingertips. As long as Latias is willing, give her a certain amount of time, she can learn all the skills that she can learn. So for Latias, there is no need for specific training methods at all. As long as she follows the steps step by step, she will be able to become stronger steadily without bottlenecks. Latias is not a trainer, but she will try her best to fulfill all the requirements of Luo Yuan. Since Luo Yuan said so, she will do it. And then Riolu. Liu. Following Luo Yuan's roll call, Riolu stepped forward and waited for instructions. My old sister has a very correct saying. If you are afraid of being restrained by the opponent's attribute, then let Pokemon learn the skills that can counter restraint. Therefore, the skills you want must be of high quality. We want to be a quality talent. And we also need to be far-sighted. Riolu, you are a fighting type, but after you evolve, you will become a fighting plus steel type. The attributes that restrain you are fighting, ground, and fire. So you have to learn the skills that can resist restraint from your own recessive inheritance. The more Luo Yuan thinks about it now, the more he feels that the old lady's strategy is correct. So what's wrong with the reverse attribute? As long as he learns the skill of counter restraint, he can recover the disadvantage of the reverse attribute as much as possible. In particular, didn't the elder sister say that as long as you have a bond, even if it is a reverse attribute, you can become a celestial master? The so-called dominant inheritance is equivalent to the skills that Pokemon will naturally learn after reaching the level in the game. It's just that in reality, these skills also need the assistance of pure crystals to be trained. But relatively speaking, Pokemon can learn dominantly inherited skills as long as the resources are sufficient. The recessive genetic skill is the skill that Pokemon can learn through the move machine in the game. In reality, there is no ability to learn skills with a technical machine. If you want to learn recessive genetic skills, it will be much more difficult. Sufficient pure crystal resources are the basic requirement, as is absolute effort, but even so, Pokemon may not be able to learn it. In reality, it is extremely difficult for Pokemon to learn those machine moves, and sometimes even requires luck. However, after more than a month of research, Luo Yuan found that his food also has the effect of helping Pokemon learn skills quickly. Perhaps for other people's Pokemon, learning recessive genetic skills must be a matter of luck, but as long as Luo Yuan has hard work and resources, he can learn it. Fortunately, the history of Pokemon in the real world is more than 2,000 years, and countless senior trainers and researchers have conducted detailed research on Pokemon. Anyway, it is impossible for Luo Yuan to remember exactly which skill machines a Pokemon can learn, and he did not bring the Pokemon icon guide when he traveled. However, countless seniors in this world have already researched almost all of these. Just look through those papers on the internet, and you can find the corresponding genetic skill hints. Of course, there are no similar papers on mythical beasts like Latias. Because of the scarcity of mythical beasts, no one has the opportunity to study them. This is also the reason why researchers and breeders like the mother and Professor Lee, after seeing Latias, are full of eyes and want to study. Latias research is a blank in the academic field. The official website of the journal, International Pokemon Research, allows you to browse all the papers at will. Luo Yuan found the recessive genetic research papers on Lucario and looked for the content he needed. Among the skills that can restrain fighting, Lucario can learn Zen Headbutt and Psychic of Psychic. Well, let's learn Zen Headbutt. As a fighting-type Pokemon, there are more opportunities for melee combat. Hitting someone on the head is the ultimate move of a fighting master, huh? This psychic type, agility, is also very useful, you must learn it. Although Lucario can learn long-range skills like Aura Sphere, for a fighting Pokemon, close-up will have an advantage. And, agility, is an easy-to-use skill at first glance, which will allow the future Lucario to quickly approach the opponent. After some research, Luo Yuan compiled the next skill training process for Riolu. Psychics, agility, and Zen Headbutt are used to counter fighting. Ice type, Ice Punch, used to restrain the ground type. Ground type, Bulldoze, is used to counter fire type. The evolved Lucario can also learn Water Pulse, which can restrain all ground and fire elements. But Luo Yuan still asked Riolu to learn more, and replace them with Ice-type and Ground-type skills, so as to increase the attack surface. These four are the skills that Riolu will learn next. As for the method of skill learning, as long as you have pure crystals, you can find skill learning papers on the internet. In the papers, there will be methods on how to let Pokemon learn skills developed by professional researchers. There are some skills in many papers, which can be integrated and supplemented by the trainer himself to formulate a training plan that is most suitable for his own Pokemon. Thanks to the efforts of countless researchers over the past 2,000 years, it is under the efforts of researchers that these results have been achieved. Researcher, breeder, trainer, these occupations are the most important and indispensable. It is the efforts of all of them that constitute the Pokemon system in the world today. Otherwise, if you ask Luo Yuan to directly teach Pokemon a certain skill, how could he? It takes Riolu to practice these four skills for a while. This is the next training plan I made for you. You have a lot to learn, Riolu, you have to work hard. Riolu nodded vigorously. What it fears most is training. Decide on Riolu's exercise program, and then Zorua. As Zorua in Emerald form, its attribute is excellent, and it can only be restrained by the evil department, so it is enough for Song to let Zorua learn a certain skill of fighting, bug type or fairy department. Then Luo Yuan was stupid. The Zorua in the Emerald form is probably the only one in its hand in the whole world, and the Emerald Zorua is completely different from the normal Zorua in terms of recessive genetic skills. That is to say, Luo Yuan couldn't find any papers related to Shikwi Zorua, and he didn't know what skills Shikwi Zorua and the evolved Zoroark could learn. Bug type, fairy and fighting are the skills you should learn. But I don't know what you can learn, so you just learn it blindly. I will find some skills you may learn for you when the time comes, and you should try to learn them. Luo Yuan looked at Zorua in embarrassment, and said, sincerely. There is no way, if I know that I will time travel, I will definitely prepare a game map in advance. So Luo, Zorua yelled dumbfounded, what does it mean to let me learn blindly, Master, you can't cheat me. Ahem, there's nothing you can do about it, but it doesn't matter, anyway, I've got enough of pure crystal, and I'll make special delicacies for you, so you must have more energy to learn skills. Luo Yuan coughed twice and said with a serious expression. As soon as Zorua heard that there was something delicious, it decided that it would be a big deal to try everything by itself. Luo Yuan doesn't have many Pokemon now, Latias doesn't need special training, so just train Riolu and Zorua. It's also fortunate that he doesn't have many Pokemon now, otherwise he might not be able to afford the training costs alone. Well, I need to prepare the fighting type, and the steel type pure crystal, this is for the Riolu evolution to prepare in advance. Prepare normal type and ghost type pure crystals for Zorua. Then we have to buy a lot of pure crystals of super energy, ground, bug type, and fairy. For ice, just use the level 5 crystals, although it's a bit wasteful. Luo Yuan wrote and drew in his notebook, calculating the expenses he needed. Fortunately, his Pokemon level is not high, so he doesn't need to buy luxury items like level 5 pure crystals, otherwise he really can't afford them. Now, as long as the pure crystals of level 2 or 3 are enough, there are more of these too. In addition to Pokemon's own attribute, if you want to learn the skills of recessive inheritance, you need more pure crystals, so you have to buy a larger amount. Well, the small nebula also needs practice, and the amount of Psychic's pure crystals needs to be increased a little, even if it is used less, it must be prepared. In addition to pure crystals, you also need to buy gemstones of their respective attributes. Attribute gems are also an auxiliary training resource, but this resource is much cheaper than pure crystals. Because these attribute gems do not have radiation, they can be mined in large quantities. The market is very large, and there are even specialized companies that do this. In addition, the use time of these gemstones is much longer than that of pure crystals, and the auxiliary effect is not particularly obvious, which makes them much cheaper. In addition to gems, buy Lever. Lever is something that can be placed in the Pokeball, which can make Pokemon feel at ease when they are in the Pokeball. For Pokemon, Pokeball is their home. Naturally, it must be well arranged and turned into a big villa, so that Pokemon will be happier. Trainer has to take care of all aspects of his Pokemon, which is quite troublesome, just like an old mother. Backquote In addition, there are a lot of tree fruits, let me practice making energy cubes, this aspect can be paid by my father and sister, and they will also use energy cubes in the future. Luo Yuan calculated, and found that the 28 million in his pocket was too much to spend, mainly because the consumption of pure crystals was too high. If it is another trainer, you need to buy energy cubes, this trainer is really expensive. Fortunately, level 5 pure crystals are scarce after all, and the proceeds from the 4 pure crystals sold to his father and sister will last Luo Yuan for a long time. In a short period of time, he was in constant danger of poverty. In the future, if you visit the secret realm more, the money will come rushing. After making a plan, Luo Yuan went online to find the resources he needed. International Precision. Ling Alliance and alliances of various countries have shopping websites similar to Taobao. These sites are officially verified and sell a variety of Pokemon items. Luo Yuan checked whether it is a domestic platform or an international platform. There are some sales of grade 5 pure crystals. But most of the pure crystal sellers are barter, wanting to exchange for other attribute pure crystals. This kind of one looks like a high-level trainer. There are also some trainers that are directly sold with money. These are relatively low-level trainers, because they are lucky enough to get level 5 pure crystals, and they want to exchange money and buy other resources. Source. And these pure crystals were killed extremely quickly, and many people were robbing them. Thinking about my old sister used to be an Elite 4 in the past, knowing some information in advance is the only way to buy level 5 pure crystal faster than others. Tisk, abuse of power. Luo Yuan still had 2 level 5 ice-type pure crystals in his hand. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to sell one level 5 pure crystal. As long as he downloads more dungeons, in the future, this thing will not be missing, and other resources, Luo Yuan, are not easy to get. Therefore, for some people, level 5 pure crystal is an extremely precious resource, but for Luo Yuan, it is the best thing to get. Luo Yuan wanted to exchange this piece of pure crystal for some of the top tree fruits. The fruit is also graded, just like the grapes for brewing red wine. The top Wang Laohao fruit is only produced in a small number of plantations, and the annual output is not high. You have to say that this kind of thing is expensive and cherished, but it is quite cheap and common compared with grade 5 pure crystal. It's just that most of these tree fruits are purchased by major breeders or companies, and they are not easy to buy in the market. But as long as you take out level 5 pure crystals, there will definitely be countless trainers to help you find them. You must know that those high-level trainers have great social influence and ability. Even my elder sister, a Shogwo elite, is so rare to level 5 pure crystals, so she knows how rare and important it is to other trainers. Sure enough, after Luo Yuan posted the ice-type level 5 pure crystal on the website, someone contacted him within 2 minutes. The other party was a trainer from Russia, who said that he had a large number of Yash berry of the highest quality, and hoped to exchange this grade 5 pure crystal. And the other party also said that if Luo Yuan is willing to trade, she will also give some high-quality cones as a gift, and the shipping cost to Shogwo will also be paid by herself. Cones are like spices, which can add a certain flavor to energy cubes. Luo Yuan calculated the price, and the price the other party paid was far more than 7 million, reaching nearly 8 million. Because pure crystal has a price but no market, it is normal to have a premium. Seeing how generous the other party was, Luo Yuan didn't care about it, and directly agreed to the deal. This level 5 pure crystal is selling fast. After this deal was reached, Luo Yuan started to purchase heavily on domestic platforms, mainly buying level 2 and level 3 pure crystals and items for training Pokemon. For the next half-month or so, everything went smoothly. Luo Yuan didn't go anywhere, but trained his own Pokemon at the training ground and at home. Half a month later, 2 days before leaving school, Luo Yuan was ready and decided to go to his first gym. Although he felt that this was like playing a baby cup to bully others, but who said that this is the alliance rule? Drink. In Luo Yuan's bedroom, there was a human-shaped wooden stake, and Riolu stood in front of the wooden stake, beating there in a dignified manner. Since watching Luo Yuan's movie, he has learned from it. Now in Luo Yuan's opinion, Riolu can already be called a master of Wing Chun. Zorua stood on the table, its eyes, gazing at everything, looked contemptuously at Riolu who was exercising in front of the stake, and Latias who was floating in midair and playing with Lily. Hey, the vacant window period of this throne is about to end, because I will stand in the sky, Aizen. Zorua quotations. Many Pokemon are not only powerful, they possess traits that are also powerful. For example, Latias' feathers have the ability to refract light, which allows her to easily become invisible, and even transform into the appearance of other creatures. The same is true for Zorua, which has the ability to hallucinate, which is an ability that only Zorua and the evolved Zoroark have. Zorua's transmogrification is stronger than Latias. After all, Latias can only use feathers to transform himself, while Zorua's ability can be used in a range, similar to creating illusions for people. Therefore, after discovering this trait, Luo Yuan instead trained Zorua without too much pursuit of skills. Zorua in Emerald form has an excellent attribute, but is only restrained by evil, so learning anti-restraint skills is not a high priority. On the contrary, Luo Yuan feels that Zorua's hallucination ability is the real magic skill, so Luo Yuan has been training Zorua's hallucination ability for the past half-month. Ordinary Zorua, in fact, is similar to Latias' transfiguration, and it only barely acts on itself, making the other party have the illusion that he is some kind of Pokemon to deceive. But with Luo Yuan's special training and food blessing, Luo Yuan's Zorua, its training direction is to create illusions on a large scale. Unfortunately, Luo Yuan always likes to watch movies or animations to pass the time at night, and he happens to have the animation Bleach on his computer. Luo Yuan's Pokemon were also watched with him. After watching the God of Death and seeing Aizen's ability of Mirror Flower and Water Moon, Zorua was very excited. Since then, it has become a secondary school, and even named itself Blue Ran Zorua. Oh, this one was translated by Latias for Luo Yuan. Lady, are you okay? Seeing that Zorua, who was standing on the table, was condescending, and started to suffer from secondary illness again, Latias asked in doubt. Oh, longing is the farthest distance from understanding. Zorua dismisses it. At this time, Luo Yuan happened to come to the door. He glanced at the Zorua on the table who looked at the world with eyes, and gave it a big B, rolled his eyes and said. ... Stop BB, come over to eat quickly, after dinner you have to go to Jinggang. Quote. You're sick and I won't have your meal today. As soon as Luo Yuan finished speaking, Blue Ran Zorua immediately wagged his tail, stuck out his tongue, and showed a flattering smile to Luo Yuan. Suoluo. Zorua jumped up and hugged Luo Yuan's thigh. Master, I can avoid getting sick, but I have to eat. Luo Yuan picked up his arms and picked it up. It weighed more than 20 kilograms, which is quite heavy. Come and eat, too. Lily, Latias, and Riolu who were in Luo Yuan's bedroom were all secretly laughing at Zorua's obsequious look. After finishing breakfast, Luo Yuan tidied up the things in the house. In the past half a month, Luo Yuan bought a large number of Pokemon training materials and directly spent a huge sum of up to 8 million. Before the money in his hand was heated, there was only 20 million left. But the effect is great, and this batch of training materials can be used for a period of time. When Riolu and Zorua reach Elite or above, that is the time to spend the most money. The berries and tree balls shipped from Russia also arrived. The quality is extremely good, definitely the top batch. This batch of tree fruit Luo Yuan is not for experimentation. He has recently got an idea about the production of energy cubes, and it is estimated that it will not take long to make the first Nangwang cube. As long as the first one is successfully produced, the subsequent ones will continue to be researched slowly, so there is no need to worry. And this batch of top-quality tree berries and tree balls will be used to make energy cubes at that time. With the quantity of this batch of tree berries, it will be enough to eat for a while. Whether it is Luo Yuan or the Russian trainer, both parties are very satisfied with this transaction. Lily, don't bring too many things, we will stay in a hotel in Jinggang at night. Luo Yuan shouted to Lily, who was tidying up in the house. Okay, brother Luo Yuan. After ordering Lily, Luo Yuan also organized his backpack, mainly putting some items like potion used by humans and Pokemon in it. The last space-time distortion secret realm made Luo Yuan try his best to prepare for emergencies when he went out. There are not many things, and the school bag is not heavy, mainly because it cannot affect my actions. After putting on the backpack, Luo Yuan had the illusion that he was going out from Pallet Town and going on a trip. It was still hot in the imperial capital at the end of August, and Lily was still Baby J in that cool dress with her little pink school bag on her back. In addition to the small nebula, there is also the Vulpix egg in the small school bag. Vulpix is about to be born. This period of time does not need a low-temperature environment, just wait. Lily also brought the eggs, in case Pokemon were born in these 2 days. Set off! Set off! Lily raised her small fist and shouted excitedly. Luo Yuan took his 3 Pokemon back into the ball and took a special look at their levels. Riolu LV 30, Zorua LV 29. The level of Riolu itself is lower than Zorua, but compared to Zorua, it has a stronger bond with Luo Yuan, so it upgrades faster, and it surpasses Zorua. Normal's first gymnasium level. Whether it is a challenger or a Pokemon of the gymnasium owner, the level is roughly between level 16 and level 20. With Luo Yuan's Riolu at level 30 and Zorua at level 29, that's really bullying the kids. But only at this level can Luo Yuan feel at ease. What if he is in the knockout round and also meets people pretending to be pigs and eating tigers? He is obviously very strong, but he is overly cautious. For Luo Yuan, this trip to the gymnasium is not very important, and he is confident that he can definitely get it. After seeing Riolu's strength, even the father and the others felt that if Luo Yuan couldn't get the badge, then he wouldn't be a trainer. So for Luo Yuan going to challenge the gym, they didn't even give blessings, they went to work directly, and let Luo Yuan handle it by himself. And in these 2 months of meticulous breeder, even Latias has been upgraded to versus .71. You must know that this level is very difficult to upgrade, but even so, Latias has been upgraded by 1 level, which is higher than Luo Weijan's Altaria level. When we arrived at the parking lot, the previous car was scrapped, and Luo Yuan bought a new car. Luo Weijan should have paid for the car, but after seeing that Luo Yuan was rich, she saved the money as well, which disappointed Luo Yuan for a while. Lily sat in the co-pilot and went straight to the high-speed rail station. Lily looked very excited about leaving for Jinggang. During the past half-month, although Luo Yuan also took Lily around to play, but mainly within the imperial capital. In addition, the weather is so hot now that people don't like to go out, because some of the time Luo Yuan is not at home with Lily blowing the air conditioner. Fortunately, the danger of encountering a secret realm during the departure did not leave any psychological shadow on Lily, which made Luo Yuan heave a sigh of relief. It seems that Lily is not afraid because of her excellent performance in the secret realm. Luo Yuan bought the high-speed rail ticket a long time ago. He took out his ID card, Lily took out her passport, and passed the security check. Under normal circumstances, the accompanying Pokemon must also be registered. After all, Pokemon are powerful. Even if a Pokemon is only a dozen or so levels, a fireball on the high-speed rail may cause car crashes and death. However, Luo Yuan has the identity of a trainer, so this registration can be exempted. A trainer has cards and various priorities when going out. In this world, trainers are like soldiers. It is their duty to protect the lives and property of the people, and trainers have always been on the front line. Come to the first-class seat of the purchased row and sit down. Lily sits near the window, holding the Pokemon egg in her hand, stroking it with her hands from time to time, waiting for its birth like a mother. Luo Yuan took his mobile phone and looked at the competition method of the gymnasium. Gymnasiums participate in the qualifiers according to the number of badges they hold. That is to say, the applicants who hold one badge will participate in the qualifiers together, and the two badges will also have two qualifier rivals, and so on. It can be regarded as the weight of a boxing match. In different weight classes, the number of qualifications that can be obtained to challenge the owner is also different. For example, in the weight class from 0 badge to 3 badge, there are a total of 16 candidates, and the 16 winners at the end of the qualifiers will be eligible to challenge the owner. From 4 badges to 6 badges, there are only 8 places, and the winners are also qualified to challenge the host. 7 badges becomes 4 places. The reason why there are qualifiers is because there are too many trainers challenging the gym. It is impossible for the gym master to deal with more than 100 challengers in one day. You can't do it even if you are exhausted. Then, from this point of view, the owner's work is actually not busy, and he doesn't just play one game every day. There are only 15 working days in a month, and the rest are rest. Then why is Dad so busy running to the gym every day? He won't have a mistress outside, right? Luo Yuan quickly shook his head. He couldn't think so badly of his father. If he really dared to do this, with his old sister's character, he would definitely beat him to death for the sake of family harmony. Unfortunately, Dad, the owner of the dragon department, even though he is older, can't really beat the elder sister, the elite. There are 36 gyms in our country, that is to say, there are only 144 trainers who can get 8 badges every month at most, which is not considered a failure to challenge the gym. In 2 years, if you can meet the conditions of 8 badges, there are only 3,456 people who will participate in the Domestic Alliance Conference. In addition to the continued challenge and age limit of the failure of the previous conference. A conference may have tens of thousands of applicants. Luo Yuan made a rough calculation and sighed in his heart. The domestic population is hundreds of millions, but only more than 10,000 people participate in the Domestic Alliance competition every 2 years, and then the winner is determined from the more than 10,000 people, and finally 10 champions and 4 losers are achieved. The position of the 4 kings of this crown was really achieved by thousands of troops. Before I relied on Latius to beat my elder sister, it was not that Luo Weijin was not strong, but that the bond between myself and Latius was too strong, and it was a bit open. But if we really play 3v3 or 6v6 now, Luo Yuan will never be Luo Weijin's rival. That's right, it's never a 1v1 real man in an official game. There are several forms of 2 volts 2, 3 volts 3, and 6 volts 6. That is to say, the trainer gallops on the field together with all his Pokémon, commanding 6 Pokémon to fight at the same time. Because in the wild, you don't have to use one Pokémon to fight a group of Pokémon, you can also use a righteous gang fight to fight one with all your Pokémon. To command 6 Pokémon to switch between offense and defense at the same time and play their different roles depends on the command ability of the trainer and the coordination of various skills between Pokémon. Which Pokémon is the main attack, which Pokémon protects the trainer, etc., all need to be adjusted. At this time, Pokémon with the same attribute can sometimes play an advantage, compared to weather battles or field battles. It is precisely because of this complex fighting method, Pokémon has a variety of skills and skills, there is never a routine in the battle, it depends entirely on the performance on the spot. The same is true for trainer. During the battle, you can ride Pokémon to fly into the sky, drill into the ground, or go into the sea. It all depends on your Pokémon's ability. This made Luo Yuan amazed that the Pokémon battles in reality are much more fun and complex than those in games and animations. Half an hour later, the bullet train arrived at Jingdong. As soon as Luo Yuan took Lily out of the platform, he heard someone shouting, "It's all right." Luo Yuan followed the sound and saw 3 people waving vigorously at him. They were Luo Yuan's roommates Li Zheng, Fei Yu and Sun Lei in the past 3 years. Except for Fei Yu, who is a young man with a relatively normal figure, Li Zheng and Sun Lei are both obese, and Sun Lei is even more obese with a weight over 200. Before time traveling, they were roommates. Luo Yuan had a good relationship with them. After time traveling, they were still roommates. Seeing an acquaintance, Luo Yuan was also excited, took Lily's little hand and ran over. While running, Lu Yuan whispered to Lily, "That's my college roommate." Lily nodded lightly. Unlike what she imagined, Lily is not the kind of Stephanie who is easily shy, but rather generous. So even if she was pulled in front of several people by Luo Yuan, she was not ashamed, but looked at them curiously. Okay, Brother Yuan, why did you suddenly become a trainer, and you still have to go to the gym? Brother Yuan, all the brothers come to Jingdong to support you, don't you be eliminated in the first round of the qualifiers. How can you say that about my brother Yuan? No matter how bad I am at playing, I will be eliminated in the second round of preliminaries. The three roommates were laughing and joking, and the feeling of chatting and joking hadn't changed in any way from the past. Immediately, Fei Yu looked at Lily, who was being held by Luo Yuan, and said in surprise, Brother Yuan, where did you abduct and sell the little foreign girl? Be careful not to cause international disputes. Although Lily is still young and a little childish, anyone can tell that she is a beauty with her delicate facial features and elegant temperament. Walking outside, anyone can't help but take a few more glances. Luo Yuan smiled and said, This is the child of my relative's family, it can be regarded as my younger sister, Lily, these are my roommates. Quote, Brother, Lily greeted Luo Yuan's three roommates obediently and politely. Hearing Lily's crisp and soft voice, the three of them were startled, and exaggeratedly shouted. Brother Yuan, no, brother-in-law, I will treat you well in the dormitory. Can we discuss something? Quote exclamation mark quote. Luo Yuan laughed and cursed. My great-uncle is in Hawaii now. Riolu. Luo Yuan suddenly released Riolu. If these three dare to bully Lily, I will send them a vacuum wave. The three screamed strangely. Brother Yuan, how can you use Pokemon? This is cheating. Seeing the antics of Luo Yuan and his three roommates, Lily hugged the Pokemon egg, pursed her lips and grinned. After reuniting with three roommates, Luo Yuan went directly to the qualifying venue. When he signed up for the gym competition earlier, his qualifier rival was already matched. Gym competitions are regular events, not that kind of large-scale events, so the speed of the competition is very fast. In one day, trainers who can challenge the qualification of the gymnasium owner are allocated, and the next day they directly participate in the gymnasium owner competition, and the winner can be determined in 2 days. In the lounge for the qualifiers of the Jingdong Gymnasium, the trainers are divided into several lounges according to the number of badges. The number of real rookie trainers without badge is the largest, with a total of more than 200, so they are divided again. In the lounge, Luo Yuan sat on a chair by the wall with a casual look. The decoration of the lounge will not change because of the number of badges. Every trainer is a valuable asset to the country. Therefore, the service in the lounge is quite good. There is a small table in front of each contestant, with drinks and some snacks on it for the contestants to eat. If players have any special requirements, they can also inform the staff of the gymnasium. Luo Yuan raised his head and glanced roughly at the people in the lounge. All of them looked at young people who were still a little immature. Almost all of these trainers are sophomores who are about to enter their sophomore year after school starts. Some of them are excited, some are nervous, some are leaning on their chairs without saying a word, and some are looking for someone to chat with. There are very few students like Luo Yuan who are about to go to senior year after the start of school, so few that there is only him, alone. According to the normal trainer growth route, one becomes a registered trainer at the age of 18 or a freshman and spends 1 year training Pokemon. Then I came to play my first gym during my summer vacation. Of course, the gym is not guaranteed to succeed in the challenge. You must know that only 16 people will be selected in the qualifiers to face the gym master. But the gym is not limited to only one challenge. If you fail this time, you can exercise Pokemon to continue to challenge, or challenge other gyms. Anyway, there are 36 gymnasiums in Shaw. Normally, you have 1 year to challenge the gym, but if you spend 2 years, you will not be able to beat the first gym. Hehe, let's see if I'm suitable to be a trainer, why not find a new way out? Anyway, I have already registered as a trainer, even if I go to other industries, I will get preferential treatment. So there are very few, shameless, trainers like Luo Yuan who are about to go to senior year. After getting the first badge, the trainer road will start smoothly. Until the age of 30, you can challenge the Solacean Gym. Until you get 8 badges, you can participate in the Alliance competition. Almost all countries in the world have such a system. After looking around at the trainer in the lounge, Luo Yuan just lowered his head and started playing with his phone. To be honest, with Luo Yuan's strength, it is impossible for him to lose, but whoever meets him will be miserable. Sometimes this kind of knockout competition really depends on luck. More than 200 people participate in the qualifiers together, even if you rank second in this group of people. But if you are unlucky, you will be eliminated if you meet the number 1 player, and you will have to go to the gym next time. Luo Yuan was looking at his phone to pass the time, and there was a piece of news that was still discussed by many people until now. That was a breaking news more than half a month ago. Shocked, Suicune appeared near the imperial capital, suspected to be subdued by a trainer. Open black lens bracket. Many trainers have witnessed it with their own eyes. Some trainers ride Suicune and appear in the imperial capital. Please listen to the editor's detailed account below. Close black lens bracket. Under the shocking body of some news media, it was accompanied by the photo of Luo Yuan riding a Suicune falling from the sky. But apart from Suicune's clear face, Luo Yuan and Lily, who was in his arms at the time, were all mosaicked. Below the news, there are a bunch of comments from netizens. Suicune, really, isn't this picture peas? One look at the thimble, this picture is real. I guarantee that this picture is real. My relative was one of the trainers who were on the scene at that time. However, due to the request of the Alliance, the full picture cannot be released. Why do you want to slap on the face of the trainer? I want to see which trainer is so awesome and can subdue Suicune. Hehe, don't you need to think about it? This is a national strategic weapon. Of course, the trainer who can subdue Suicune can't be exposed to foreigners casually. Why is it the World Series, not the 8 Masters? You look down on my 8 Masters, don't you? Netizens are discussing in full swing. Although half a month has passed, the popularity has dropped a lot from the beginning, but occasionally people can still see people discussing it. Luo Yuan is also thankful that the Alliance helped him make the mosaic. It's not that Luo Yuan doesn't want to be famous, but that if he becomes famous, he can't pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, and bully the children. Just like now. Please invite contestant number 155 Zhang Shiji and contestant number 156 Luo Yuan to prepare for the competition. A staff member from the gymnasium came to the lounge to inform, and at the same time, the next contestants were broadcast on the radio. Luo Yuan stood up, and beside him, a calm young man with glasses also stood up. The rookie trainer named Zhang Shiji nodded to Luo Yuan and walked out of the lounge. Luo Yuan also walked out following behind him. There are more than 200 applicants participating in this no-badge competition. Under normal circumstances, after 3 rounds of competition, they can pass the preliminary selection. If they are unlucky, they will have to play the 4th round. Luck is one of the strengths of the trainer. For example, Togepi can bring good luck to the trainer. If a trainer owns this Pokemon, it is very likely that it will be a buy. Walking through the long corridor and just entering the venue, Luo Yuan heard the cheers of tens of thousands of people, which was deafening. Oh, come here, there is a new trainer coming out. I don't know which of them will win. Pokemon Battle is the largest and most important game and entertainment in the world, and trainer is also a manifestation of a country's strength. If you have to describe it, it is exactly the grand occasion of adding all the sports events before the crossing, a football match with 2 billion people. No, this is a Pokemon competition with 7 billion people. Therefore, even for this kind of rookie trainer qualifier without badge, tens of thousands of spectators came to watch live. The main thing is that this kind of qualifiers only needs to buy a ticket to watch the game for a day, which is quite enjoyable, even if the rookie trainers are relatively weak. And if it is a real gymnasium battle, that one ticket can only watch 4 to 8 games. Brother Luo Yuan, come on. Brother Yuan, come on. When he just walked out of the corridor, Luo Yuan heard Lily and 3 roommates cheering amidst the noise. Their seats were relatively close to the field. Luo Yuan waved to them, indicating that this is a trivial matter. It's the opening, who do you think will win this game? It must be Zhang Shiji. It's written on Alliance Trainer's official website. He is an outstanding student from a certain high school in Shanghai. It is said that he won the first-year competition in his school. That Luo Yuan looks a little older than others. This Luo Yuan is 21 years old this year and is about to enter his senior year. No way, no way. I'm about to go to senior year, but I haven't played my first gym yet. This kind of trainer who can persist for so many years is rare. It's not true. I checked the official website of Alliance. He just registered as a trainer 2 months ago, so he is considered a novice. Become a trainer at 21 years old. That's even rarer, but I've only been a trainer for 2 months. If I don't beat Zhang Shiji, who else will I beat? On the field and on the internet, many spectators are discussing, and many people will spend some small money to buy lottery tickets. This is a lottery center opened by the state. All bets are legal, supervised by the state, and belong to an entertainment nature. And those off-market openings are real gambling, which is illegal. Solemnly declare here, please stay away from gambling. On the field, Luo Yuan and Zhang Shiji stood at their designated positions. In addition to professional referees, there is also a high-level trainer watching the live game, which is to prevent accidents. After the Pokémon loses its combat power, the Pokémon force field protecting the trainer will disappear. At this time, the trainer will be quite fragile, and the Pokémon can kill the trainer with a single move. Therefore, there must be a trainer who is strong enough to stand on the sidelines, so that if the two sides fight red-eyed, their Pokémon can prevent accidents from happening. Different from the previous duel between Luo Yuan and Luo Weijin, this time the two sides are relatively close to each other. The main reason is that only one Pokémon can be used in this kind of low-level qualifiers, and it cannot attack and defend perfectly. If the distance is too far, the two sides will run to the opponent's field as soon as they come up, which is really stupid. Senior, although I don't know why you didn't become a trainer until you were a senior, you only trained for 2 months before you came to participate in the gymnasium competition. Maybe you didn't have competition experience in the past. But it doesn't matter, senior, even if you fail here, you can still gain experience. I won't hold back. The young trainer named Zhang Shiji spoke eloquently. He seemed to be very polite, and his mouth was full of seniors, but Luo Yuan could feel the pride of the other party. The contestants of both sides in the first game have been decided long ago, so you can check the information in advance. This Zhang Shiji is the first place in the first-year freshman competition of a certain university in Shanghai. He is definitely a very talented trainer. Of course, it may also be a family background. The following invites contestant number 155 Zhang Xiuan. The rules of the game are 1 Volt 1. If one Pokémon loses combat power or the trainer admits defeat, it will be considered a defeat. Game start. As the referee's voice fell, the surrounding psychic protective barriers rose, and the cheers of the competition field were deafening. Luo Yuan and Zhang Shiji threw their Pokeballs at the same time. Riolu. Combuskin. It turned out to be the Yusan family from the Hoenn region. It seems that this student Zhang Shiji is indeed the kind of family that is not bad, and he is also talented. You must know that this Combuskin has a level of LV.22, and that Normal's rookie trainer can train one of his Pokémon to level 20 or above within a year, which is definitely much more than ordinary people. For someone like Luo Yuan who can reach level 30 in 2 months, it is naturally unreasonable. For those who will come to fight Steel-type gyms, 99% of rookie trainers will use Fire-type, Ground or Fighting type. As for the remaining small part, it can only be said to be the head iron, and Combuskin is a fire element plus fighting element. My good guy, you are not treating the gym master as a human being. After Luo Yuan saw the opponent's Pokémon, he slandered in his heart. When Zhang Shiji saw Riolu, he felt regretful. Riolu's evolutionary Lucario has a steel type, and his Combuskin can restrain it. Of course, if the opponent's Pokémon is really Lucario, then you have to be careful. After all, the evolved Pokémon will undergo a qualitative change, even if the attribute is incompatible. But soon Zhang Shiji just laughed at himself. The other party has only been a trainer for 2 months, how can Lucario evolve? It needs a strong bond to evolve. Aren't you attacking, senior? Then I'll attack first. Combuskin, Ember. When Zhang Shiji gave an order, there was a flame of spit up in Combuskin's mouth. At the same time, both Zhang Shiji and Combuskin ran quickly. Rushed towards Luo Yuan. Could it be that they just stood there after spit up and Ember? Come on, this is reality. It's not that you fight each other one by one, and run to reduce the hit rate of the opponent's attack. As for why the trainer still runs along, it is because the Pokémon's force field has a range, and if it is too far away from the Pokémon, the force field will fail. In the case that there is no second Pokemon available, trainer must follow his own Pokemon closely. Looking at Zhang Shiji's running posture, Luo Yuan felt that Blaze's BGM should be played at this time. When Zhang Shiji saw Luo Yuan and Riolu just standing in place, he was overjoyed. Sure enough, the senior was just rookie. In fact, Luo Yuan just felt that there was no need to dodge an attack of this level. Riolu, protect. Riolu put his hands in front of him, sneered, and let the ember hit his arms, causing a slight ripple. The skill, protect, can be learned by almost any Pokemon, and it is a magical skill in the game. However, in reality, this skill is limited. A level 1 Pokemon using this skill will definitely not be able to defend against the attack of a level 100 Pokemon. Therefore, protect can absolutely protect attacks only when the strength of the opponent is stronger than that of the opponent, and if the strength of the two sides is similar, it can also protect most of the damage. And if the level gap is too big, then it's useless. Screech. Liu. A high decibel noise suddenly came out from Riolu's mouth. The sound was so sharp that it could only be measured with an instrument, but when it was heard by people in Pokemon, it almost made people's heads explode. Ah! Zhang Shiji and Combuskin, who were advancing, had to stop, showing pained expressions, yelled, and covered their ears. When Zhang Shiji thought that the opponent would quickly approach him for a series of fierce attacks at this time, he suddenly found that Riolu in front of him had disappeared. Only Luo Yuan was standing not far in front of him, looking at him with one hand in his pocket. Where's Riolu? Zhang Shiji was startled, subconsciously raised his head, and saw a black shadow soaring in the sky with his back to the sun, jumping down from the sky. With his knees in front, Riolu's posture is like a bow and arrow, flying his knees in the air in a Muay Thai style and crashing down. And Luo Yuan's order was issued at this time. Bulldoze. Boom. The energy of the ground system gathered on Riolu's knees, and hit Combuskin's neck, pressing it to the ground. With a loud bang, ground was actually smashed into a big hole by this blow. Damage explosion. Lee. Combuskin screamed. Bulldoze's shock wave spread, splashing a piece of gravel and smoke. Zhang Shiji also flew upside down under this shock wave, fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Ahem. He reluctantly raised his head and looked forward, only to see Luo Yuan walking through the dust with Riolu with one hand in his pocket, with a graceful posture. Riolu came to Zhang Shiji's side, formed a knife with one hand, and landed on his neck. Zhang Shiji swallowed. He knew that if Riolu really beat him down, his spine would definitely be broken. This is not fair, the coach is cheating. Why does his Riolu have such unqualified moves as Bulldoze? Hasn't he only trained Riolu for 2 months? How could it be possible to learn the skill of Bulldoze in 2 months and make Riolu Breeder so powerful? This guy must secretly train Pokemon, and then register as a trainer in his senior year, just to trick us rookies. He's a rookie trainer. It's just that although he has no quality, he walks through the smoke and dust of the battlefield with one hand in his pocket, and looks down at his defeated general lying on the ground. He is really, really handsome. Coach, I want to learn this too. Although he shouted in his heart, Zhang Shiji raised his hand honestly. I admit defeat. After a few seconds of silence, the audience burst into cheers. Oh, win, it's too fast. The winner, player number 156 Luo Yuan. The referee shouted an beautiful, really beautiful. Riolu of Luo Yuan, number 156, defeated rival easily with an extremely shocking Bulldoze, clean and tidy, without muddling. As we all know, Riolu cannot learn the skill Bulldoze among its dominant genetic skills, and according to the player's profile, trainer Luo Yuan Breeder, this Riolu only has 2 months. It took only 2 months for Riolu to learn the Bulldoze and make the breeder so powerful, which shows that Riolu and his trainer are very hardworking and close. Contestant Zhang Shiji was very popular in the qualifiers of the gymnasium, but he didn't expect to be eliminated in the first round. It's really regrettable. But Zhang Shiji, don't need to be discouraged. I believe you will be able to challenge successfully next time. Finally, let's once again congratulate trainer Luo Yuan for winning. Oh. Accompanied by the passionate explanation of the live commentary, the audience cheered again. Do you know what kind of game the audience likes to watch the most? That is the dazzling offensive and defensive battles of the mighty trainer, and Luo Yuan's quick kill of rival. Both can bring the audience a strong adrenaline rush. As for the well-known knowledge in the commentator's mouth, in fact, few people will understand Riolu's dominant and recessive genetic skills. In fact, the commentary was actually looking through the materials on the spot, and only then said these words. "Shit, can you stop talking about the loudest voice?" Under the hiss of the commentator, Zhang Shiji's face turned red. "I don't want to lose face." It wasn't until Luo Yuan reached out to him that Zhang Shiji held his hand and stood up. If someone loses, the face has been lost, but the face cannot be lost. Although Zhang Shiji thinks that Luo Yuan is simply a senior who came to play the baby cup and bully them rookie. But for this time his defeat, he is also convinced. 860. Next time I have a chance, I will challenge senior again. His face was flushed. Zhang Shiji felt that he should have some momentum, not be too cowardly. He tried his best to hold back these words. "No problem." Luo Yuan smiled at him, and the two walked out of the arena together. In this world of Pokemon, winning and losing is a matter of war. So there is no one who loses a game and thinks about going to revenge or something. It is difficult for such a stingy person to become a trainer. In this world, there is no such thing as a young person growing old. If you are strong, you are strong, and if you are weak, you are weak. Besides, the world of trainer doesn't mean that the older you get, the better you get. Then Luo Yuan was unlucky and didn't have a bye, but went through 3 more games. Luo Yuan in these 3 matches was the same as the first match, all of them were instant kills with 1 move. Zhang Shiji, who was defeated in the first match, was already the most powerful in the rivals that Luo Yuan had encountered, so he used 3 skills at least. Under Luo Yuan's observation, he found that the rookie trainer who participated in the qualifiers, that Zhang Shiji's 22-level Combusken, was the 10 strongest. This made Luo Yuan silently light a stick of incense for Zhang Shiji in his heart. If he hadn't met him, Zhang Shiji would definitely be able to qualify to participate in the gymnasium competition to challenge the gymnasium owner. It can only be said that his luck is too bad. He should find a way to raise a Togepi. Is this really rookie trainer? Could it be someone who came here to practice Pokemon? Maybe he's only been breeder for 2 months, Riolu. But in the official information, this Luo Yuan just doesn't have a badge. No matter how he looks at it, it's real. Rookie. Could it be that he didn't play gyms for 3 years, just waiting for his supernatural powers to bully rookie? You have a distorted personality to do such a thing. Luo Yuan's handsome 4-player record in seconds made him stand out in the rookie trainer, and naturally attracted the attention of many viewers and netizens. But at this time, Luo Yuan didn't have time to pay attention to what everyone thought. He had already finished the game and walked out of the gym. Brother Luo Yuan. As soon as he walked out of the player entrance, Luo Yuan heard Lily's crisp, soft noise. He followed the sound and saw that Lily was standing not far away, waving at him vigorously with a bright smile. Luo Yuan also laughed. He walked over quickly and grabbed Lily's waving hand. The little girl's face turned red, but soon she said in a reserved and dignified manner, "Congratulations to brother Luo Yuan for qualifying." Luo Yuan rolled her eyes and said, "If I can't even make this baby cup, I should go back to the countryside to farm." "Huh, what's the matter with the 3 of you? Are you unhappy that I won?" Luo Yuan noticed that his 3 roommates looked ugly. Fei Yu, Sun Lei, and Li Zheng looked at each other, and said without tears, "We bought you to lose, brother Yuan. You are such a baneful bunker. Do your parents know?" In fact, it's normal for them to buy Luo Yuan to lose. After all, a person who didn't become a trainer until his senior year and came to the gym with a Pokemon trained for 2 months, everyone would think that Luo Yuan lost. At the very least, those who bought the lottery tickets for that game were all bought and he lost, so the underwear that he lost naturally disappeared. But soon, the 3 of them were smiling again. "We call this hedge. Do you understand hedge? Brother Yuan, if you win, then we will be happy. If you lose, we will be happy if we make a fortune, and then we can treat you to a meal to comfort you. Hey, congratulations to you, brother Yuan." Luo Yuan looked at these 3 live treasures and said, "You deserve it. Brother Yuan, we have already lost and have no money. Treat us to dinner." "That's right, you agreed to treat us to dinner in the WeChat group before." Facing these 3 live treasures, what can Luo Yuan do? He can only invite them to dinner. In the restaurant, Luo Yuan and 3 roommates ate happily, but Lily stopped eating after only 2 bites. This made Fei Yu and the others a little puzzled. Lily, is this all you eat? She has a small appetite and will have snacks at night. Luo Yuan helped Lily explain a sentence. Of course he knew that Lily didn't like these meals anymore, so he was waiting for him to go back and cook for her. She loves to eat even instant noodles made by herself. After the meal, the roommates left and went back to their hotel, and tomorrow they will go to see Luo Yuan's gymnasium competition. Luo Yuan brought Lily back to the hotel. They live in the Ritz-Carlton in Jinggang, which is one of the best luxury hotels in Jinggang, and the price per night is as high as several thousand yuan. But now Luo Yuan is a rich man, so naturally he doesn't care about this small amount of money. Since he is rich, of course he should enjoy it in his daily life. After arriving at the hotel, I mentioned it to the hotel staff, and the hotel lent Luo Yuan a workbench in the kitchen. This kind of luxury hotel is good, the service is thoughtful, as long as the requirements are not too excessive, the guests will be satisfied. Using the hotel kitchen utensils to help Lily and her own Pokemon cook a meal, back in the room, Lily, Latias, Riolu, Zorua and the little Nebula who woke up had a delicious meal. As for Luo Yuan, he was full at the restaurant just now, anyway, he couldn't taste anything new from the food he cooked himself. At this time, Luo Yuan's cell phone rang, and the gymnasium sent a text message. The 16 contestants who won today will participate in tomorrow's gym competition. 3 games in the morning, 5 games in the afternoon, and 8 more games the day after tomorrow, and Luo Yuan will have the first game tomorrow morning. Hey, get up early, Lily, let's go to bed early today. I have to get up at 7 o'clock tomorrow, wash up and set off, and there will be my game at 9 o'clock. Luo Yuan said to Lily who was full and patted her belly. Okay, brother Luo Yuan. Lily has always been a good kid who goes to bed early and gets up early, except that sometimes she secretly hides in Luo Yuan's house to play with him at night, and the group sleeps late. However, during rest at night, Lily still bulged her cheeks. Because Luo Yuan booked a double bedroom, obviously there are twin bedrooms. But Lily is used to sharing the same bed with Luo Yuan. After washing up, she put on her white lace cutout socks and beautiful pajama dress, and obediently went into the quilt to warm the bed. Luo Yuan smiled, he got under the covers. Early in the morning of the second day, after the 2 washed up, they rushed to the gymnasium again. Today is a rest day, and tens of thousands of spectators entered the venue early. If the competition is on a weekday, the normal competition time will be in the afternoon and evening. The gym owner is not good at this point, that is, they have to work on normal weekends, because the audience is the largest on weekends. Compared to the qualifiers, there are only a few people in the waiting room of the main match. Rookie trainer, who was supposed to be competing in the afternoon, came here early in the morning, probably because he wanted to watch more of the previous games and gain experience. Half an hour before the start of the game, Feng Zikun, the head of the steel gymnasium in Jinggang, came to the lounge and said hello to the trainers who are coming to the game today. The owner of the steel department is a man in his 40s, about the same age as Luo Yuan's father. He is strong, wearing a simple short-sleeved t-shirt, and looks a bit serious. Several rookie trainers were a little cautious in front of the owner, but Luo Yuan chatted with the owner generously. Different from the seriousness on the surface, the owner Feng Zikun himself is very kind, and he always encourages these rookie trainers, telling them not to be nervous, just play normally. This is the responsibility of the museum owner, the next generation of breeders' motherland. Next, we will invite Feng Zikun, the owner of the steel department in Tianjin and Hong Kong, and today's first challenger, trainer Luo Yuan from the imperial capital, to appear on the stage. Still in the corridor of the gymnasium, Luo Yuan heard the cheers from the outside. This made him feel that Pokemon events are really the most indispensable thing in this world. It was just 9 o'clock in the morning, and tens of thousands of spectators came to the scene, preparing to watch a day's competition. Luo Yuan and Feng Zikun, the owner of the pavilion, stood in a row, looking ahead. While the commentator was still using his passionate words, the owner Feng Zikun was also chatting with Luo Yuan. Nervous. Hearing the owner's words, Luo Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't be nervous." Feng Zikun laughed and said, I heard from your father that you had some psychological problems in the past and couldn't touch Pokemon. I didn't expect it to be cured now. 0 inches. You know my dad? Luo Yuan asked in surprise. But after asking, he felt that his words were a bit silly. My father is the owner of the imperial capital, and Feng Zikun is the owner of the Jinggang Pavilion. The imperial capital itself is very close to Jinggang, and the two are colleagues, and they know each other very well. Your father and I have known each other for many years. Why, he didn't usually mention me to you. Feng Zikun pretended to be rage and said. Luo Yuan smiled awkwardly. That Luo Zhengye, Uncle Feng, didn't even tell my son about it, and you didn't even tell me about such an important thing as you having overcome your mental illness. It's really useless to know him for so long. Wait until the next time I see that egg, let him buy me 2 drinks. Feng Zikun scolded with a smile. How can Luo Yuan talk at this time? That can only be apologetic. After all, this is what happened in his father's generation. Let's go, boy, don't be nervous when you get to the competition field, just fight as usual. Feng Zikun cheered Luo Yuan. I'm not nervous at all. Anyway, isn't the winning rate of this first gym challenge over 90%? Indeed, when the trainer played the first gym, the owner's Pokemon were very weak, and 90% of the rookie trainers who participated in the main match could win. Those who didn't win were either too useless themselves, or they probably had to play inverse attribute with all their strength. It can be said that the first gymnasium is to teach you the principle of attribute shonk. Haha, then you still have to be careful, I will be serious. The owner Feng Zikun laughed, and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. The two walked out of the corridor side by side and came to the arena. As the sun shone through the stadium at 9 o'clock in the morning, there were bursts of cheers in Luo Yuan's ears. Luo Yuan found that he seemed to like the feeling of being cheered by others. Challenger. Luo Yuan, challenge, Feng Zikun, head of Jinggang Steel Gym. The rules of the game are 2 volts 2. If all the Pokemon from the 10 parties are defeated or the trainer admits defeat, it will be considered a defeat. Now, please take your place. Under the command of the referee, Luo Yuan and Feng Zikun, the hosts, stood at both ends of the field. Compared with the previous qualifiers, the distance between the two trainers was already a little bit far away in the main match, because in a 2v2 match, they could already play a complete offense and defense. As the owner of the museum, Feng Zikun first released his own Pokemon. The owner Feng Zikun released his own Pokemon, which is a Diglett and Aron from the real Hawaiian region. Hawaii region is a very wonderful region. Although it is an island, there are some special secret places, and Pokemon of the same type but completely different from other regions can always appear. As for why those secret places always appear in the Hawaiian region, many researchers have different opinions, and there is no one name for the time being. Under the words of the commentary, Luo Yuan stared at the 2 Pokemon of the owner Feng Zikun. Hawaii, or Alola Diglett IV.18, Aron LV.16. Sure enough, the first gym is to deliver food. As long as you have a Pokemon with the same attribute, it is not difficult for rookie trainer to defeat the gym after a year of training. After all, the bond between these low-level Pokemon and the owner is not higher. The real Pokemon of the owner is probably at the elite level. Pokemon of that level are rarely seen in gym competitions. And these low-level Pokemon are used by the owner breeder to play gym competitions. Let's go, Riolu. Luo Yuan also took out the Pokeball and released Riolu. Seeing that Luo Yuan has been holding back the second Pokemon, Feng Zikong raised his brows. Huh. Is there any tactic? In sports battles, if your Pokeball is accurate enough, suddenly throwing the Pokeball behind the opponent's trainer for a sneak attack is also a tactic. There are no rules for fighting in the wild, and the same is true for the competition of trainers, which is always unexpected in Pokemon competitions. Although it's totally unnecessary to play the first song, but Riolu, you've suppressed it for long enough. Come on, let's unlock Imprison. Under the astonishment of the owner Feng Zikun, Riolu took a deep breath, and it took off the soothe bell that he had been wearing around his neck all the time. This thing is useless to me. Feng Zikun was puzzled. Lifted Imprison. What the hell? Seeing that Luo Yuan has not moved, he is also ready to attack. After all, the game has to continue. At this moment, a strong light burst out from Riolu's body. And for this light, any trainer will be familiar with it, it is the evolved Lucas. Ah, Riolu has evolved. It's not uncommon to see trainer evolve Pokemon when playing gyms. But every time Pokemon evolves, people will be moved. That is the proof of the efforts of trainer and Pokemon. Crack, crack, the commentator roared hard, and the audience also cheered and applauded vigorously there. Being able to evolve Pokemon means that Pokemon is responding to the expectations of the trainer, and thanks to the breeder of the trainer, it also proves that you are already a qualified trainer. But just at this moment, the commentator exclaimed, "Wait, according to the data, player Luo Yuan captured Riolu and performed the breeder 2 months ago. Just 2 months of breeder, did Riolu evolve into Lucario? How is that possible? Lucario requires the evolution of the bond between trainer and Pokemon, and before that, the world's fastest Riolu evolution record was 2 years. But player Luo Yuan raised the world to 2 months. My god, this is definitely a miracle that has never been seen before or since. We are now witnessing history and miracles." The voice of the commentary was even a little horrified. Although this is a Pokemon world, not everyone knows Pokemon in detail. Everyone has their own job and occupation, so for most people, they only have a vague understanding of Pokemon. At the beginning, seeing Luo Yuan's Riolu evolve into Lucario, the audience also felt that they could see the evolution of Pokemon in a gym competition again, and felt sincerely satisfied. Especially the evolution of a rare Pokemon like Riolu. But most people don't know about Riolu's evolutionary conditions, nor have they studied it carefully. For non-trainers, if you tell them about the bond with Pokemon, they cannot understand it, and some people even think that this kind of thing that cannot be measured by data is a fantasy. It is precisely this kind of cognition that prevents such people from becoming trainers. Only those who recognize the bond and the relationship with Pokemon can ride the battlefield with Pokemon and get Pokemon's approval. But after some explanations from the official on-site commentary, the audience finally knew how incredible and miraculous the evolution of Luo Yuan's Pokemon was this time. Break a world record. When the commentator excitedly said that Luo Yuan's Riolu had evolved in such an unprecedented way, the audience was in an uproar and all got up from their seats. These spectators stood on tiptoe one by one, eagerly looking forward to the field, wanting to see what the evolution of breaking the world record looks like. More viewers took out their mobile phones and frantically took pictures and photographed, wanting to keep the scene in front of them forever. When I brag about X with others in the future, I can also say that I am the one who witnessed the miracle on the spot. 2 months for Riolu 10 to evolve into Lucario. Fake. I also think this is too fake. Why don't you exaggerate like this? It is recorded on the official website of the National Alliance that this trainer named Luo Yuan only became a trainer 2 months ago, and his Riolu was collected at the Imperial Capital Breeding Center. These are all recorded in detail. There's no way this information on the record can be wrong. I'm lying on the grass, it's awesome. Can you explain how to cultivate intimacy with Pokemon, and write a paper? I have Song Eevee and want to evolve into Espeon. What is the official record for the fastest evolution time of Riolu? It was Clemens, a German trainer 80 years ago, and his Riolu took 770 days to complete evolution, but everyone should know what the external environment was like at that time. It can be said that there were frequent wars. But now this record has been increased by a full 10 times, only 60 days, no wonder everyone can't believe it. Compared with the live audience, the audience who watched the live broadcast of the game on the internet discussed more intensely, and some trainers and well-educated people were discussing among them. Thinking about this news, it probably won't take long for everyone to know about it. After all, people always like this kind of explosive news, like world's mightiest, the world's #1, breaking records. Luo Yuan's 3 roommates were looking at each other in the auditorium at this time. They looked at the madness of the other audience around them, and said dully, "When did Brother Yuan become so awesome? He wouldn't have been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger in the past, fooling us mortals. Brother Yuan has to treat us to another big meal tonight. Just wait for me, I'll find a restaurant that costs more than 300 per family in a while. That's right, kill him, a rich man." Lily was not at all surprised by Luo Yuan's world record. She thought it was normal for this kind of thing to happen to Luo Yuan. She raised her beautiful neck with a proud face, as if she was the one who broke the world record with a sense of ownership. Lily's face was flushed red, she couldn't help but jumped up and shouted loudly. Brother Luo Yuan, come on. Mogu. Little Nebula suddenly poked its head out of Lily's pink bag, its eyes narrowed into crescents, and its hands were raised high, as if it was also cheering for Rong Yuan. Lily quickly put Xiao Xingyan back into her bag, and she looked around guiltily. At this time, the audience were all watching the arena, and no one noticed her at all. Lily exhaled, patted her bag, and signaled Xiao Xingyan not to move around. Brother Luo Yuan said, he wants to hide you, you have to be obedient, otherwise you won't have dinner tonight. When Xiao Xingyan heard this, he immediately became honest. Feng Zikun, the owner of the steel department, was also a little stunned at this time. As the owner of the museum who knew Luo Yuan's father, Feng Zikun has a good understanding of Luo Yuan's family situation. He naturally knew Luo Yuan's past situation. He had a mental illness that could not touch Pokemon, and he also knew that Luo Yuan had only become a trainer for 2 months, and that Riolu had evolved in 2 months. Feng Zikun's expression was complicated, and he said with emotion, you are so powerful, you are trying to step on your uncle's face and become famous. That Luo Zhengye, I'm really envious of him, he has such an excellent daughter and such an excellent son. Feng Zikun was full of envy. As a father, he naturally hopes that his children will hope for their sons to become dragons and their daughters to become phoenixes. And Luo Weijin is already a dragon elite at a young age, and is heading for the championship. Now Luo Yuan has also shown his superb trainer talent. Thinking to himself, he is also the father of a son. Unfortunately, Feng Zikun's son did not have the talent to become a trainer, and completely cut off the way to become a trainer. This is really, people are more popular than people. Come on boy, let me see what's so special about your Lucario, which has evolved in just 2 months. I'm going to be serious this time. Although he felt emotional in his heart, but the gymnasium competition still had to be played, Feng Zikun laughed and shouted at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan looked at Feng Zikun speechlessly. Uncle, please, no matter how much fighting spirit you have, your Pokemon is really only level 18 and level 16, and it is still a steel type. Facing Lucario at level 30, even if we talk about fetters with a blushing face, we still have to talk about the basic law. Besides, this is not your main lineup, you have nothing to do with those 2 Pokemon. This kind of Pokemon, which is specially used to fight low-level gymnasium battles, naturally has no bond with the owner of the gym, and if there is a bond and the level is improved, it will enter a higher level arena. A gym owner is also considered a breeder. In order to complete the gym competition, breeder has acquired an unknown number of Pokemon. Luo Yuan took the Soothe Bell, handed to him by Lucario, and let Zorua wear it next. He watched the cute little dog Riolu evolve into the majestic big dog Lucario, and he looked relieved, feeling like an old father watching his child grow up. Next, let's keep working hard, Lucario. Luo Yuan patted Lucario's shoulder and said. Luca. Lucario nodded vigorously. I already feel like I'm getting stronger, but that's just the first step. I will become stronger than now, until I can completely protect the master and defeat all the rivals of the master. Lucario looked determined, resolute and brave. Haven't released the second Pokemon yet? Or, have you never experienced a real 2v2 offensive and defensive duel? If you don't release the Pokemon, then I'm going to attack. When Feng Zikun saw that Lucario was the only Pokemon in front of Luo Yuan, he just reminded him that he thought Luo Yuan was inexperienced in combat. The duty of the gymnasium owner is not to defeat the challenger, but to point out the challenger's problems so that they can correct their mistakes and accumulate experience. The owner of the gymnasium is actually the teacher of the trainers, cultivating talents for the country. Don't worry, Master Feng. Since Luo Yuan wants to be a trainer and participate in the gymnasium competition, of course he will learn something about real trainer battles, which he also trained in the secret realm before. He took out a Pokeball and threw it casually, accompanied by a faint puff of smoke, but nothing appeared in the ball. Seeing this scene, Feng Zikun frowned. Is this an empty ball? Or is there some kind of special Pokemon? Trainers have used similar tactics in the past, pretending to release a Pokemon with special abilities to make the opponent vigilant. But it's really just an empty ball. waiting to find an opportunity to release the Pokemon again for a sneak attack. The fighting methods of the trainers are varied and strange, and all kinds of tricks and abductions are common. But regardless of whether Luo Yuan really released the Pokemon or threw the empty ball to deceive people, Feng Zikun didn't care so much. Since the challenger doesn't do anything, the gymnasium owner must take the initiative to attack. Aaron, Metal Claw. Master Feng ordered Aaron to attack, and he quickly ran to the side with the Diglett in Alola form to let it protect him. This is the real coordinated battle between trainer and Pokemon, both offensive and defensive. The first rule of trainer is that there must always be a Pokemon by your side. Otherwise, when there is no Pokemon around, the trainer will be extremely weak, and a random Pokemon can defeat it. When it comes to 3v3 or 6v6, the battle process will become more complicated, which Pokemon will attack, and which Pokemon will defend and protect trainer. The coordinated use of Pokemon skills, when to take back the Pokemon, and when to release the Pokemon suddenly, all of these require the command of the trainer and the grasp of the battlefield. It's not that Feng Zikun doesn't know that even if the skill, Metal Claw, hits Riolu, the effect won't be too great. But he can't help it. Aaron's level is too low and his strength is insufficient, so he only has 2 normal and steel skills, which have little effect on Lucario. Besides, the owner Feng Zikun never thought from the very beginning that he could beat Luo Yuan's Lucario with his 2 Pokemon. As a hall owner, he has rich combat experience, and he can tell at a glance that the strength gap between the 2 sides is too large. Unless Luo Yuan's dish is outrageous, he can lose. Luo Yuan shook his head when he saw Aaron, who was rushing towards him in a silly straight line with the energy of steel energy gathered on his body. Feng Zikun, the owner of the pavilion, only accepted the order to launch the attack after he finished yelling, and stood there stupidly waiting for the order. This is completely incomparable with Luo Yuan, which can make Latias and Lucario understand their tactical intentions with just one word. This is the gap between the fetters of the 2 parties. In Luo Yuan's eyes, the complete Aaron, who can only act after receiving orders, seems to have a huge delay. This kind of Pokemon with insufficient fetters, in Luo Yuan's view, is useless no matter how high the level is, because the reaction speed of receiving commands is too slow. That's why I said, the first gym is the baby cup. Lucario, bulldoze. Luo Yuan put one hand behind his back, looking like a master. When the first word Luo Yuan came out, Lucario had already chopped it out with one kick. There was a loud bang, and with Luo Yuan as the center, the ground of the competition venue suddenly sank. Aaron, who was running with his skills, slammed on the brakes and almost fell into the pit. With the gravel and smoke flying, the owner Feng Zikun also saw the scene of the competition. A concentric circle was formed around Luo Yuan, only the ground under the feet of Luo Yuan and Lucario was intact, and a circular pothole appeared around the ground around them. 1 Pokemon per person is like standing proudly on an isolated island. Feng Zikun was immediately dumbfounded. His Aaron didn't know long-range skills at all, so he couldn't hit the opponent. As for jumping into that circular pit and running over, that is simply a living target. This kid, who can use attack skills to change the terrain as defensive skills, is really a very talented trainer. Let Aaron exit first. Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere, this is a skill that every Lucario will have. When Riolu evolves into Lucario, he will learn this signature power. Lucario put his hands together around his waist, imitating Luo Yuan's Kamepai Qigong posture, gathering powerful fighting energy between his hands. A spiral pill gathered and formed, and was suddenly shot out by Lucario. Seeing this scene, Feng Zikun shook his head, not bothering to give orders. As a trainer, he certainly understands the particularity of the Aura Sphere used by Lucario. Lucario is a waveguide Pokemon. It can use the waveguide to find the enemy, and the Aura Sphere it uses has the navigation function of tracking missiles. If Feng Zikun is using his main Pokemon now, he may let the Pokemon dodge, in order to test how Luo Yuan's Lucario can use the waveguide to find enemies. After all, tracking also requires Lucario's own control, which is very difficult to operate. But with this Aaron, it's impossible to hide. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the Aura Sphere hit Aaron directly. Kiki. With a scream, Aaron's body was blown away. The huge gap in strength and the restraint of attribute caused Aaron to be instantly killed. Looking at the large hole that exploded on the ground as if hit by a mortar, Luo Yuan was in a daze, as if he had returned to the first day of crossing. That day, he saw a similar scene on TV, seeing that fireball blasted a big hole in the ground like a mortar, which made Luo Yuan keep away from trainer. Solved Aaron Luxuan and Lucario turned to look at Feng Zikun Tete and Alola Diglett. Luo Yuan smiled and flicked his fingertips slightly. Lucario, who was standing beside Luo Yuan, showed a sneer, raised his left hand, and launched an aura sphere again. Seeing the rushing dark brown sphere, the owner Feng Zikun laughed and said, "Boy, my two Pokemon really can't beat you, but I have to teach you a lesson. Diglett, use Dig. My Diglett has something special, that Dig skill that I learned early on." Lucario's aura sphere can be tracked remotely though. But if you want aura sphere to drill into the hole dug by Diglett and hit it through the complex underground pits, that kind of control can only be achieved by Lucario at the master level. Can your Lucario do it? The owner Feng Zikun wants to tell Luo Yuan in this way that the so-called aura sphere, which is a must-hit, is not really a must. This is what my museum owner taught you, don't be superstitious about aura sphere's absolute destiny. But in the next moment, Feng Zikun's expression changed drastically. Wait a minute. The owner Feng Zikun found out that he made a mistake. This aura sphere was not aimed at Diglett, but at himself. In a panic, he wanted to dodge, but he couldn't dodge Lucario's aura sphere. Boom! There was another explosion, and the host Feng Zikun only felt a coldness and pain between his legs, and the aura sphere turned out to be aimed at his vitals. Ah, my egg! Ah, my egg! Even the owner of the pavilion couldn't help the pain of being hit by this mark, and let out a howl growl. The next moment, Feng Zikun only felt a blur in front of him, and Lucario jumped in front of him, and when Feng Zikun covered his crotch and widened his eyes, he saw Lucario punch straight out. Wing Chun. Lucario. With the power of a punch, Feng Zikun's body flew out like an arrow from the string, and he didn't stop until he hit the wall of the arena. And the moment Feng Zikun's body flew out, he had already shouted loudly, "I admit defeat." He knows that he has left the protection range of the Pokemon force field at this moment. If Lucario continues to chase, his life will really be GG. Luo Yuan put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky, looking lonely and invincible. Great, CG recycling. On the day he traveled through, it was the scene where the trainer was knocked into the wall like a mortar shell exploded, which made him refuse to become a trainer. Now, nothing goes back. On this day, I broke through my inner demons and re-entered the land Fairyland. The moment Master Feng was blown away by Lucario's punch, the security trainer standing outside the arena had already held the Pokeball in his hand, ready to stop it at any time. As a trainer, he clearly knows that when the trainer himself is knocked out of the force field where the Pokemon is, he will completely lose the ability to resist. Especially since Feng Zikun didn't bring a third Pokemon with him, he couldn't protect himself. If Luo Yuan's Lucario continued to attack at this time, it would definitely be fatal. However, as the experienced pavilion owner, Feng Zikun yelled, "Surrender," the first time. At the same time, Luo Yuan didn't let Lucario continue to chase, he was just playing in the gym, not to kill. Seeing this, the trainer who was on the sidelines to prevent accidents breathed a sigh of relief and put down the Pokeball in his hand. He looked at Luo Yuan with a complicated expression, subconsciously shrank his legs, and at the same time looked at Pavilion Master Feng with pity in his eyes. As the gym owner, you were almost beaten to death by a rookie trainer who didn't even have a badge. This will make you a joke, owner. The situation on the court changed so fast that the audience didn't react for a while. They only saw Luo Yuan's Lucario deal with Aaron with a wave of his hand, followed by an attack on the host's Diglett. The owner Feng Zikun let his Pokemon use Dig, as if he wanted to play some tricks. But it's a pity that the show operation has not been used yet, and the host himself was directly hit by the aura sphere. When Hall Master Feng's mournful yell of, "My egg," growl resounded through mat in the venue, which was quiet before, became a sensation the next moment. Ah, beautiful fight. Crack, crack. The audience yelled normally like wolves howling, applauded vigorously there, and some people laughed excitedly there, but most of them laughed in good faith. It is too difficult to see the gym master deflated, especially in this rookie trainer analogy. With the experience of the gymnasium owner, even a Pokemon with a low command level and insufficient bonds can rely on experience to fight rookie trainer back and forth. Even if you lose in the end, it won't be so ugly. Not to mention being attacked by the opponent's Pokemon to the trainer itself during the duel with the rookie trainer. Slap him. I don't know which audience who is afraid of chaos in the world is shouting there. Gradually, countless voices came together. It was chaotic at first, but soon became uniform. Hit him, hit him, hit him. Even in the Pokemon world, everyone likes to entertain. It's hard to see such an interesting thing in the gymnasium battle today, so how can we not bring the rhythm? The female spectators blushed and looked at the shouts of the male spectators around them. They looked at Luo Yuan in the arena and sighed in their hearts. He is so handsome, but how can he fight in such a wretched way? During the live webcast, rows of bullet screens of beating him floated by. I am afraid that after today, this will become a meme. The on-site commentator saw that the atmosphere was too lively, and he also knew how to bring up the topic, so he quickly shouted. ... Beautiful, so beautiful, just like in the qualifiers. Even if Luo Yuan was facing the gym master in the main match, he solved the battle neatly. Blessed are all the audience who are here today. First, they witnessed a miraculous evolution that is enough to be recorded in history, and then they witnessed a hearty battle. Lucario of player Luo Yuan first hit Aura Sphere to get rid of Fang's Aaron. The second Aura Sphere even tricked Master Feng. That Aura Sphere was not aimed at Diglett, but at the master himself. While it's not uncommon to lose a match because a trainer loses combat effectiveness, it's still rare in rookie trainer gym battles. Most rookie trainers rarely choose such tactics due to lack of experience. I am very optimistic about the future of this trainer. Among the new generation of trainers in our country, another star is rising. Let us look forward to his future. Congratulations again to player Luo Yuan for defeating the owner of Jingdong Steel Gym, Feng Zikun, and getting his first gym badge in his life. Driven by the commentary, the atmosphere in the venue became even more enthusiastic. Immediately, the commentator said again, a special report will be broadcast. Because the owner of the gymnasium is ill, he is adjusting. The time of the next gymnasium competition may be delayed. Please understand the audience. The audience let out good-natured laughter again, especially the men, who laughed even louder. They understood the pain of being hit by phantom limbs too well. Fortunately, there is a Pokemon force field, otherwise, if you really use your body to hit an Aura Sphere, it will definitely be bloody, and the egg will be smashed to death. Is Master Feng alright? A well-meaning audience still asked worriedly. Don't worry, at most it will be painful for a while. We have watched so many games, and it is not unheard of to see trainer with even worse injuries. These trainers are protected by the power of Pokemon. Since the rules of the game were perfected 40 years ago, there have been fewer accidents. A knowledgeable person explained. After finishing the gymnasium battle, Luo Yuan returned to the lounge. As soon as he entered the lounge, he noticed that the expressions of the other rookie trainers who were waiting for the challenge were very strange. Male trainers are sitting on chairs, but their legs are retracted in the middle, and the posture is a bit like a duck sitting. While the Stephanies looked at Luo Yuan, some were ashamed and angry, but some were surprised and excited. They found a way to deal with the male trainer from Luo Yuan's fighting method. Seeing this, Luo Yuan cursed in his heart, don't really imitate me, under normal circumstances, how could trainer get hit so easily? This time, it was entirely because of his absolute strength that he caught the owner by surprise again, and he hit the bull's eye. Player Luo Yuan, you can go get the badge now. The staff of the gymnasium politely came to inform at this time. It's just that the staff looked at Luo Yuan in awe, and even the standing posture was a bit wrong. Now which man sees Luo Yuan's face and doesn't feel that his phantom limb is aching? Luo Yuan thanked calmly, and smiled at the rookie trainers present. Just seeing Luo Yuan's big white teeth, everyone shrunk their necks. There are many rookie trainers who defeat the owner of the gym, or most of the rookie trainers can defeat the first gym. But like Luo Yuan, who is tough and needs to rest as the main player in the gym, that's really rare in my life. Luo Yuan, who left the lounge and was about to get the badge, felt that the gymnasium battle was over quickly, and there was still one day left today, so he could take Lily to play in Jingdong for a day. In the evening, I will go home directly by bullet train, and I will go to school to report tomorrow. Just when Luo Yuan was thinking about today's itinerary, he saw the curator Feng Zikun sitting on a chair in the corridor, gritting his teeth and gasping for breath. Luo Yuan was a little embarrassed to see the owner Feng, but he still had the cheek to say hello. Uncle Feng, are you okay? Seeing the smiling face of Luo Yuan who came to say hello, Feng Zikun felt that somewhere in him was more painful. He said angrily, "It's okay, there are no missing parts." Luo Yuan held back his laughter, not daring to make a sound. Feng Zikun couldn't help but said at this time, "Boy, you are really ruthless, how dare you?" Luo Yuan said innocently, "I have already asked Lucario to stay. Besides, Uncle Feng, you were protected by a Pokemon force field at that time, so it is impossible for something to happen, at most it will be painful for a while. I let Diglett use Dig. At that time, you were not afraid that I actually let Diglett launch an attack on you, and there is no Pokemon around me." Feng Zikun's voice was still leaking. "It hurts, it really hurts." This time, it was Luo Yuan who was surprised. "Uncle Feng, you are the master of the gymnasium and a real top trainer, how could you make such a mistake? When you only have one Pokemon in your hand, you must never let Pokemon leave your side. This is something every trainer must learn when becoming a trainer, right? If you do get Diglett out of your side, all I can say is..." Luo Yuan didn't finish his sentence, but Feng Zikun understood what Luo Yuan meant. If he really made such a wrong order, even if he was killed by Lucario, he deserved it. Even other trainers will not have any sympathy for him, they will only laugh at him. If you die from exhaustion in the wild, you are sacrificing to protect the people, and that is a role model for trainer. But if he died due to a trainer mistake in a game, it would only be a negative example. Feng Zikun shook his head helplessly. "You kid, if you are sure, I won't let Diglett attack you. In this way, you actually released the second Pokemon just now, and it wasn't an empty ball at all." Feng Zikun thought of the second Pokemon released by Luo Yuan just now that he hadn't seen. Of course, I'm not an idiot. In a 2v2 game, who would use that kind of empty ball tactics? It's almost the same in a 3v3 game. Luo Yuan said with a smile. In a 2v2 duel, hiding the Pokemon in the ball on the body and not releasing it is simply courting death, a slight mistake will pay the price of life. That method is only used in 3v3 or 6v6, because the trainer must have a Pokemon for protection. Luo Yuan still cherishes his own life very much, he won't use that kind of life-threatening tactics, it's not worth it to play a gym. Hearing what Luo Yuan said, Feng Zikun nodded in relief. If Luo Yuan really used that kind of desperate tactics just now, he would have to teach him a lesson instead. This is the duty of the host. As for the Pokemon released by Luo Yuan just now, why didn't I? See, Feng Zikun didn't ask about this point, every trainer has his own secret tactics. In fact, what Luo Yuan released was Zorua. Latias can achieve the effect of invisibility by refracting sunlight through feathers. And Zorua, who is better at using hallucinations, can of course also do it. Latias uses physical invisibility, while Zorua uses mental invisibility. This is the gym badge, you don't need to go to get it, just take it. Quote. Feng Zikun took out a small box from his pocket and handed it to Luo Yuan. The box is very beautiful and has great collection value. When you open it, there is a delicate badge inside. The gym badge in reality is not like in the game, it has no special function, it just looks better and is used as a collection. The most important thing is actually that if you win the gym, your identity will be logged into the network, and you will be able to participate in the Domestic Alliance conference when you get all 8 badges. Thank you, Uncle Feng, shall I go now? Luo Yuan was about to leave, he knew that Uncle Feng would rest for a while and would participate in the next competition. Let's go, I will visit your house when I am free, and I have to tell your father about you. Feng Zikun cursed with a smile, signaling Luo Yuan to go back. He didn't have any dissatisfaction with Luo Yuan's sneak attack. It's normal for a trainer duel, but if he was sneak attacked, he was careless and inferior, so he had nothing to say. Of course, Feng Zikun didn't know that he still abided by the trainer's rules when facing rookie trainer this time, and it didn't take long for him to be taught by the Alliance as a positive teaching material for all the museum owners. class. It's even used to teach other trainers. Alliance tells those museum owners that even if you face rookie trainer, you must not be careless, and you must strictly follow the trainer's rules. Otherwise you will most likely pay the price for your carelessness. You can see that the owner of Feng Zikun is because he strictly abides by the requirements, and he doesn't think he has rich experience and strength, so he keeps his lifeline, and there is no real egg. The end of the broken people. For other museum owners and trainers, Liu Wang's this is a positive teaching material, but Feng Zikun said that he does not want to be such a positive teaching material, it is a shame. By the way, boy Luo, how did you cultivate your Riolu? How did it evolve into Lucario so quickly? Of course, if there is any secret in it, you don't have to tell me. Feng Zikun still couldn't bear the curiosity in his heart and asked. Especially that Lucario, the control of power is exquisite. Can use the bulldoze to step out of a concentric circle pit, perfect manipulation of energy to control the terrain. Instead of simply treating bulldoze as a pure skill-like Pokemon in normal trainer. It can be seen from this that the Lucario has passed through the special breeder. How did you train it? I didn't train it very much, just like everyone else, I exercise with it every day. If there is anything special, I cook for Pokemon myself every day. Quote. Luo Yuan said that he really did not lie, that is how he was raised. That's it. Feng Zikun stared wide-eyed in disbelief. If it were really that simple, then everyone's Riolu would have evolved in 2 months. Really, I didn't lie to you. Well, apart from the fact that the food I cooked seems to be a little abnormal, the others are indeed not deceiving. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart. Forget it, maybe you really have talent. Feng Zikun waved his hand and didn't ask any more questions. He guessed that it might be someone's secret, and the trainer didn't have to share it. On the contrary, he had his own secrets and hidden things, so he was the trainer. What should be done? Those things are all to be used at critical moments. Boy, hurry up, you're going to be beat up by reporters in a while. If you like being surrounded by a group of reporters asking questions, you can stay here. Feng Zikun said with a smile at this moment. When Luo Yuan heard this, he hurriedly said goodbye and left. He is not interested in those reporters, and he is not ready to be interviewed for the time being. I should hurry back and take Lily to play for a day, preparing for school to start tomorrow, and a new journey is about to begin. Luo Yuan left the gym quickly. The trainer in the normal challenge main game, after finishing his own game, will stay in the gym to watch other people's games in order to learn. But Luo Yuan said that this is just a baby cup, and there is really nothing worth learning from. And before he left, he saw that there really was a reporter who was already restless, showing his reporter ID to the staff of the gymnasium, talking about the freedom of interviewing. You people just want to make big news. After flashing out of the gym, Luo Yuan had already sent Lily and 3 roommates a message in advance, and made an appointment to meet at the previous location. After seeing Luo Yuan, the expressions of the 3 roommates changed, their legs curled up subconsciously, trembling. Brother Yuan, I just found out that you still have this hobby. Fortunately, we lived in the dormitory with you for 3 years, and we didn't even know that you like men's eggs. It is not easy. You said that I will sell iron pants for trainer in the future, will I make a fortune? Hearing that the 3 clowns were being funny, Luo Yuan laughed and scolded. Don't get cheap and act good, Lily is here, don't spoil Xiaoban. The 3 roommates glanced at Lily and immediately became serious. Usually, it doesn't matter if a few men talk about nasty jokes, but there is a little girl here, which is indeed a bit inappropriate, and it is easy to be regarded as obscene. The 3 of them got up serious, and said with a playful smile. Brother Yuan, we came all the way to Tianjin and Hong Kong to cheer for you, do we still have to invite you for dinner? Yes, what do you want to eat? My treat. Let's go. Just now I found a restaurant with an average per capita of more than 300, Brother Yuan, don't refuse, I heard the trainer is rich. Yes, most trainers are quite rich, although they spend a lot. Brother Yuan, I told you that you were fat, but you are really panting. Hurry up, let's go over and have a big meal now. A group of people giggled and merged into the flow of people in Jingdong. On this day, Luo Yuan felt a little regretful. If he had known, he would not have told these roommates and asked them to come to Tianjin to cheer for him. It was originally planned to play with Lily, but it was good, and finally 3 people joined in, which made Luo Yuan's 2-person world blown. He can't drive them away, otherwise these 3 clowns will go to the police again, saying that he has abducted little Stephanie. Just like this, I took Lily with me, and there were 3 light bulbs next to me. After playing in Jingdong for a day, I took the train back to the imperial capital together in the evening. None of the 3 roommates were from the capital, and it would cost money to stay in a hotel outside, so they decided to go back to the school to live in the dormitory that night. And Luo Yuan and Lily went home first, and went to school to report and register tomorrow. In the evening, Luo Yuan brought Lily back home. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a pair of eyes in the living room looking over. Luo's father, Luo mother, and sister all looked strange. Luo Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this?" Luo's father pretended to use a low tone and said, "Feng Zikun called me today." Luo Yuan said with a guilty conscience, "Oh, Uncle Feng didn't say anything. I obviously told Lucario to stop, Uncle Feng should be dead." Unexpectedly, Father Luo burst out laughing, patted Luo Yuan's shoulder with his hand and said, "Well done, wonderful. Feng Zikun, that person, last time I went fishing with him, he laughed at my Air Force after I caught a few fish. You don't know how proud he was then. Xiao Yuan, you are still taking too lightly. Your Uncle Feng already has a son, and if you can pass on the incense of his old Feng family, it will be fine even if you kill him. As expected of my son, I have avenged your father. Next time I see him, let's see how I laugh at him." Father Luo looked happy, his face flushed, and his joy was beyond words. Luo Mu scolded him and said, "The children are all here, so don't talk about these things." Luo's father smiled awkwardly, he was still quite afraid of his wife. At this moment, Luo Weijin couldn't help asking, "Little brother, it's been spreading crazy on the internet now, saying that it took your Riolu 2 months to evolve into Lucario. How did you do it?" After she finished speaking, Luo's father and Luo's mother also looked over, especially Luo's mother's expression, which completely blocked the meaning of fanatical research. "My son always brings surprises to her." Luo Yuan released his own Lucario smoothly. As soon as the majestic Lucario appeared from the ball, Luo Mu stepped forward, looked at it carefully, and clicked his tongue. Some people on the internet don't believe it, thinking that the content registered by Luo Yuan is fake. But as a family member, especially Luo Weijin, who accompanied Luo Yuan to collect Pokemon, of course I know that this Lucario really took 2 months to evolve. The fastest evolution time of Riolu in the past was more than 2 years. You have directly increased the speed by 10 times. How can other trainers who have fetters evolve Pokemon live? Are they going to admit that I have nothing to do with my Pokemon? Maybe I also have a waveguide, so it fits better with Lucario. Luo Yuan casually gave a reason, about eating like this, it was a bit too fantasy, Luo Yuan didn't know how to explain it. The 3 members of the Luo family nodded silently, and could only agree with this explanation. But they also knew that Luo Yuan's Pokemon's strength growth was definitely a bit outrageous, and the speed was a bit brighter than usual. But they couldn't find a reasonable reason for this. If they insisted that Luo Yuan's cooking is magical, they also ate Pokemon, but it didn't work. The 3 can only think that this is because Luo Yuan's talent as a trainer is too strong. But no matter what, their son, brother, has such ability, and they are happy as family members. "Xiao Yuan, you start school tomorrow, are you still planning to stay in school? Continue to work in the archaeology department?" At the dining table, Mother Lu suddenly asked. Hearing this, Luo's father and sister also looked over. "No, I'm already a trainer now, let's go according to the trainer's process, but it's not necessary to transfer to another department, I'll go and talk to the school when the time comes." Luo Yuan said without thinking. It's a joke, how cool it is to be a trainer, especially for college majors related to trainers, you don't have to take classes at all in your senior year. For other majors, it takes half a semester, and there will be no classes at the beginning of the semester after work. You need to find a job in advance for graduation, or take the postgraduate entrance examination. But the trainer is different. It is almost liberated in the senior year. The whole senior year is equivalent to a practical course, and you can do anything related to the trainer. Just write your dissertation before you graduate. If you can be happy without going to class, Luo Yuan of course chooses trainer. No, you don't need to tell the school, we can just talk to your principal. Father Luo, Mother Luo and Luo Weijin spoke in unison. When Luo Yuan heard it, my fellow, the three of you all know the president of Imperial University, our family's network is really powerful. At the same time, the three members of the Luo family looked at each other and smiled with relief. In the past, Luo Yuan couldn't touch Pokemon, so everyone didn't care what industry Luo Yuan chose. But now that he can get in touch with Pokemon, and he has also shown his strong talent as a trainer, it would be a pity if Luo Yuan just gave up. The reason why Luo Mu proposed to let Luo Yuan join the research project as a researcher. In fact, I just want to fool Luo Yuan, telling him that he doesn't need to write a graduation thesis if he does this, as long as you continue to go dark on the trainer road. Now seeing Luo Yuan has already made a decision, and the family is completely at ease. What kind of archaeology is it? It's not good to be a trainer. After the meal, Luo Yuan, as usual, studied how to make energy cubes. After a month, he has already made some samples, whether it is Latias, Lucario, Zorua or Little Nebula, they are all delicious. But Luo Yuan always felt that there were still some flaws. As a chef who strives for perfection, he decided to make it perfect. But even with energy cubes, some Pokemon of Latias are unwilling to eat them. The main reason is that after eating the energy cubes, there is too much energy, and there is no need to eat for 3 days. How can it be as delicious as eating ordinary human food cooked by Luo Yuan every day, which is enough to eat 3 meals a day? Luo Yuan said that he is worthy of being his own Pokemon, he really knows how to calculate. Zorua, don't be sad, the reason why you are not allowed to play this time is that the baby cup does not need a strong man like you to appear on the stage. You are my secret weapon, and you should use it in more critical places. So you have to work hard and strive for early evolution. Luo Yuan comforted Zorua in the room, because he didn't play today, he was in a depressed mood. Latias and Lucario also comforted it. Latias even used himself as an example, you see I am so strong, didn't I also play? We are the secret weapon. Suoluo, really, master, am I your secret weapon? Zorua's small eyes were pitiful. Certainly, Luo Yuan nodded vigorously. Zorua immediately felt like he was doing it again. Hey, this is the fate of the strong, and they must always play an important role at critical moments. Perhaps, I am the protagonist. Seeing that Zorua committed a second grade again, the road test was relieved. Speaking of which, Zorua is indeed fast evolving. Because you can see the level of Pokemon, Luo Yuan has studied it and found that the evolution in reality is similar to that in the game. Although it is not 100% that it will evolve after reaching the level, it is not bad. Therefore, except for students, as long as they are the kind of trainer who can enter the secret realm, as long as his Pokemon is willing to evolve, their main force, normal, is the final evolution type. Only those who have just conquered the breeder may not have completed the evolution yet. The most difficult thing is the evolution of Pokemon such as quasi-gods, which requires Pokemon to reach the gymnasium level, and the team can complete the final form. However, no matter how many trainers struggle for a lifetime, they may only reach the gym level. From this, we can see how difficult it is for Pokemon to be a late bloomer Pokemon. So except for a very small number of people, even if the majority of trainers have the opportunity to Earl Dervish Pokemon as a quasi-god, they may not choose it. Because the breeder cycle is too long and consumes too many resources, you can only reach the second stage when everyone else's Pokemon have completed their final evolution. This will put you at a disadvantage when playing gymnasiums, cup games and even exploring secret realms. Brother Luo Yuan, it's about to give birth, it's about to give birth. Just as Luo Yuan continued to study and check the information online, Lily's eager and joyful voice came from his room. Luo Yuan knew that it was Xiao Xingyan who used teleport to run to his room again. Now Xiao Xingyan is getting more and more comfortable using teleport to the point where he can teleport wherever he has been. This made Luo Yuan feel that it is more convenient to have an affair, as long as the door is locked, even if someone comes to check, you can let Xiao Xingyan use the teleport to take him back to his house. What, Lily, are you having a baby? Luo Yuan turned around and joked. Well, it's not me having a baby, it's the Pokemon egg that's about to be born. Lily, who appeared in Luo Yuan's room, blushed and said coquettishly. Of course Luo Yuan knew that the Pokemon egg was about to be born, so he just wanted to tease the little girl. Lily gently placed the beating Pokemon egg in her arms on the table in Luo Yuan's room. She looked nervously at the cracks on the egg and clenched her two small fists. Bai Gun Gun, come on, be sure to have a healthy birth. Lily cheered. Bai Go Go. Luo Yuan glanced at Lily. Yeah, I've already given it a good name, it's called Baigungan. Lily said excitedly. Under the watchful eyes of the two, the eggshell slowly shattered, and a furry and cute white Vulpix opened its eyes sleepily, instinctively began to eat the eggshell. After eating the eggshells and possessing the basic energy for action, Vulpix looked at this strange world with curious eyes. Bai Go Go. Lily opened her arms to Vulpix and shouted excitedly, watching it. Coo. Vulpix took a look at Lily. Its eyes narrowed into crescents, it smiled, let out a happy cry, and threw itself into Lily's arms. Lily giggled, holding Vulpix in circles. Only then did Luo Yuan realize that Lily had just taken a shower, and her hair was still a little wet. The girl's skin was pink after the bath, and she was as white as jade. Deficient. Vulpix has always been taken care of by Lily, and she is very familiar with her breath, and has long been regarded as a mother, and Lily is also excited that she got her first Pokemon. As for little Nebula, it can't be regarded as my first Pokemon, it can only be regarded as helping brother Luo Yuan to take care of it. Little Xingyan. Then I go. The Pokemon in the house are all around Lily and Bai Gungan, celebrating the birth of a new life. Looking at this warm scene, Luo Yuan felt that this kind of life is really good, with Pokemon and Lily's company. He picked up a bag of biscuits and handed it to Lily, saying, Hey Bai Gungan, let's eat something delicious. Lily gave an took the bag and opened it, and immediately smelled the smell, wagging her tail and approached Lily, happily eating the biscuit Lily handed to it. The newly born Pokemon immediately fell into a bewilderment as if drunk. Lily couldn't help it either, so she ate a piece for herself and fed a piece for Bai Gungan, making Luo Yuan dumbfounded. You even grabbed Pokemon's meal. As usual, Lily played with the Pokemon, except there was an extra white roll. Accompanied by Latias, Luo Yuan is learning some knowledge on the internet, or watching anime and movies. Tired from playing, Lily didn't bother to go back to her room, so she just got into Luo Yuan's bed. It seems that she seldom goes back to her room to sleep. Vulpix, who was just born, was soon exhausted, and fell asleep on the bedside, while Lily was still used to holding her poke doll rest. Just when Luo Yuan was about to turn off the lights, he suddenly found that Latias was lying beside him. Because of Latias' floating ability, she is actually floating on the bed without any weight. Latias, what are you doing? Luo Yuan asked in astonishment. Lati, rest with the master, Latias said happily, and then she seemed to think of something, and her figure changed for a while, turning into a little Stephanie with a head of silver white hair. Isn't this the little grass god Naxita? Latias, don't do this. Naxita didn't know what Luo Yuan was thinking. She lay her head on Luo Yuan's shoulder, closed her eyes and fell asleep. This night, because it was fried. Back pain. Don't get me wrong, Luo Yuan said that now is not the time to attack Lily and Latias. He is an upright, brave, and kind trainer, otherwise, how could he be recognized by Lucario? Say yes, Lucario. For dinner tonight, Lucario nodded vigorously, acknowledging Luo Yuan's integrity and kindness. When he woke up, Luo Yuan felt that his body was a little stiff, and all the muscles in his body were weak. The main reason was that last night, in order to maintain a rest posture, he did not even move all night, and the blood flow was blocked for a while. Since Luo Yuan became a trainer, he has been going to bed early and getting up early, and every morning he would go for a run with the old Riolu and the current Lucario. But today when he woke up, he found himself unable to move as if he had been hamburged by a vice grip. On the left, Lily has squeezed into his arms with a poke doll at some point, with a slender leg straddling his body. Although the young lady is reserved and polite during the day, her rest posture at night is really not very elegant. He hugged Lily's petite body tightly, feeling the warmth of her body through the pajamas. Occasionally, he accidentally touched the delicate skin on her legs, which made people feel distracted. She buried her little face in Luo Yuan's arms, sleeping delicately. On the right, Latius, who changed into Naxida, opened his eyes after Luo Yuan woke up. Her big beautiful eyes just stared straight at Luo Yuan, not to mention, even the eyes in her cosplay look very similar. Except that the voice is psychic and she can't change it, Latius has her own unique understanding of any character CD dollar. It's just that unlike Lily's softness in her arms, the body of Nashida is as smooth as a Pseutopolis gem. After all, it is not a human body but a dragon body. Although the touch is also very good, it still makes Luo Yuan a little weird. At this time, Zorua jumped onto the bed. It looked at Luo Yuan, hugging left and right, lost in thought. I get it, the owner wants Latius to feel more like a human being. It seems that my, through the mirror, still needs to be practiced. To strive for a day when, flowers in the mirror and moon in the water, can not only change vision, but also change other people's sense of touch, pointing to the 5 senses. Then use, mirror flowers and water moon, on the master to make the master happy. Luo Yuan. No, Zorua, you don't understand, you misunderstood. Wake up. As Luo Yuan shouted, his bedroom immediately became lively. Rati, Luca, Suoluo, Mogu, Ku. Luo Yuan's 3 Pokemon, Lily's by Gungan, and the 2's little Nebula all entered the Spirit Day. Luo Yuan's bedroom is huge, with a private bathroom inside. Standing in front of the washbasin, Luo Yuan and Lily brushed their teeth and washed their face together, leaving their sleepiness far away. According to the usual habit, Luo Yuan will go out for a half-hour run with Lucario, and Lily and other Pokemon will help prepare breakfast ingredients and cook directly when Luo Yuan comes back. It's just that after coming to the living room, Luo Yuan met Luo Weijin here. Sister, you don't have to work today. Luo Yuan raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. Today is a working day. The living room was a bit crowded, but Luo Weijin released all her Pokemon. After seeing Luo Yuan, she put the Pokemon into the Pokeball and greeted. Morning, brother. It's just that when she saw Lily following Luo Yuan into the living room, her eyes froze. She didn't sleep in your room. Luo Yuan didn't blush and was not out of breath, and lied out of his mouth. How can I just made an appointment with Lily to wake up. What do you think, Lily? After finishing speaking, Luo Yuan admired himself. My lying ability is invincible, and I can still look calm when exposed in person. Lily is not good at lying. Her face was a little flustered, but with Luo Yuan leading the way, she gave a soft, huh. Luo Weijin looked at Luo Yuan suspiciously, but did not delve into the question, but looked at Vulpix who was held in Lily's arms with a gentle expression. Is it the Pokemon in that egg? It has already been born. Quote. Lily picked up Vulpix and introduced it to Luo Weijin. This is Bai Gun Gun. Hearing that Lily even named Vulpix, she laughed and said, Hi Baigungan. Ku. Baigungan also called out to Luo Weijin. At this time, Luo Weijin answered Luo Yuan's question. She took out a stack of documents from the bag next to her, put it on the table and said, Take a look at this thing. Luo Yuan sat opposite his sister. He took the documents on the table and opened them in doubt. The information is an introduction of a secret place. Besides the text, there are many photos. There are also some pictures of Pokemon in Rift. Luo Yuan frowned. He saw a huge underground pit in this photo, and the pit was covered with countless huge crystals. At first glance, I thought it was pure crystal, but when I looked closely, I found that it was different from pure crystal. In addition to these crystals, there are some Pokemon in this huge pit that were photographed. Seeing those Pokemon, Luo Yuan was startled. Isn't this the paradoxical Pokemon in Pokemon Vermilion Purple? Could it be that this pothole is the 00? After Luo Yuan finished reading the information, Luo Weijin introduced. This is a secret realm recently discovered by the Alliance in the Mountain City. This secret realm is very huge, even beyond imagination. Not long ago, Alliance sent me to this secret realm for a simple exploration. There is a huge deep pit in this secret realm, which is very dangerous and full of these strange crystals. The Pokemon in this huge pothole have even reached the champion level. Even if the champion level of wild Pokemon is not as good as that of trainer's meticulous breeder, but the danger level of this secret realm, for an elite like me, a little carelessness will be life-threatening. Luo Huijin said in a solemn tone. Luo Yuan nodded secretly when he heard the words. The elder sister had been on a business trip for a while, so she went to investigate the secret realm. Wild champion Pokemon, wouldn't that start at level 70? And have you found out? The Pokemon here are all new varieties, and the number is huge. The researchers are already a little crazy. Many people hope that the Alliance will quickly explore the secret realm. But this secret realm is too dangerous, and only a few people are allowed to explore it for the time being. I was asked by several top domestic researchers to tame the Pokemon inside, but those wild champion Pokemon don't have to think about it, it is impossible to tame it directly. And I can subdue those Pokemon's descendants, but the strangest thing is here, in that deep pit, I can't use Pokeball. This incident surprised the researchers as well, and they were all doing research, trying to figure out what was causing people to not be able to use Pokeballs in that pit. By the way, there is also an entrance to this secret realm in Spain. We have exchanged information with them, and it has been confirmed that it is the same secret realm. I don't know why, but we can't meet in the secret realm. After investigation, some researchers found that there seems to be some differences in the time and space of the two secret realms. Luo Yuan silently listened to her sister's words. He immediately determined that if he guessed correctly, the secret realms of Shaguo and Spain should be in the past and future respectively, so the two sides will never meet. Just don't know which side is the past and which side is the future. Then sister, why are you telling me these things? Luo Yuan asked tentatively. Luo Huijin finally revealed her purpose. In this secret realm, I discovered many places of pure crystals, and even found dragon-type pure crystals. Luo Yuan understood as soon as he heard it. You want me to accompany you to collect level 5 pure crystals? He couldn't laugh or cry. For Chunjing, you let your brother and I go to such a dangerous secret place. Are you really my sister? Luo Huijin rolled his eyes at him and said, Did you not read all the information? That secret realm is very big, except for the extremely dangerous deep pit at the bottom, and even I haven't reached the bottom, the deep pit is relatively safe. The strength of the Pokemon inside varies. Your sister and I are strong enough to protect you. As long as you don't enter that deep pit, there will be no danger. Well, you have said so, can I still refuse? Luo Yuan is also a person who is on the verge of breaking up, and immediately asked, when shall we go? Don't worry, for a secret realm of this level, at least the country needs several months of basic exploration, this is for the safety of trainer. Furthermore, a secret realm of this level has high requirements for trainers, and it is estimated that only a very small number of trainers are allowed to enter. Your sister, I can use my privileges to bring you in, but you'd better train Pokemon well in the past few months to make yourself stronger, so that it will be safer to enter the secret realm. Luo Huijin said slowly. You have already planned my itinerary several months in advance. However, Luo Yuan was also very curious about this secret realm, so he immediately agreed. If I don't use my sister's privilege, I don't know when I will be allowed to enter this secret realm. After discussing the matter with Luo Yuan, Luo Huijin had another breakfast at home before leaving home to work in a hurry. My old lady is really a strong woman. It is said that many champion jobs have been taken over by her. After Luo Huijin left, Luo Yuan just cleaned up. He didn't have time to run today, so he was going to report to the school. Luo Yuan didn't bring anything, just went out as usual. Now that I have decided to be a trainer, there is no need to live in the school dormitory, and I don't need to bring big bags. Lily also wanted to visit Luo Yuan's university, and Luo Yuan couldn't leave her alone at home, so he agreed. As usual, go to the basement to drive the SUV and set off directly. Imperial University is not very far from Luo Yuan's house, just in the northwest 4th Ring Road, and Luo Yuan's family also lives in this area. It didn't take long before it arrived near the school. Luo Yuan didn't drive the car in, but stopped in a parking lot outside, and walked into the campus. As one of the two most famous universities in the Xia Kingdom, Imperial Capital University occupies a vast area. Today is not only the day when old students report, but also the day when new students enter school. People are coming and going. Luo Yuan was carrying his own small backpack. Ever since that experience in the secret realm, he always carried enough medicines for fear of encountering bad luck again. Next to Luo Yuan is Lucario, and Latias and Zorua are also released, but they follow invisibly in their own ways. Latias and Zorua in emerald form, now appearing to cause a stir, cannot be exposed by Solacean. Luo Yuan wanted to find an opportunity to shock everyone. And seeing Luo Yuan, a big guy traveling, many freshmen, no matter they are trainers or non-trainers, even those old students, as long as they understand Pokemon, all looked respectful after seeing Luo Yuan. 0.0. Why, that's Lucario, of course. Those who can have Lucario are all boss-level trainers, not that Lucario is rare, but the trainers that can evolve Lucario are not ordinary people. You must know that it takes 2 years for Lucario to evolve, which is the fastest record since modern human records. In fact, according to the survey, the median evolution time of Lucario is about 5 years. There are even many trainers who can't evolve their Riolu in their lifetime, that is because the bonds are not enough. Therefore, seeing a trainer with Lucario, he is definitely a veteran trainer, and he can make Lucario evolve, which shows that the two sides have a strong bond. What? In addition, the trainers who will be recognized by Lucario are all upright and kind, and of course they will be respected by everyone. That's right, I, Luo Yuan, am an upright and kind young gentleman. Lily was also carrying her own small pink backpack, with white billows at her feet, holding one hand by Luo Yuan, looking at Imperial University curiously and excitedly. This is the top university in Sha country. Walking on the road, Luo Yuan found that he seemed to be recognized. Many people looked at him in surprise and were discussing secretly. Luo Yuan has good eyes and ears, in fact, he connected his own waveguide with Lucario's waveguide, guided by Lucario, so that the movement within a kilometer radius. Do precise exploration. He also heard what some people said. Is that person the same Luo Yuan Sr. who played gymnasium in Jinggang yesterday? His identity as a student of Imperial University has already been revealed. That's right, that's him. I watched the live broadcast online, and the Lucario next to him evolved yesterday. It is said that Lucario only took 2 months to evolve. Is it true? This is true. A reporter went to the National Breeding Center to verify it, and the staff there gave proof. Wow, that's awesome. How did it take Lucario 2 months to complete the evolution? This is 10 times faster than the fastest record in history. Who knows, maybe there is a secret. Many people want to know, but if people don't tell you, you can't find out. Hey, no one really wants to try to get it out of his mouth. Many people want to know this kind of secret, right? When Luo Yuan heard this, he knew that he was indeed famous. That kind of record-breaking feat of evolution was enough for him to show his face in the whole world and let people know his name is Luo Yuan. It's just that because this happened only yesterday, the news hasn't been fully spread yet. However, what those people said next surprised Luo Yuan. Who dares to ask him forcibly, do you know the family background of this Luo Yuan Sr.? His father is the owner of the dragon department in our imperial capital, and his sister is currently ranked number 1. Sun's Dragonfall Elite. It is said that his mother is also a very famous researcher. With such a background, who would dare to provoke her? Too bad, my identity as the young master of the Luo family has been exposed. Should I tick Nike at the corner of my mouth at this time, and have a scene of the return of the Dragon King? Congratulations to the return of the young master of the Luo family. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe my channel. Chapter 71. If Luo Yuan is a person with a slightly distorted personality, he may still feel resentful when others say that he is the son of the gymnasium master or the younger brother of the dragon elite. Then I vowed to let you call Luo Yuan's father, Luo Yuan's sister, or something like that in the future. However, Luo Yuan's character is not distorted, and he doesn't care about such titles, so you can say whatever you want. Luo Yuan took Lily's white and soft little hand, followed Lucario on the left, and by Gungan on the right, and walked into the campus like this, ready to report. Under the adoring gaze of the students all around, Luo Yuan continued to walk, occasionally hearing some people's words. Is that the senior who broke the egg of the owner Feng of Jinggang? Don't talk nonsense, the owner's egg is not broken, it's fine. Master Feng is also miserable. How come he met such a madman? It's really embarrassing. Feng is okay, it's not too embarrassing. Forget about the owner from last year. His pants were ripped off during the competition. He didn't wear underwear that day, and the live broadcast was cut off. Quote. That's called embarrassment. However, in the past 2 days of the trainer competition, it seems that there are many people who specialize in the third lane, especially the female trainer, and those spectators are yelling to beat him every day. That's true, but it seems that few of them can successfully beat the eggs. Listening to these words, Luo Yuan remained silent. Uncle Feng, we are on fire. Feng Zikun. Thank you, I don't want to get angry because of this reason. That, Luo Yuan Sr. Just as Luo Yuan was pulling Lily to report in his department, he suddenly heard a soft voice from Stephanie behind him. The voice was slightly familiar, but Luo Yuan couldn't remember where he heard it. 263, could it be that some schoolgirl was moved by my heroic fighting posture yesterday, and today mustered up the courage to confess? Thinking wildly in his heart, Luo Yuan stopped and turned around, and indeed saw a schoolgirl standing behind him. The schoolgirl can only be said to be pretty long, with a ponytail and cute freckles on her face. She belongs to the type of girl next door. After meeting her, Luo Yuan's memory came flooding back, and he asked in surprise, "Is it you? This little girl is the Stephanie I met in the breeding center lobby 2 months ago when I went to the breeding center to collect the Earl Dervish Pokemon." Luo Yuan remembers arguing with her father over which Pokemon to choose. The little girl in front of her looked happy, and said in surprise, "Senior, do you still remember me?" Luo Yuan seemed helpless and said with a smile, "I'm still young, and I don't have Alzheimer's disease. It's only been 2 months, so I can't remember clearly." Hearing Luo Yuan's words, the junior girl giggled and introduced herself. "My name is Jo Kiki. I didn't expect that you, Senior, are also from Imperial University. By the way, I also watched the replay of your gymnasium match yesterday, Senior. You and your Lucario, Senior, are really powerful, and you defeated the gymnasium owner in just 2 hits." Following Lucario's example, Jo Kiki threw 2 punches on the spot excitedly, as if he had killed the host. Lucario crossed his arms and was very satisfied with Jo Kiki admiring his strength and handsomeness. Although it is a female, it is also a majestic and handsome Lucario. After hearing this, Luo Yuan silently said sorry to Mr. Feng. "But Junior, you really don't have to worship me so much, it's just a baby cup. Are you a student of Imperial University's Pokemon Academy?" Luo Yuan asked. The Pokemon Academy is a large department, whether it is battle, research, breeding, etc., all belong to different departments in this academy. Just like all universities, those related to Pokemon are the top priority of their own schools. For example, the Pokemon Academy of Imperial University is headed by the principal himself. Senior, are you from the combat department?" Jo Kiki nodded vigorously. "Actually, I'm from the Department of Archaeology." Luo Yuan laughed. "Ah." The schoolgirl immediately looked a little silly. Such a powerful senior, the senior who can make Lucario evolve in 2 months, is actually from the Department of Archaeology. As a freshman in the Pokemon Academy, Jo Kiki naturally has a basic understanding of Pokemon, and understands how unbelievable and miraculous it can be for Riolu to evolve into Lucario in 2 months. It is estimated that countless researchers who study the evolution of intimacy will go crazy and feel that there is a huge error in their research data. Okay, let's not mention this. I remember you were discussing with your father what Pokemon to choose at the breeding center. Did you finally choose the one you like? What Luo Yuan said was euphemistic enough. In fact, it was already a father-daughter quarrel at that time. Luo Yuan didn't know what happened after that. He had already gone to see Professor Lee and his old sister. "I got it, thanks to Senior. Come out, bud." Jo Kiki excitedly took out the Pokeball and released Badoo. She picked up Badoo and showed it to Luo Yuan happily. Luo Yuan observed Badoo carefully, and said with a smile, "He is a healthy and beautiful Pokemon. Congratulations on finding your partner." "Thank you, Senior. Hey, who is the little girl next to you, Senior?" "Wow, she looks like a doll, so beautiful." Jo Kiki is the kind of schoolgirl with a very lively personality. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lily. "This is my little girlfriend. Luo Yuan took Lily's hand and joked. Ah, but Jo K believed it. She looked at Luo Yuan in shock, and then at Lily. Senior, you are really going to be arrested by the police. Seeing Jo Kiki's expression, Luo Yuan laughed and said, just kidding, well, this is my aunt's child, she is my cousin. Yes, it is a kind aunt. Lily politely shouted, hi sister. So it's my cousin. Jo Kiki breathed a sigh of relief. It's great that Senior doesn't have to be taken away by the police. Haha, your expression is so funny, I still have to report, and you also have to report to the freshmen. Luo Yuan tactfully said his farewell words. Oh, yes, I have to go to the dormitory, so bye Senior. Jo Kiki patted his head and waved vigorously at Luo Yuan. After Jo Kiki left, Luo Yuan shook his head. What an energetic schoolgirl. After no one bothered, Luo Yuan took Lily to the reporting office, which was actually to sign a letter. Those students in the same grade were shocked to see Luo Yuan. You, a student of the archaeology department, why did you suddenly become a trainer? Since you are a trainer, why come to the archaeology department? Oh, by the way, he is also the younger brother of the Dragon Elite, the son of the gymnasium owner, the real second generation. My god, our archaeology department is really a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. Luo Yuan was somewhat immune to the expressions of shock, astonishment, and disbelief. After signing the contract, Lu Yuan took Lily to visit his dormitory. Because Lily was too young, even the boarding supervisor just took a look and ignored her. He believed that Luo Yuan would not do anything to such a young Stephanie. Luo Yuan, who has been following Lucario all the time, has a high rate of backlashes. Even those who don't pay attention to the news and don't know about his feat yesterday know what it means for a trainer to own Lucario. That means strength. As a top student of Imperial University, even if you are not from Pokemon Academy, you will have a basic understanding of Pokemon. After all, Pokemon is the mainstream of this world. If you don't know anything about Pokemon, my job is very difficult. That's why they were amazed that a student could have Lucario. Isn't this kind of Pokemon only owned by the real elite trainers after graduation? Even among Pokemon that evolve in intimacy, Lucario is the one that requires the highest intimacy. And being able to evolve one's Riolu into Lucario means that the trainer's talent and strength are definitely not low. When I came to the dormitory, as soon as I opened the door, the three roommates in the dormitory looked at the door. Seeing that Luo Yuan was taking Lily with him, they quickly got up from their beds and put on their coats. The weather in early September still has autumn tigers, and they are all shirtless in the dormitory. Brother Yuan, why don't you tell me in advance when you bring Lily here? Sun Lei was the fattest and the most tired when he put on clothes, he complained. Li Jung and Fei Yu quickly brought the snacks and drinks on the table and handed them to Lily. Lily reservedly called her brother, and then shook her hands at the three of them. It's not that you can't eat food from strangers. When Luo Yuan played the game yesterday and the day before yesterday, it was Luo Yuan's roommate who accompanied Lily, and they are familiar with each other. But now Lily is not interested in ordinary snacks, she only eats what Luo Yuan made herself. Even if it is milk, it has to be produced by brother Luo Yuan, Miltank is not acceptable. Just after getting dressed, the three of them immediately surrounded Luo Yuan, looking like they were going to be campus bullying. Lucario's ears perked up all of a sudden, and he looked at them vigilantly. Bird had already locked the three of them on. It doesn't understand the concept of roommates, and if it dares to have ill intentions for its master, it will be smashed directly. Latias and Zorua of Stealth Contest Condition are also watching warily. Seeing Lucario's majestic and fierce eyes, the three roommates waved their hands again and again. No, we didn't bully Brother Yuan, how dare we? They are not trainers, without the protection of Pokemon's force field, they will really die. Thinking of the miserable state of the host yesterday, the three roommates gasped and curled up their legs again. Brother Yuan, it's hard for us to hide it from you. The three of them burst into tears, their miserable appearance was worse than that of Doi, and they howled loudly. 0. Ah, what did I hide from you? Luo Yuan was stunned. Brother Yuan, your elder sister is Luo Weijin, a dragon elite, why didn't you tell us earlier? We didn't know until we were in senior year. The three live treasures said with tears and snot in their noses. The corner of Luo Yuan's mouth twitched. Let me tell you at that time I hadn't traveled through yet, my sister was a lawyer at the time, not a dragon elite. Immediately afterwards, the three of them approached Luo Yuan again, rubbed their hands together, and said flatteringly, "Brother Yuan, let's discuss something." Luo Yuan looked at them with a smile and said, "Why, do you want me to introduce my sister to you?" The three shook their heads immediately. No, they have all seen the duel of dragon elites. The fierce battles make people shudder. It can only be said that they are worthy of dragon elites. For this dragon elite, the normal man dare not have any unreasonable thoughts, only inferiority complex and admiration. They laughed and said, "No, we don't expect to know a big shot like your sister. Just ask your sister to give us an autograph. You don't know how common the autographs of dragon elites are. Especially many little girls, who respect and admire Brother Yuan and your sister, no, our sister. Don't just grab your relatives. You are trying to trick the little girl." Luo Yuan sneered, detecting their purpose. The three of them smirked, not daring to speak out. "Okay, when I get home, my sister will sign it for you. I promised my elder sister to accompany her to make a copy, so is a signature so stingy?" Luo Yuan knows that her old sister has a great reputation among women, and many young Stephanies and female trainers adore her and regard her as an idol. After all, there are only 2 women among the champion and the elite 4, and they are the youngest, so of course they will become role models for all women. There is a survey and ranking in the world-class magazine, Pokemon Fortune. In the world's female influence rankings, Luo Weijin and Yu Marin are both on the list. Boom. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door of the dormitory. The voice of Luo Yuan's counselor came from outside. "Luo Yuan, are you there?" Luo Yuan opened the door of the dormitory, saw a 28 or 9-year-old man standing at the door, and asked suspiciously, "Old Joe, what's the matter?" The counselor, Lao Zhou, looked at Luo Yuan with a complicated expression, and said, "The head of the department informed me just now, and asked me to tell you that it was the principal who asked you to go to his office. Not to mention a university, even in high school or junior high school, the principal rarely met with a student, especially since it was Imperial University." Luo Yuan's first thought was that it was his father who told the principal of Imperial University to let him graduate in the way of Pokemon Academy, so he wanted to meet him. "Okay, I see." Luo Yuan complied, and facing his third wife, Josh, "I'll go to the principal's office first." "Go 1.6 go." All three waved. Luo Yuan led Lily out of the dormitory, and it was the first time he lost the principal's office. Imperial University is a bit big, and the two of them walked for a long time before they arrived at the office building where the principal was. Downstairs, Luo Yuan said to Lily, "There are chairs over there, just sit there and wait for me." Lily said obediently, "Okay, Brother Luo Yuan, I will sit there and wait for you." Luo Yuan smiled and touched Lily's little head. He thought for a while and took out the Pokeball, took back Zorua who was invisible contest condition, and stuffed the ball into Lily's hand. If you encounter a strange sorceress who accosts you, you just release Zorua and directly transform, cure him, scare him to death. By Gun, don't be too polite. When you see the wretched uncle, blow him with power snow. Although it is very safe in Imperial University, Luo Yuan still takes good care of Lily. "Hey, I am really like Lily's old father, are you right, Lucamine?" Ku. Bai Gungan nodded vigorously, and spit out a small piece of ice flag from its mouth, as if telling Luo Yuan that it would do so. Lily couldn't laugh or cry. "Brother Luo Yuan, I'm not a child anymore." But she was also happy to be cared about by Luo Yuan. Only a child would say, "I'm not a child." Luo Yuan smiled and tapped Lily's forehead. After getting Lily settled, Luo Yuan walked into the office building and knocked on the door of the principal's office. "Come in," a gentle voice came from the house. Pushing open the rather heavy wooden door, Luo Yuan walked in, and then found that besides the principal, there was actually a Stephanie there in the principal's office. This made Luo Yuan look at her curiously. The girl in front of her was wearing a plain and clean, simple t-shirt and casual trousers, with a pair of white sneakers under her feet. Just from the appearance, it can be seen that there is a kind of Luo Weijin's capable style. The arrival of Luo Yuan also made the girl subconsciously turn her head to look at the door, and Luo Yuan also saw her appearance. The girl was dressed just like her, with a simple and elegant appearance, no makeup on her face, and almost no makeup. Although it is different from Luo Yuan's old sister and fairy elite poppies who have their own temperament and style, and are unforgettable and stunning beauties when they see them, she is very attractive. It's probably the type that doesn't look amazing at first glance, but the more you look at it, the more you think she looks very beautiful and looks very comfortable. After seeing Luo Yuan, the girl who didn't know whether it was a classmate of the same grade or a junior girl nodded to him, then she looked at the principal again, and said seriously. I've decided, headmaster. This year I want to take part in the Lugia Cup for graduates. Although it may make you unhappy to say this, I think I can no longer learn useful things in school, and I need to leave school early and walk into the right path of trainer. Therefore, I hope that you, the principal, can approve my request and allow me to participate in the Lugia Cup for the graduates of Imperial University, and I will also complete the papers required by the school as required. Although the girl looks a little weak on the outside, her words are powerful and her eyes are firm. The principal of Imperial University is in his early 50s this year. He looks healthy and strong, with a Chinese character face that gives people a sense of authority without anger. But different from that serious Chinese character face, the principal spoke in a very gentle tone. Xu Yiren, I know you have excellent grades. In the past 2 years, you have been the first place in the grade competition, and even in the on-campus competition where the last senior students were still, you also got the second place. You may have improved again during this summer vacation. However, your current request is equivalent to graduating early, and I, the principal, cannot directly make a decision. I will ask your course teacher, if they all agree that you can graduate early by 10, and really think that the school can't teach you anything, then I will agree to your request. After all, Imperial Capital University can't delay the growth of students, don't you think so? As soon as the junior named Xu Yiren smiled, the principal said again. Of course there is a prerequisite for all of this, that is, in the Lugia Cup, you must enter the semifinals. Only with this grade, I will allow you to leave the campus early, but it doesn't count as your graduation. Your graduation time is still your senior year. Xu Yiren nodded vigorously and said, no problem, Principal Shun. She was able to get the second place in the school when she was a sophomore, and now she thinks that she is stronger. Even if she can't get the first place in this year's Lugia Cup, it is easy to enter the semifinals. Unless there are a few monsters among the seniors or seniors this year, but according to her understanding, the seniors this year are about the same level as last year. So she thought the request was easy. Principal Gu's full name is Ji Yu Yangji. When Luo Yuan came to the principal's office, he used his mobile phone to check the principal's encyclopedia information. Then Luo Yuan was surprised to find that President Ji Yu was actually the champion of Shaguo when he was young, and even at the age of 28, he led Shaguo to win the championship in the World Alliance competition, which can be said to be full of honors. After that, the resume of President Ji Yu was very vague. Some people said that he continued to be a trainer and fought on the front line, while others said that he was a Pokemon researcher. However, at the age of 44, he became the principal of Imperial University, and has remained in this position until now. This made Luo Yuan sigh. As expected of the president of Imperial University, he was also the strongest in that era when he was young. Then I will take my leave first, Principal Ji Yu. Xu Yiren got the answer she wanted, she said politely, then nodded slightly to Luo Yuan, and then walked away from here. Luo Yuan withdrew his gaze from looking at the girl's back. He looked at Principal Ji Yu and said, Principal, what's the matter with that school girl, she just graduated. You don't know her? Principal Ji Yu asked in surprise. This question made Luo Yuan feel awkward. It seems that the junior is still a famous person in the school, but he just came over from time to time, so how could he know what great achievements he has made? Seeing Luo Yuan's embarrassment, Principal Ji Yu said clearly, by the way, I almost forgot some of your previous psychological problems. From this sentence, it can be seen that Principal Ji Yu knows Luo Yuan's family. Student Shu is very famous in our school. She is Arnold older than you, and she is only going to be a junior this year. However, she won the 4th place in the first year of the undiscriminated intramural competition she participated in when she was a freshman and sophomore, and even won the 2nd place in the first half of this year. Why? If you really give her another year to grow, it will not be difficult for her to get the first place in the school, so the request I give her is actually not a request. Hearing the principal's explanation, Luo Yuan suddenly realized that this is a student master. He had already completed the senior course in his sophomore year, and his strength was ranked high even among those in the senior year. You must know that this is the Imperial Capital University, which student is not the proud child of the present age, who can still achieve such results in so many days. This schoolgirl is really outstanding. Principal Gu sighed again. This girl's family is poor, but she is very talented on the road of trainer. You also know how much the trainer-breeder Pokemon costs, and her family can't afford it. However, the state will vigorously cultivate such talented seedlings. It will subsidize a lot of resources every year and allow her to take out interest-free loans. It's just that this girl has a stubborn personality and doesn't like to take advantage of the country all the time. That's why she wanted to graduate early to enter the society and participate in the secret world as an official trainer. I also want this girl to stay in school for another year. She will be stronger when she is a senior. Then she can participate in the competition with the opposite school. Our school will win the championship. Luo Yuan nodded silently when he heard the principal's words. Of course he knows how much breeder Pokemon's resources consume, and Luo Yuan's own Pokemon level is not exaggerated, but it also cost him a lot of money to buy resources. Although Luo Yuan's Pokemon practiced more skills and spent more resources than other Pokemon. It's just that the normal family can't afford the millions of dollars, because some rookie trainers need state support. Wait until the rookie trainer grows up before giving back to the country. Family members like Luo Yuan are a minority after all. In other words, Luo Yuan has his own way to make money, but his family has no resources to support him. If Luo Yuan is really out of money, as long as he speaks, no matter whether it is the father or the elder sister, they will definitely give him full support. Except for the elusive things like level 5 pure crystals, he can really ask for all other resources. Xu Yiren can understand that she wants to enter the society in advance. After the trainer enters the secret realm, she can always find pure crystal collection points or find other Pokemon breeder resources. Even if you are extremely unlucky and get pure crystals that are all level 1, that is still a considerable income. At this time, Principal Gu muttered again. If Xu is like your sister, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Luo Yuan was speechless for a while. Sister, everyone knows the name of your alliance Wool, everyone knows it. Luo Zan also understood Principal Gu's entanglement. This is the grievance between Imperial University and Qing University. Tito University's annual competition for senior graduates is called the Lugia Cup, and the opposite is the Ho-Oh Cup. Every year, the two major schools use this method to select the best batch of graduates. Then for the top 4 in the intra-school competition, the two schools will have a team competition, either winning, tying, or losing. This has been a repertoire of the two schools for a century. It is extremely lively every year, and countless people watch it. It is a grand event, and even the general director of the alliance will be there to cheer. Because the students of these two schools represent the future of the country to some extent. Whoever wins the duel between the two schools that year, the principal of that school will be able to compete with each other for a whole year in the second year. People cannot want anything, but they must not lose face. Since that junior is so good, Principal Gu certainly hopes that she will graduate normally, and she will definitely earn back a year's worth of face by then. This is to join the competition 1 year in advance, and 1 year less training time. The outcome is uncertain. Student Luo Yuan, I also know why you came here. Your father told me about it. In view of your special past and the fact that you are now a registered trainer and have received your first badge. In principle, I agree with you to graduate as a trainer, but like Xu Yiren, you also have to participate in the Lugia Cup in our school. Principal Gu said with a smile. Participate in the school cup competition. Doesn't everyone seem to be able to participate? Luo Yuan frowned. This is a competition to determine the top graduates of the year, but not all senior Pokemon Academy graduates can participate. This requires you to get good grades in the final exams in the school in the past 3 years to be eligible to participate in the Lugia Cup. And Luo Yuan has been in the Department of Archaeology for the past 3 years, without any grades and grade points in the school. Theoretically he cannot participate. Besides, Luo Yuan is not interested in this cup. Imperial University's intramural competition is held at the end of the year, now in September. As the top university in the country, needless to say, the strength of the students here is definitely the true arrogance of the generation. For example, in normal colleges and universities, if a senior student can raise a Pokemon breeder to level 30 in the year of graduation, he is considered excellent. There are only a few talented people who can make Pokemon break through the watershed of level 30 in college. However, Imperial University, as the top 2 universities in the country, definitely recruited the best talents of that generation. According to Luo Yuan's survey, the graduates of Imperial University can raise a Pokemon breeder to level 30, which is the average level. And the best students who can participate in the Lugia Cup, they all have a Pokemon that can exceed level 30. Talents that are rare in other universities, you can find a lot of them in Imperial University. This is the strength of top universities. To be honest, Luo Yuan's current strength of Lucario and Zorua is about 30, which is the average level of graduates in Imperial University. However, Luo Yuan and his breeder Pokemon are only 2 months old. And Pokemon's early upgrade speed is still very fast, especially Luo Yuan, who is cheating. After giving him 3 months to cultivate Pokemon, he is confident that any Lugia Cup will become a baby cup. Since it's a baby cup, it's so boring to fight. So, Luo Yuan found an excuse to refuse. Principal Ji Yu saw Luo Yuan's refusal, and he said with a smile, "Don't rush to refuse. You must know that if you can get excellent results in the Lugia Cup, there will be prizes. Those prizes, even those trainers who have been outside for a few years will be moved." Words to the principal. Luo Yuan believed it. The Imperial Capital University has strong teachers. In order to reward outstanding students, of course it will give extremely high rewards, and you can even see some rare items in it. But Luo Yuan still refused. "My father is the gym master and my sister is a dragon elite. Do you think I will be tempted just because of this material? Oh, it's impossible." Still not tempted to see Luo Yuan, Principal Ji Yu took out his trump card. He took a thick document from his desk and opened it, and said, "Hey, if you are not interested in the rewards given by our school, you can also look at the rewards for the 2-school confrontation. That reward is funded by Alliance. It is even better, and there are even some weird things in it, which have been collected by Alliance for many years, but I don't know what it is." Luo Yuan Solician glanced at the document, and skipped those rewards like pure crystals, not interested. But his eyes widened when he saw what the winning rewards gave him. That picture is Soul Dew. From the picture, Luo Yuan saw a red bead that was as perfect as a gemstone, with endless magnificent flame-shining beads inside, and immediately recognized its true face. This is exactly the Soul Dew, the special item of Latios and Latios. But why is it red? I remember it was blue. Could it be that the Soul Dew of Latios and Latios are different types? At this moment, Latios' excited voice sounded in Luo Yuan's mind. "Master, that is Latios Soul Dew, which belongs to Latios priesthood." It was the first time for Luo Yuan to feel Latios' intense emotions. Hearing her words, Luo Yuan's spirit was shaken, and he quickly asked in his mind, "The priesthood? You say this thing is the priesthood?" "Yes, master. There are only 2 pieces of Soul Dew, which belong to Latios and Latios respectively, and it is the symbol of our priesthood. Which Latios or Latios gets, it will become the respective legendary Pokemon. But being able to see Soul Dew here means that the last Latios who had it may have passed away." Having said that, Latios is no longer excited, but a little sad again. Pokemon are not immortal, and all Pokemon may die except for those real first-level gods. Even the legendary Pokemon in Latios can die in battle. Then if I get this Soul Dew and give it to Latios, won't my Latios become a legendary Pokemon? As if sensing Luo Yuan's thoughts, Latios responded, But my current strength can't fully inherit the priesthood. With Soul Dew, I can only temporarily increase my strength. Probably I have to get the master level Pokemon that you, the master, can fully exert the power of Soul Dew." "Grandmaster, no problem, I'm sure you'll be a Grandmaster of Pokemon. Luo Yuan remembers that all legendary Pokemon have their own symbols. What Latias symbolizes is the sensibility of human beings. If she gets the Soul Dew, wouldn't Latias become the god of sensibility? Luo Yuan thinks that Latias is really full of sensibility, and he knows how to captivate trainer. It seems that Latios' character should be very rational. Seeing that Luo Yuan was in a daze, Principal Gu asked with a smile. What's the matter, student Luo Yuan, which prize do you fancy? Luo Yuan withdrew his mind. He looked at the treacherous principal who was smiling in front of him, and always felt that he deserved a beating. After seeing the Soul Dew in the prize, Luo Yuan knew it was a scam. The only time I use Latias is when I am fighting my old sister in the breeding center. Therefore, apart from my parents and Lily, the only one who knows that I have Latias is Professor Lee. Seeing Soul Dew as a prize, Luo Yuan knew that he had Latias, and the upper echelons of the Alliance already knew it. As for who reported it to the upper echelons of the Alliance, that's not important. In fact, it is beneficial for the upper management of Alliance to know about owning Latias. It will allow Alliance to vigorously cultivate itself and provide more sufficient resources. And this Soul Dew is actually a benefit and resource for himself, but this resource needs to be obtained by Luo Yuan himself. As long as the upper management doesn't casually tell about his Latias, that's fine. It's not like Luo Yuan thinks that everyone is innocent, and it's a crime to conceive a wife. He just wants to see which unlucky guy meets him and let him know what a surprise is. Just when you thought you were about to beat me, suddenly I threw a champion-level Latias. How about it? No surprise. Surprise. No, that's a surprise, okay. But does Alliance know that Soul Dew is actually Latias priesthood, and how much does Alliance know about Soul Dew? With this question in mind, Luo Yuan tentatively pointed to the picture of Soul Dew and asked, Principal, what is this? Principal Gu laughed. Boy, I see you are hooked, and you still pretend to be me. The Alliance doesn't know exactly what this thing is, it's just a prize that the Alliance used for this two-school duel. This thing has existed in the world for about 1,000 years. In the era of 1,000 years ago, there was a famous trainer who owned Latias. She and her Latias prevented a catastrophe and saved many innocent lives. 7 inches. As for this trainer, there are not many records in history. We only know that when she appeared for the last time, she left behind this strange orb. She said that she got it from a secret realm and was related to Latias. This orb fell into the Imperial Palace at that time, and after several twists and turns, it was finally collected by the Alliance. Principal Gu did not hide anything, and directly told Luo Yuan about the origin of Soul Dew. From this, Luo Yuan judged that if Principal Gu did not lie, then Alliance did not know what Soul Dew was, but only knew that it was related to Latias. Alliance did not expect that this thing would be Latias priesthood, which can greatly enhance the strength of Latias who holds the Soul Dew, and become a legendary Pokemon. Of course, even if they knew, the Alliance would probably hand it over to Luo Yuan. Anyway, it would be useless for the Alliance to keep it. But Luo Yuan still has the pleasure of picking up a bargain and making a profit. Why, student Luo, do you know what this thing is? Principal Gu asked pretendingly. Luo Yuan shook his head and said exaggeratedly, I don't know what it is, I'm just excited after hearing your story, Principal. Wow, that's Latias, it's a mythical beast. I didn't expect that there was a trainer who could get Latias. That trainer must be very handsome and powerful. Otherwise, why would Latias follow him? Principal Gu's face darkened. Boy, are you praising yourself in disguise? Latias, who was invisible, covered his eyes with tiny paws. Master, let's stop talking, embarrassing. That trainer is a woman, I don't know if she is handsome or not. Principal Gu said hee. Oh, yeah, Luo Yuan was a little embarrassed. Immediately afterwards, Luo Yuan asked again. The principal, how did Tsinghua University agree to use this strange thing as a prize for the confrontation between the two schools? Luo Yuan was a little puzzled. If Qing University knew that they had Latias and that Soul Dew was related to Latias, how dare they take Soul Dew as a prize? Isn't this too courageous? Could it be that Tsingda University also has a son of destiny, who holds a champion-level beast, and wants to fight me one-on-one? Principal Gu said with a meaningful smile. This is actually my suggestion, and Tsinghua University didn't know about it. When Luo Yuan heard it, he understood. Good guy, Principal Gu, you have cheated the school opposite. Perhaps Principal Gu doesn't think that Luo Yuan can win the double school competition with other Pokemon. After all, Luo Yuan became a trainer at the beginning of July, and the confrontation match was at the beginning of December. At that time, he only became a trainer for 5 months. Surpassing the 3-year hard work of these geniuses from Tsinghua University and Imperial University in 5 months. Even Principal Gu thought it was a fantasy. But it doesn't matter, even if Luo Yuan can't beat the regular Pokemon, he can go directly to the champion Latias. Principal Gu had seen the video of Luo Yuan fighting his sister. As a former champion, he concluded at a glance that if he held Latias, Luo Yuan would be a champion-level powerhouse, and even a Dragon Elite was not his rival. This made President Gu lament that Luo Yuan's talent as a trainer is too monstrous. He can display a champion-level command ability within a few hours of becoming a trainer. This is not a monstrosity. At that time, even if all the trainers at Tsingtao go up together and release all the Pokemon, they will have to hug and shiver when they see this champion-level Latias. What does it feel like to play in the school cup with champion-level Latias, and rival as a group of students? It is crueler than playing in the baby cup. I hope those geniuses at Tsinghua University will not doubt life just because of this. Thinking of this, Principal Gu wanted to smile smugly, as if seeing the pale face of the opposing principal. Luo Yuan looked at his principal with contempt. You old fox. Principal Gu laughed. You are still pretending, you are also a little fox, you still want to talk about me like this. The two looked at each other, feeling a little sympathetic to each other. However, Luo Yuan also saw a lot of ways in it, that is, his own principal is better than the one opposite him. He was able to hide the fact that he owns Latias from the opposite principal, which shows that Principal Gu has done a lot of work behind the scenes, so that the alliance directors did not tell others. And Grandma Li, as I remember, is also a professor at Tsinghua University. Why didn't she tell her principal? That Tsinghua University principal was too miserable. Hey, it seems that Principal Gu is going to choose the champion by default. Fortunately, the opponent also has a Son of Destiny, a champion-level beast, which scared me to death. Luo Yuan patted his chest, pretending to be received by astonish. Luo Yuan himself is really not interested in playing the baby cup, but after seeing that Soldu turned out to be a prize, and knowing that Soldu is Latias priesthood. He said that I took the cup championship away, and Arceus would not be able to stop him when he came, I said it. Seeing that Luo Yuan has a firm intention to play the baby cup, Principal Gu is finally relieved. Hey, this year's double school competition is over, next year we can laugh at that guy for a whole year, Principal Gu expressed his joy. By the way, there is one more thing. Headmaster Gu suddenly slapped his head. I'm getting old and a little forgetful. Saying this, Principal Gu took out another stack of documents from his drawer and handed it to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan took a look. Isn't this the information about Keystone and Mega Evolution that he saw at his mother? Seeing Luo Yuan's suspicious gaze, Principal Gu smiled and said, Did you read this information from Xiaozhong? Xiaozhong, you mean my mother? Hearing this name, Luo Yuan was taken aback. Yes, it's your mother, maybe you don't know it. Your mother is a researcher at my laboratory, and I'm the director of your mother's workplace. Seeing Luo Yuan's stunned look, Principal Gu just laughed. Luo Yuan opened his mouth, he really didn't expect this. Aren't you the principal? Luo Yuan asked in astonishment. Which school's professor doesn't have other jobs outside? Principal Gu waved his hand. Well, it seems that some professors in colleges and universities may be the big boss of a certain company, the person in charge of a certain laboratory, and so on. The case was solved. After the age of 30, the former champion probably went to work as a researcher and did research. But Luo Yuan still didn't understand why Principal Gu showed this to himself. Seeing Luo Yuan's doubts, Principal Gu explained with a smile. Half a month ago, your mother suddenly suggested to me that these two mysterious stones may be related to evolution. I was very surprised at the time, so I asked her why she thought so, and thought she was researching something. As a result, your mother said that this is her son, which is your speculation. Luo Yuan was too tired to stand at this time, He sat down on the chair opposite the principal's long table. Actually, this theory has been mentioned before. Professor Bill Ayers of UNOVA said that he used various instruments to test, and he doubted that this stone might be related to the evolution of Pokemon. He believes that the evolution of Pokemon is not complete, and Pokemon can continue to evolve, but it may need help from some external objects. This theory is very small and not accepted by everyone. Just like Newton's classical mechanics, Pokemon scientists believe that Pokemon's evolution has been complete, and it is impossible to continue to evolve. Not to mention re-evolving with external objects, this is simply a fallacy and is considered delusional. After a pause, Principal Gu continued. However, I support Professor Bill Ayers' theory, because according to my research, I also believe that this stone has a medical relationship with evolution. So after hearing this idea from your mother, and knowing that this idea came from you, I actually wanted to meet you. Luo Yuan couldn't laugh or cry. But I'm just a student, and you are the principal of Imperial University and the director of a top laboratory. What's the use of seeing me? You don't want me to do research with you, do you? I don't know how to do research. The reason why I know this thing is related to evolution is because the game data told me. Principal Gu laughed and said, you may not understand that when you propose a theory that is questioned by everyone and ridiculed by others, there is someone who thinks the same as you and supports you. That kind of happiness is even better than being with a woman, cough cough, cough cough. Found that his mouth was floating, Principal Gu quickly pretended to cough. Principal, don't speak yellow accents, but I really don't understand the joy of being accepted by others. Professor Bill Else and I have been in contact to conduct verification and communication together, and the laboratories of both parties are also conducting experiments. We can't guarantee that our theories are correct, but we have to try. The truth must be identified by practice. Hearing Principal Gu's words, Luo Yuan knew that the emergence of mega evolution was not far away. When two famous professors put forward similar theories and began to use their own laboratory to carry out experiments, it was a matter of time before the mega evolution completely appeared. Since Luo Yuan, you have the same idea as us, I think you should also participate in our experiment. You don't need to do anything, you can treat yourself as a test subject. I still have some of these stones in my laboratory, I can send them to you. One piece, you can also take it and help with the experiment. Principal Gu stated his purpose. It's not that he thinks that Luo Yuan can really discover the secret of new evolution, but that it's rare for someone to have the same idea as himself, which makes him a confidant, even if Luo Yuan is not very old. So Principal Gu actually wanted to give Luo Yuan something to satisfy his happiness of finding a confidant. And if one day it really proves that these stones are related to a new type of evolution, then these stones will definitely become a scarce item that many trainers want. Luo Yuan won't be able to get a piece in advance. Upon hearing President Gu's words, Luo Yuan's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand directly. You want to give me the keystone? Of course I want it. Do what? Principal Gu said in astonishment. You mean stone. Luo Yuan's words are righteous. Principal Gu couldn't laugh or cry. Those things are in my laboratory. One day when you go to the laboratory, tell me. If I am here, I will give it to you directly. If not, I will tell you. Ask someone to bring it to you. Quote, this kid really likes to take advantage of wool, just like his sister. He is indeed a brother and sister. That's what I'm looking for you for today. In the name of the principal, I will let you directly enter the semi-finals of our school's Lugia Cup. You can just play 2 games at will, it doesn't matter if you lose, and you can directly participate in the double school competition exhibition. Principal Gu was afraid that Luo Yuan would not be able to beat the 4-year-old geniuses in the school with regular Pokemon. After all, the time he had trained Pokemon was too short. But if Latias is brought out in advance, then there will be no surprises for Tsinghua University. Will no one say anything about your abuse of power like this? Luo Yuan complained. I am the principal, who dares to say anything about me? When you go to the double school competition and beat all the geniuses of Tsinghua University to their knees and beg for mercy, the teachers and classmates of our school will know. My good intentions have been paid off. Quote, I'm also doing this for the honor of our school, and I'm trying my best. The more President Gu talked, the more he felt great, and he sighed. Luo Yuan just felt that this principal was really shameless. But this is also very good, and you can play less games. He's not worried that he won't be able to win. There are still 3 months left before the cup Wang's Zhao, and in 3 months' time, his Lucario and Zorua may be bullied like the baby cup. Up. It took Luo Yuan 2 months to train Lucario to level 30. In another 3 months, as long as they can be trained to level 40, it will be enough to compete with college students. If it can exceed level 40, even if it exceeds 1 or 2 levels, it will be a baby cup. Luo Yuan has long had a detailed understanding of the Pokemon levels in this world. As far as normal is concerned, a college student level trainer can have a Pokemon reach level 30 in the year of graduation, which is already excellent. Because normal has more than 30 levels of Pokemon, and they are all official trainers after graduation. As for geniuses in some colleges, or top colleges like Tsinghua University and Imperial University, there may be a lot of talents who can make their Pokemon breeder exceed level 30. But above level 40, it is almost impossible to see it among college students. Because that is already the strength of an elite trainer. If there are 3 Pokemon above level 40, it is a real elite trainer, and it is also a mid-level trainer. Mainstay. In other words, most of the trainers are at this level, which is the median of the trainer group, which is definitely not something that students can do. Further up, when 3 Pokemon break through level 50, they can be called gym level trainers. This level of trainer normal has the opportunity to play 8 gymnasiums and participate in the domestic alliance competition. And when there are 3 Pokemon over level 60, it is called an elite level trainer, and this level is the level that can compete for the Elite Four. Of course, if you really want to compete for the Elite Four, you need 6 elite Pokemon. And if you look at the current strength of the Elite Four, you may need at least 1 Pokemon to reach the champion level above level 70 to really challenge the owner. This is the level division of this world set by Luo Yuan, because only he can see the level, so only he can use this division. But no matter what, the elite trainer is enough to beat any student when the baby cup hits. Imperial University, female dormitory. Xu Yiren was sitting on the head of the bed, holding a book in her hand and reading, and beside her, an Espeon was curled up and sleeping soundly. She touched Espeon's little head from time to time, and Espeon, who was taking a nap, would move his ears in response to his trainer. Boom! The door of the dormitory was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Xu Yiren turned her head to look, and saw her roommate Yu Xin walking in vigorously. "What's the matter, Xingxin? Who made you angry?" Xu Yiren asked amusedly. She knew that her roommate never hid her feelings, and would exaggerate her movements when she was angry. As a student of the Pokemon Academy of Imperial University, unlike other colleges, this is a dormitory for 2 people, which can be regarded as a special preferential treatment for the Pokemon Academy. "Yiren, don't you know?" Yu Xin looked at Xu Yiren, who was sitting on the bed, and said in surprise. "What should I know?" Xu Yiren spread her hands, looking helpless. "You put it that way, it's even more impossible for me to know what happened." Seeing this, Yu Xin said in a very quick tone, "You can find out on our school internet." Seeing what Yu Xin said, Xu Yiren also became interested and curious, picked up the mobile phone at the side and opened the school internet. Imperial City University has its own dedicated internet, only the students of this school can speak and log in. It is regarded as the private area of Imperial Capital University. Soon, Xu Yiren knew why Yu Xin was so angry. Who knows what is the background of Luo Yuan? Before the Lugia Cup started, he was directly arranged for the semifinals. It is said that the headmaster personally named him. Don't tell me, this Luo Yuan really has a great background. His father is the owner of the Imperial Capital, his sister is a Dragon Elite, and his mother seems to be a senior researcher at the principal's laboratory. Do you think this has a big background? Shady, this is definitely a shady. I am a dignified Imperial Capital University, how can I be suppressed by my identity? Can the Imperial Capital University work? Hey, they didn't enter the semi-finals for no reason, right? The official message said that this Luo Yuan was directly selected into the semi-finals after completing an important experiment with the principal. Quote. It's just that the content of the experiment seems to be a secret for the time being, and it hasn't been leaked. Don't you understand? This is an excuse. This Luo Yuan was a student of the Department of Archaeology before. An archaeology student entered the semi-finals of the Lugia Cup without any reason. Isn't this a relationship? But he is really awesome. Didn't you read the news? He broke the world record. Lucario evolved in 2 months. Oh my god, how did he do that? One size counts for one size. I also admire him on this point, but he has only been a trainer for 2 months, how can he be qualified to enter the semi-finals? Okay, everyone, don't talk about it, this matter has been settled, and there is nothing we can do if we are dissatisfied. At that time, brothers and sisters, if anyone enters the semi-finals to fight against him, teach him how to behave. ... Let him know that the semi-finals of the Lugia Cup in our imperial capital are not so easy to enter, and let him, a rookie trainer, understand the cruelty of Pokemon battles. Well said, I support this point of view. What do you do with so much? You are good enough, you can reach the semi-finals and teach him how to be a man. It's just a pity that we have already conceded defeat in this year's double school competition. What is the headmaster thinking? He's not too old to be confused. On the forum of Imperial University, Shuyiren knew the cause and effect. It turned out that this senior named Luo Yuan was named by the principal for no reason, and entered the semi-finals without a game. No wonder there was such an uproar within Imperial University. Not to mention the semi-finals, the students who are eligible to play in the Lugia Cup are those who have had enough good grades in school in the past 3 years to sign up for the competition. And this Luo Yuan Sr. used to be from the Department of Archaeology, and he didn't have any battle results. Who would be convinced if he was directly selected as the semi-finalist like this? Shuyiren thought of the handsome senior he saw in the principal's office yesterday, and Lucario who was by his side. The senior went to the principal's office yesterday to discuss this matter with the principal. Yiren, have you finished watching? Yu Xin asked at this time. Shuyiren nodded, indicating that she knew what happened. Then Yiren, what do you think? Yu Xin asked again. How can I see? I see with my eyes. Shuyiren slandered her in her heart, but she still said calmly. Can you have any opinions? Since it was appointed by the principal, we can't help it. Yu Xin still said indignantly. This is unfair to other people. One of the places in the semi-finals has been taken, and only 3 people can enter the semi-finals. Also, what about the double university competition? I don't want to be laughed at by the opposite BOF next year, saying that our school even sends such students to participate in the competition. Doesn't it mean that there is no one in Imperial Capital University? Shuyiren couldn't help laughing and said, You think of things that you can think of, do you think the principal can't think of them? Since the headmaster decided to do this, there must be reasons for the headmaster, and it's not easy for us to ask. As for one less quota, less is less, and it has nothing to do with me. Shuyiren said proudly. Although Breeder has 1 year less than other seniors, she is confident that with her own strength, it is still easy to enter the semi-finals. Instead, the other seniors should worry about whether they will meet her in the competition. Yu Xin showed envy and admiration and said, Yiren, you are so good, you can participate in the Lugia Cup only in your junior year. I'll go cheer you on then. Shuyiren is definitely a man of the hour at Imperial University. She is beautiful, studies hard and earnestly, and is extremely talented as a trainer. In the first year of the university, he won the first place in the grade competition, and won the 4th place in the undifferentiated grade competition. In the second year, he won the 2nd place, losing to the previous Lugia Cup champion. This year Shuyiren made a comeback. She is already in her junior year, and she is confident that she will win the championship at this stage of her junior year. Because her Eevee has evolved into Espeon. Shuyiren caressed Espeon beside her with her hand, which reminded her of Luo Yuan again. That senior is really amazing, he even transformed his Riolu into Lucario in 2 months. Shuyiren thought it was too fake. She comes from a poor family, she got excellent grades in the college entrance examination, and was admitted to Imperial University, and in the Pokemon subjects of junior high school and high school, she is always the first. Later, in the test, she was discovered the talent of trainer, transferred from other subjects of Imperial University to Pokemon Academy, and met her own Earl Dervish Pokemon in the breeding center. There are not many Eevee in the breeding center. This Pokemon has many evolution types, and there are many choices for future trainers. Although most EV evolutions require evolution stones, which are not scarce but expensive, but if a trainer thinks it is too expensive, you can also try to choose to let EV evolve with intimacy. In addition, EV has very low resource requirements before evolution. Compared with other Pokemon, which can directly evolve when the strength is reached, EV is weaker in the early stage, but breeder has very few resources. Shu Yiren, who has been used to thrift since she was a child, chose Eevee, and saw the right eye with her own Eevee. There are many Pokemon that need intimacy to evolve, but Lucario is the most difficult one, and the data that takes an average of 5 years to evolve has always ranked first. The main reason is that Lucario also has great requirements on trainer's character, etc., so evolution is more troublesome than other Pokemon. Eevee's evolution is relatively simpler than Lucario's, but even so, Shu Yiren has made Eevee evolve in 2 years, and she is already a proud child of heaven that has amazed countless people. But now, when Shu Yiren knew that Luo Yuan had allowed Lucario to evolve within 2 months, she knew what it meant to be an evildoer and what it meant to be someone other than someone else. It's just that even so, she doesn't think Luo Yuan is very powerful. Maybe that senior is only talented in the evolution of intimacy. After all, as everyone said in the campus forum, the senior has only become a trainer for a few months, and it is impossible to control how strong his Pokemon breeder is. She spent a year in breeder in the first year, and she got the 4th place, which was also partly due to luck. And even if Luo Yuan participated in the Lugia Cup, it was only 5 months of breeder Pokemon at that time, and it took 5 months for breeder to break through the Lugia Cup of Imperial University, which gathers talents. Even if the current champion comes, he will definitely not be able to do it. Rationally speaking, Shu Yiren is not optimistic about Lu Yuan. However, she is an easy-going character, and she doesn't feel much about Luo Yuan's jumping in the queue to enter the semifinals. Anyway, only when you are strong is real, and everything else is fake. Luo Yuan, as a member of Imperial Capital University, of course he also knows the ups and downs of the university's internal network. He is not interested in things on the internet, everything on the internet is fake, and he can't grasp it. It's Luo Yuan's 5th day at home now, and the students of Pokemon Academy are comfortable, especially seniors, who can use social practice as an excuse not to go to class. I was also named in my mother's research group, and Principal Gu, the director of the laboratory, also knew him. When Shikui Zorua's research will produce detailed information, I will be able to fool around with this paper and graduate from university. I'm happy. At this time, Luo Yuan was in the final step of the Energy Cube research. After more than a month of hard work, he is finally about to make his first Energy Cube. The taste of this Energy Cube can only be said to be the taste of the public, without any attribute or population specific. But I believe that with my legendary cooking skills, it will be delicious enough to make people admire. High temperature, freezing, crushing, and grinding, Luo Yuan feels that he is not making energy cubes, but working in a workshop. This is the first handmade product I made, which can be described as molecular cuisine. Luo Yuan showed his craftsmanship to the extreme of his current level. In order to make this energy cube, Luo Yuan tasted a lot of berries, which are not good for humans at all. Latias, Lucario and other Pokemon are all around Luo Yuan, and the handsome Lucario is sticking out his tongue at this time, turning into a little X-dog again. When Luo Yuan finished the final shaping work, he waved his hand and said, "Come on, how about trying the energy cube I made?" As soon as he finished speaking, Latias waited for the Pokemon to come forward impatiently, picked up a piece and stuffed it into his own mouth. "Lati, the master's is still so delicious, Latias is going to fly again." "Luca, you are already a mature Lucario, you have to hold back." "Ah, no, I can't help it, how can I live without a master?" "Suoluo, in the future, I will hold this energy cube and put it in front of Kyurem, let him smell it but not eat it, and completely revenge it, as expected, only the owner can retaliate for me." Soaring in the sky, it really is colorless, Aizen didn't lie to me. Mogu. Little Nebula feels the hot and cold power blending in his body, Little Nebula is about to explode. Ku. Otherwise, I'll change the owner. Bai Gungan thought so. Lily ate a piece too, and then she swallowed it with a tangled expression. Seeing this, Luo Yuan finally laughed out loud, Lily would have a day when she couldn't eat the food she made herself. After all, energy cubes are the food of Pokemon, and the taste buds of people and Pokemon are still different. Pokemon can accept human food, but not the other way around. Soon, the first energy cube will be completed, and then the exclusive energy cube will be studied slowly. This general purpose one is enough for the time being. Dad, old sister, my energy cube research is successful, and my Pokemon say it's delicious. How about letting your Pokemon taste it? In the evening, during the meal, Luo Yuan suddenly spoke. Father Luo and Luo Weijin, who were eating, looked at each other, and then they buried their heads in the basin, eating faster. Although they want their Pokemon to taste the delicious taste for the first time, their stomachs are more important. After eating, Luo Mu went to wash the dishes, and everyone else went to the neighbor's house across the street. Under Luo Yuan's astonishment, Luo's father opened the door and walked in. He laughed and said, "Why do you think Latias could always live here in the past, and there was no one in the neighbor's house?" "That's because I bought this room a long time ago. When you couldn't touch Pokemon before, your sister and I released Pokemon to communicate here." Luo Yuan was dumbfounded. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. The area of his house and the community, IP meters are as high as 180,000 square meters, and the flat floor of this neighbor is the same as his own, with more than 400 square meters. This house alone is almost 100 million yuan, and Lao Tu bought it when he said it. If the two families are connected, wouldn't the area of the house be nearly 1,000 square meters? Father Luo took out all his Pokeballs at this time, and released all the Pokemon at once. Luo Yuan looked quickly. This was the first time he saw his father's Pokemon, although he had seen his father's gym competitions online and on the spot. But in the gymnasium competition, my father will not use his real main force. Then the next second, Luo Zan's expression was extremely shocked. Old sister, those Pokemon, I can barely say that she is a dragon elite, but you, daughter, you really a dragon owner? Lapras, Gudra, Kingdra, Melodic, Dragalge, and Arbok. Gudra, Kingdra and Dragalge are real dragons. Lapras and Melodic, you can say they look like dragons, but what is Arbok? Are you really not the owner of the water and poison department? Perhaps because of the shock of seeing Luo Yuan, Luo's father said unhappily. Who said dragons must be dragon type? Dragons have to look at their eggs contest category. These Pokemon are all dragons. When Luo Yuan heard this, he secretly took out his mobile phone and began to check the information, and found out that Arbok is really a group of dragons. Only, but Lapras is neither a dragon type nor a group of dragons. Luo Yuan looked at the old man, and the meaning in that look seemed to say, you are indeed the master of the water department writing department. Hearing his son's question, Luo Zhengyi's forehead burst out with veins. He looked at his Lapras, hesitated to speak, and finally decided not to speak. Well, what my son said is right. Lapras does not have a dragon type, nor does it belong to the group of dragons in terms of egg group classification. It is indeed not related to dragons. However, even if Lapras is not a dragon, I, Luo Zhengyi, am still the majestic owner of the dragon department in the imperial capital. There is absolutely no problem with this. When Luo Weijin saw her father deflated, she covered her mouth and smiled secretly. At the beginning, she was complained by her younger brother that she was a flying elite, which made her depressed for a long time. She really wanted to correct Luo Yuan's thinking that was the same as that of ordinary people, thinking that the so-called dragon is the meaning of the dragon Pokemon, which is only a dragon in a narrow sense. In a broad sense, all egg groups classified in the dragon group can be called dragons. It's just that at that time she felt that even if she explained, Luo Yuan wouldn't listen, so she didn't bother to say much. But now when I look at these Pokemons of Dad, hey, if I meet someone who only recognizes the dragon type in a narrow sense like my younger brother, then Dad is really the owner of the water plus poison system. Lily hugged by Gungan and stood beside Luo Weijin. After seeing Luo's father's loveless expression, she also pursed her lips and tried her best to hold back a smile. No, Lily, you have to hold back, don't laugh casually, that's disrespectful to elders. To be honest, even Lily is the same as Luo Yuan. At first glance, I really don't think Luo's Pokemon is related to dragons. Except for Kingdra, Gudra and Dragalge, the others really don't have dragon type. Most of these 6 Pokemon are concentrated on the attributes of water, poison, and dragon. It seems that it is no problem to say that Father Luo is the owner of any attribute. As for the division of dragons, only some senior trainers, researchers, and breeders will divide dragons into dragons, while most ordinary trainers and ordinary people will only look at attributes. Regardless of whether it is Luo Yuan or Lily, they have nothing to do with seniority. Seeing that he had hit his father, Luo Yuan was also a little embarrassed. But at this moment, he looked at his father's 6 Pokemon, and his eyes widened. Lying grass, what did I see? Dad's 6 Pokemon are all above level 70, and all of them are champions. Lapras level is level 70, which is the lowest level of the old Pokemon. Luo Yuan had only seen his father's Lapras before, and he didn't think there was any problem with this Lapras being level 70. My father is also an old-fashioned owner, and it is normal to have a champion-level Pokemon. But he thought Lapras was Papa's Earl Dervish Pokemon, his strongest Pokemon, but looking at it now, Lapras turned out to be the weakest. Wait, I know why Dad only released Lapras at that time, because it was the hottest time of summer, and he used it to blow himself cold air. The little icy wind in Lapras is really comfortable. The strongest ones are Kingdra and Gudra, with a level of 76. Besides Suicune, these are the 2 strongest Pokemon that Luo Yuan has seen. So, Papa's Earl Dervish Pokemon should be Horsey. Normal's trainer will not choose Gumi as Earl Dervish Pokemon. This is not only difficult for rookie trainer to obtain this quasi-god level Pokemon, but also because it is too difficult for breeder in the early stage. Pokemon like Horsey are much better than breeder, which is very suitable for rookie. It would be more reasonable to wait until his own strength as a trainer becomes stronger, and then subdue the late-forming Pokemon breeder. Just like Luo Weijin, she is also the second breeder's Dragonite, not the first. You must know that when Luo Weijin became a trainer, Luo's father was already the owner of the hall, and it was not difficult to help her get the first Pokemon to get Dratini. But even so, Luo Weijin didn't choose Dratini to come to breeder as soon as she came up, which might slow down her pace. Seeing these Pokemon levels of Dad, Luo Yuan was shocked. There are 6 champion Pokemon, and the current champion will definitely be beaten. And with Dad's strength, even if he goes to play in the 8 Masters, he can have a good ranking, right? It seems that my past self was wrong. The owners of these gymnasiums don't seem to be so simple. Before, I thought that my father couldn't beat my elder sister, but now it seems that even my 2 older sisters can't beat my father. It's all because these gym owners never use their main Pokemon, so that almost no one knows what their main Pokemon is, thus misleading others. Seeing the shock in Luo Yuan's eyes, Luo's father knew that Luo Yuan had the power of a waveguide and could detect the strength of Pokemon. Shocked, Luo Yuan nodded silently. Yes, I thought you were a dish. I didn't expect him to be a real boss, an absolute boss. Father Luo said angrily. Do you know the meaning of the gymnasium owner? Luo Yuan felt guilty when he heard the words. Isn't it just for reviewing trainers? He really doesn't know what the meaning of the gym master is. From the perspective of the game and reality, it seems that it is used to review the qualifications of the trainer and educate rookie trainer as a teacher. Are there other effects? Then if you open the encyclopedia, you will know what the gym master does. Luo Zhengye wants to cry but has no tears. So I am such an awesome person. In the past, I was a good-for-nothing father in the eyes of my son. I am going to cry. Luo Yuan took out his mobile phone and looked up the responsibilities of the gym master. Lily also tiptoed curiously. Like Luo Yuan, she doesn't know what the specific duties of the gym master are. But Lily can be forgiven, because she is still a child. After opening the encyclopedia, Luo Yuan quickly read it, and finally understood the true meaning of the gym master. The functions mentioned by Luo Yuan are just one of the responsibilities of the gymnasium owner. In addition to these, the museum owner has another duty, and the most important duty is to protect the safety of the city. In terms of status, they have the same status as the chairman of the city, and even because of the identity of the trainer, they are actually higher than the chairman of the city. This is like the relationship between the 6 directors of the alliance and the strongest trainer known as the 7 stars, except that the rank is one level lower. One is national and the other is provincial. According to his position before crossing, the chairman of the imperial capital is actually similar to the mayor, and the old man, the owner of the imperial capital, is similar to the commander of the army. I'm going to write a novel. Should it be called Rebirth? My dad as the commander. Since the city needs to be protected, the trainer as the gymnasium owner must be strong enough, especially since this is the imperial capital. As the imperial capital's owner, dad's strength seems to belong to the real. Luo Weijin also covered her head at this time, and said in disbelief. Little brother, don't you know about our dad's past experience? Luo Yuan was a little ashamed when he heard the words, as if he really didn't know. When Luo Weijin saw Luo Yuan's expression, she felt a little helpless. Although the younger brother no longer has the mental illness he had in the past, is there something wrong with his common sense? When my dad was young, he was also one of the Elite Four at that time. Like me, he was a dragon elite. When Luo Yuan heard it, he wondered if he would look up all the past elite champions when he had time. But this is the same as before crossing. No one would pay attention to who the mayor of a certain city or the minister of a certain department was 20 years ago. All people will focus on is the present. In particular, the position of the Elite Four and the champion changes quite quickly, because domestic competitions are held every 2 years, and it is very likely that some elites and champions will be eliminated after one term. Luo Yuan has heard of the most bizarre event in history, when 4 elites and 1 champion were replaced all over again, and all of them were defeated by the challenger. So Luo Yuan really didn't know that his father was an elite 20 years ago. Hearing Luo Weijin talk about her great achievements, Luo's father held his head high, ready to accept the worship of his children. But after hearing Luo Weijin's first sentence, he couldn't help but interjected. I'm just 1 step away from being the champion, just 1 step away. I was definitely able to become the champion that year, but it happened that I was over the age and I was not qualified to challenge, otherwise I would definitely be the champion. Facing his father's resistance, Luo Weijin ignored him and continued to explain to Luo Yuan. Well, our dad became an elite when he was 26 years old, and he has been an elite for 2 terms. And the champion who was with him at that time was also 2 times, and it happened that the champion was also good at dragons. The 2 have been fighting openly and secretly for 4 years. People call those 4 years the Opelucid controversy, but my dad is no longer eligible to be an elite when he turns 30, and he didn't fight each other in the end. Listening to Luo Weijin's schadenfreude, the old man beeped hoot and said, Really, if I fight again that year, I will definitely be the champion. Why don't you believe me? You may not know the champion who competed with his father for 4 years, but you should have heard of it. Luo Weijin ignored her father, and said again at this time. Luo Yuan's heart moved, and he asked, Is that the gymnasium owner from Tibet? Of the 36 gymnasiums in the Xia Kingdom, only the imperial capital and the Tibetan area are dragon gymnasiums. Luo Weijin nodded happily and said, Well, that's the owner of the museum. There is the largest dragon cave in our country at the junction of Tibet and New Province. At the same time, it is located in the frontier, so a powerful museum owner is needed, and it is best to be good at using dragon Pokemon. At this moment, Luo Yuan's heart moved, and he asked, Were all 10 gymnasium masters so strong back then? If every gym owner is a trainer of dad's level, then I beat the head of Jingong before. Will he avenge himself someday? Luo Weijin smiled and said, That's not true. Except for the very strong museum owners in cities like Imperial Capital and Shenzhen, the museum owners of other provinces in normal or not so exaggerated. Cities such as Imperial Capital and Shenzhen are political and economic centers, and they are also large cities with a population of tens of millions. Naturally, the requirements for gymnasium owners are high. But don't underestimate any gym owner, they were probably elite and champions in the past. They may not want to explore the secret realm anymore when they are old, or they feel that their strength is at the end, so they want to settle down and try to become the owner of the pavilion. As a pavilion owner, the first duty is to protect the safety of the city. It is impossible to be weak. It is very complicated and troublesome to become a pavilion owner, even more troublesome than being an Elite Four and a champion. Elite Four and the champion, it is enough to win the game, but as the owner of the stadium, in addition to strength, you also need the ability of breeder rookie, and even the ability to coordinate and command. If a large-scale secret realm suddenly occurs in the city, do you think us current elites and champions can rush to the scene as soon as possible? It is up to the host to direct the local trainers to fight against it. Father Luo laughed at this time, and said boldly, young trainers, even the current elite and champions, mainly focus on exploring wild secrets. It's really the kind of catastrophe that involves the lives of urban residents, such as in cities. A large secret realm suddenly appeared inside, and it was us old guys who took the lead. Young people are the future of the country, how can we let them rush to the front line? We old guys are not dead yet. Xiao Yuan, it seems that you still don't understand trainer enough, just now I asked you, I have to teach you well. There are some things that are better learned early than late. Lily, listen carefully. If you want to become a trainer, these are also very important to you. Seeing that his father wanted to educate himself, Luo Yuan sat down obediently. Lily also sat obediently beside Luo Yuan. Xiao Yuan, you should know that the sage once said, at 30, you will be established, at 40, you will not be confused, and at 50, you will know the destiny. Quote. Father Luo nodded in satisfaction when he saw his son obediently listening to the lecture. Listening to his father's words, Luo Yuan interjected. Of course I heard it. That's when the sage said that when there are 30 enemies, it's worth me to stand up and beat them. When there are 40 enemies, I can still fight them clearly, so that they don't have any doubts at all. Don't think I haven't read the analects of this world. The Kong sage is the strongest fighting master, and his martial arts bear master has fought invincible hands all over the world. He is really a model of being invincible in the world and convincing people with reason. Each of his 72 disciples is a top master, and he is the strongest fighting trainer ever. Why is there so many fighting type trainers in Shahui, the largest number in the world, and the name of Kung Fu has become famous overseas? That is the influence of saints. How many fighting department trainers study, Luan Yu, hard, only hope to get the true meaning of fighting department. Even if I own Lucario, I am considered a fighting trainer. Luo Weijin covered her stomach and laughed on the sofa. Father Luo blowing his beard leered, you evil son, how dare you misinterpret the words of the saint? Sit down and listen to me honestly. Father Luo showed his majesty as a father, and said with a straight face. Luo Yuan didn't make jokes this time, but straightened his back. And you, stop laughing. Father Luo didn't let Luo Weijin go, and scolded her. Luo Weijin suppressed a smile, and gave Luo Yuan a resentful look, as if she was blaming him for being so selfish. Luo Yuan spread his hands, blame me. Xiao Yuan, listen carefully, what I will tell you next will be about trainer's life. Weijin, although you have listened to me, now I ask you to listen to it again. The sage said that at 31 stands, at 40 there is no doubt, at 51 knows the destiny, this is also the life of trainer. A trainer's best time is the 10 years between the ages of 20 and 30. During these 10 years, almost all the talents of a trainer can be displayed. And the 10 years from the age of 20 to 30 are also the age when young people are the most vigorous, the most passionate, the most able to fight against the sky and the earth, and never admit defeat. It is also within 10 years that trainer's talent will be fully displayed, and his and Pokemon's strength will also be greatly increased. This is also the reason why Alliance has limited the age of the domestic alliance competition to less than 30 years old. 27. Because what people of this age need is competition and pressure. Only under competition and pressure will they display all their talents. So you will see various big and small cup competitions and gymnasium competitions, all established by the Alliance to encourage young people to work hard. Father Luo looked serious, and under his seriousness, Luo Yuan and Luo Weijin also listened carefully. Although the father is always kind and always laughing with the children, it seems that they are not big or small. But when his father is really serious, he will also show his 000 majesty as a father. And at the age of 30, that is the age of 30, and when a person reaches this age, the heart will start to decline. You don't have to ask me why my heart is down. It's a human problem. You haven't reached that age yet, and you may not understand it now, but when you get there, you'll suddenly find that you've grown up forever. To give a simple example, when you were in your teens and 20s, you liked to watch all kinds of anime, but at the age of 30, many people will suddenly find that the things they liked when they were young are no longer the same as before. You can stay up late to play games when you were a teenager, but when you are 30, you no longer want to stay up late to play games. It is not only a decline in physical strength, but also a manifestation of your maturity. But maturity is actually not a good thing for trainer, because when you mature, you will think more, and your heart will no longer be pure. You have to start taking care of your family and think about more things. Pokemon are pure creatures. They actually prefer the innocence and innocence when they are young, but when you mature, when you think more, you will no longer be pure. So for trainer, between the ages of 30 and 40 is a stage of steady growth in strength, but there is no longer the explosive growth of the age of 20 to 30. Father Luo's tone paused for a moment, he took a sip of water from the glass, and continued to tell his children. Of course, there will be some people who are like Pokemon who are late bloomers, and they are also late bloomers. It wasn't until they were 30 that they broke through their confusion, had the right goals, and thus greatly improved their strength, but they were a minority after all. For the vast majority of people, during the 10 years between 30 and 40 years old, when their strength grows steadily, it is also the last transformation. If you have the comprehension of life, then go one step further. If you can't, it will almost stop here. 40 to 45 years old is almost the watershed when a trainer's strength stops. Whatever state you are in is what state you are in. It is almost impossible to improve your strength by leaps and bounds after that, because from the age of 40, a person's spirit will have declined and everything is not as good as before. It's like your father and me. If we didn't become a master trainer at the age of 45, it would be almost impossible in this life. Father Luo's expression was gloomy at first, but then became gentle again. His loving eyes looked at Luo Yuan and Luo Weijin, and said softly. At this age, regardless of men or women, they have long since lost their desire to make a living, and they have completely returned to their families. Quote, just like I love your mother and love you, my bond with Pokemon is also shared by the family. Of course, this does not mean that I have lost the bond with Pokemon, but that this bond has been transformed into a family relationship. Xiaoyuan, you know that the most important thing for a family is what? Hearing his father's question, Luo Yuan was taken aback for a moment, and blurted out. Health and safety. Father Luo laughed, patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder and said, that's right, health and safety. Pokemon will respond to trainer. When our relationship has become a family, what everyone thinks about is the health and safety of the family, and it is no longer to desperately improve the strength, because that will bring danger. So whether it's me or my Pokemon, or me and you, what we need now is each other's health, each other's safety. I want my Pokemon to never be in danger, and they want me to be in no danger. Father Luo said this, and he looked at his 6 Pokemon with warm eyes, and the 6 Pokemon also cried softly, responding to him. That kind of feeling really lacks the comrade-in-arms relationship between the young trainer and his own Pokemon, but the stable family relationship between Covet. Luo Yuan was a little moved. Why, what did your father and I teach you, what did you understand? Father Luo asked seriously, like a teacher asking a question after finishing teaching. Luo Yuan thought carefully and said seriously, then don't get married, don't have children, then you won't have a family, and as long as you don't have a family, you can keep getting stronger. It's better if you don't even have parents, then you'll be even more invincible. Ha 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 ha. Luo Weijin laughed out loud again, being teased by Luo Yuan, clutching her stomach and rolling. My little brother, why are you so funny? Father Luo just wants to give Luo Yuan a big fight, are you from Zan? He laughed and scolded. Do you think that no one thinks like you do? But it's not necessarily your real thoughts, it's just your self-distorted will. Pokemon are creatures that can penetrate people's hearts. They can perceive your true thoughts. If you do that, it may reduce the bond with Pokemon. Your efforts to become stronger at that time belong to forcing Pokemon to train. Listening to his father's words, Luzon was thoughtful. Cough cough, I thought trainer was so awesome that he killed his whole family to preach the Tao, I was taken aback. This is probably the so-called cognitive barrier. People always want a home when they get old, and when you force yourself to think that you don't need a home and want to continue to become stronger, you have actually violated your true thoughts. This kind of person has lost his own heart, and it is only natural that the bond between him and Pokemon will not increase, but may decline instead. Your father and I have been 2 years old, and almost won't be the owner of the pavilion. I haven't played in the 8 Masters for so many years, so I will go to play in the 8 Masters. With your father and my strength, it is absolutely no problem to enter the top 100. If you are lucky, you may be able to enter the top 50. The current 7 stars actually only have 3 master level trainers, and I can't beat those 3. But the strength of the remaining 4 people and your father and I are about the same, and it is still unknown who will win. Normal trainers should retire at the age of 50, but 7 star and the owner of the pavilion have a special position, they can reach the age of 60. Retirement at the 7 star position is better than the position of the owner. That is the highest salary in the alliance. Your father and I have to get the highest salary for retirement. We can't cause trouble for you young people. Listening to his father's vision of the future, Lu Yuan took a look at Luo Weijin. So old sister, your ability to pull wool is inherited from your father. In order to get a better treatment after retirement and get more alliance cashmere, Dad actually wants to try to compete for the 7 star position. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart. He took out the energy cube he made today and said, "Don't talk about that, look at this is the energy cube I made, give it a try for Pokemon." As soon as Luo Yuan opened the bag, the Pokemon of the father and sister all stared at them, their eyes widened and their throats moved. These Pokemon want to come and snatch them without father and sister telling. Everyone queues up, everyone has a share. Luo Yuan suddenly looked serious, and said to the group of Pokemon. Immediately, this group of dragon Pokemon burly men lined up honestly to receive today's rations from Luo Yuan. After getting the energy cube, the Pokemon ate it without hesitation. Using the top berries and cones, as well as Luo Yuan's 1-month meticulous research and handcrafted energy cubes with his legendary cooking skills, he immediately conquered the hearts of all Pokemon. The Pokemon lay limply on the ground, crying happily. Then they looked at their trainer, Lapras and Altaria resentfully. You actually stole the good food for so long before, and don't give it to me. Woohoo, I'm going to betray. Father and sister, as well as Lapras and Altaria, all looked embarrassed and giggled. A group of Pokemon quickly approached Luo Yuan, showing flattering smiles. If you have eaten this delicious thing once, if you can't eat it again, you might as well kill me. Gudra hugged Luo Yuan suddenly, and pieces of viscous body fluid were secreted from his body, making Luo Yuan's whole body sticky all at once. 0. This made Luo Yuan think, this Pokemon is so perverted, he must be good at fighting Stephanie. Think about Gudra hugging the opposite female trainer, wrapping Fang with the mucus secreted by her skin, she can definitely kill her in an instant. Gudra, like Dragonite, is a rare dragon with a gentle personality in the dragon family. Gudra will hug her favorite trainer, such as Luo Yuan like this. Gudra doesn't look so big, but he is afraid of being lonely. If he is lonely, he will cry. He belongs to the special cute type, and he is very popular among trainers. This dragon is too cute, I really want to make it cry. Luo Yuan grabbed the sticky substance secreted from Gudra's body with his hands, and suddenly wanted to find out if it was oily or water-soluble, and could it be used directly as a lubricating fluid. Your sister and I have 12 Pokemon here, each Pokemon needs at least 10 energy cubes per month, will you be too tired to do it? Father Luo asked worriedly at this time. This is his own son after all, he doesn't want Luo Yuan to be really tired. Luo's father also saw Luo Yuan do these handmade energy cubes. It is really complicated to make, and it can't be done on the same day. Just like fermentation, there are many steps in making energy cubes, and it takes time to accumulate, which is not so easy to do. Don't worry, it's not that complicated, only 12 Pokemon are not many. You don't even think about how many energy cubes handmade by top breeders are sold every month. Although I'm not a professional breeder, I make energy cubes all day long, but it's easy to just have a few Pokemon. Luo Yuan dispelled his father's doubts. With just such a few energy cubes, it only took a little time every day, and it could be done in a few days. As for his own Pokemon, Luo Yuan is not going to feed him energy cubes. He will continue to feed his Pokemon with human delicacies in normal times, go to places like secret realms, and then replace them with energy cubes for emergencies. Luo Yuan likes to cook very much. If he just cooks for his own Pokemon, it won't be tiring. Hearing what Luo Yuan said, Father Luo and Luo Huaijin felt relieved. It's good that every one of your Pokemon can taste this delicious food, and they will be happy too. As for what Luo Yuan said they would come to pick out the top tree fruit in the future, both of them patted their chests to ensure that there would be no problem. Little brother, prepare a little bit this month, we will go to that deep pit in the mountain city on November 1st. Luo Huaijin said suddenly at this moment. So much. Luo Yuan was taken aback. Sister, you don't want Chunjing to go crazy, do you? I am on vacation at 11, but I am willing to work overtime to continue exploring the secret realm in my own name. The requirement is that I need to bring a trainer there. The Alliance agreed to the request, and they didn't ask me who the trainer I'm going to bring is, so I'll take you there without any problem. Don't worry, I even found a helper this time, the doctor will ensure your safety. Luo Huaijin blinked at Luo Yuan, and said hesitantly. Luo Yuan was speechless for a while. As expected of an old lady, you really did not play Alliance 4.0 within the rules. Ask to bring a trainer in the name of overtime, they may think that you are bringing a trainer of the same level, of course they will agree, but who would have thought that you would bring your own brother? And the Alliance has already agreed, and it will be impossible to refuse at that time, that's what you plan to do. With Luo Yuan's level, Alliance would not allow him to enter that kind of secret realm, but now it's no problem. One more thing, didn't I promise you to help you find a restaurant after finishing the gym? It's ready, you can go to see it anytime. Luo Huaijin said again at this time. Luo Yuan's eyes lit up, my premium membership restaurant finally has the opportunity to open. Opening a restaurant like this is his dream, and he never gave up. Open when you want to open, close the door when you don't want to, and don't accept guests, it's so willful, let you beg me to open the door. Somewhere in a secret place, among a cloud-shrouded mountain range, Suicune stood on the top of the mountain and waited quietly. Not long after, two majestic Pokemon similar to it appeared in the cloud, that is Raikou and Entei. Roar, Raikou! Where are you taking us, Suicune? Entei looked at Suicune silently, waiting for its answer. Hey, Suicune! Just follow me, I will take you to enjoy the bliss on earth. Raikou, Entei, I thought you were messing with Yellow. Suicune turned around, its graceful figure looming in the clouds and mist, extremely mysterious, and the aurora shining, which is breathtaking. It looked into the distance with a solemn expression. I, Suicune, brought my family here for dinner. It is too obvious to fish by yourself, and you have to bring more colleagues to bring them all into the pit, and when your colleagues are all fishing, Ho-Oh has nothing to say. Restaurant? What restaurant? When Father Luo heard Luo Huaijin mention the restaurant, he was taken aback. What's the matter? Why don't I know? And seeing his son and daughter looking at each other with tender affection, he knew that the two of them were hiding something from him. Seeing that her father didn't seem to know anything, Luo Huaijin remembered that she and her younger brother had talked about this at the time, and she didn't seem to have told her father. She immediately told Lu Jiao that when she and Luo Yuan went to collect the Earl Dervish Pokemon, she agreed to play with Lu Jiao. When Father Luo heard this, he took a look at Luo Huaijin and understood his daughter's good intentions at that time. As an older sister, she actually wants to use this method, hoping that Luo Yuan can embark on the path of a trainer and use rewards to captivate Luo Yuan. It's just that Luo Huaijin didn't expect things to go so smoothly afterwards. Luo Yuan didn't have any entanglements, and just became a trainer. That trip to the secret realm should have had the greatest impact on my younger brother. Thinking like this, Luo Huaijin glanced at Luo Yuan, and then at Lily, who was sitting beside Luo Yuan, who was as beautiful as a porcelain doll. Huaijin, the restaurant you mentioned is not the prince's mansion I gave you earlier, right? Father Luo suddenly thought of something, clapped his hands and asked. For Luo Yuan's idea of doing nothing about opening a restaurant, if it was before, Luo's father might still think about opposing it. But after trying Luo Yuan's earth-shattering culinary skills, he is very supportive of Luo Yuan's plan. Many trainers also have vice subs. Anyway, it's not the kind of restaurant that entertains guests all day long, but a high-end VIP-style reservation-only restaurant, so it's not so tiring to work. Especially in that kind of high-end restaurant, I think my son will show more exquisite craftsmanship, so my father can still eat. You must know that at home, Luo Yuan just cooks some home-cooked dishes, but for those more complicated meals, since he tasted Luo Yuan's craftsmanship, Luo's father is looking forward to it. It's just a pity that those guests are 10, I'm afraid they are both happy and painful. The happiness is that they can taste this unique culinary art, but the pain is that they may only have this once in their life. After all, this kind of reservation-only restaurant, when it explodes, you can make appointments casually. Father Luo was so happy when he thought that he could eat for a lifetime. The 3 members of the Luo family were not surprised at why Luo Yuan had such amazing cooking skills. There are many strange people in this world, some people even have psychic at birth, then Luo Yuan has a legendary cooking skill, isn't it normal? Yes, it's the palace that Dad gave you. Luo Weijin nodded in response. The palace? What palace? At this time, it was Luo Yuan who was puzzled. Luo's father explained to him. That is a property that your father and I bought when we were young. Your father and I became elite 20 years ago, and the funds are also abundant. At that time, I thought that the land price in the imperial capital was going to rise sharply. At that time, there happened to be a prince's mansion for sale, which was the place where the princes lived in the past. However, it is said that it is the palace, but most of it has been demolished, but the garden there is really good, so it has been preserved. I just bought the garden there, and it cost 60 to 70 million at that time. 20 years have passed now, it is estimated that it has already risen to less than 2 billion yuan, and there is still a price but no market. You can't buy it if you want to. After your sister became an elite, I gave her the courtyard as a present. She was so kind, she was so generous and gave you my things. Father Luo pretended to be angry and said. But at the same time, he is also pleased with the good relationship between his children. What the elders are most afraid of is family disharmony. As an elder sister, Luo Weijin can directly give such a valuable thing to her younger brother, although there must be a reason why Luo Weijin herself doesn't care about external things. But such a high-value thing, in order to make my younger brother a trainer, was given away directly, which is also a painstaking effort. Thinking that ever since Luo Yuan had no psychological problems, Luo Weijin, as her elder sister, had been taking good care of him, taking care of him too much in many places. This made Luo's father suspect that his daughter should be something like that, what is it called, brother control. Luo Weijin didn't know what her father was thinking, she raised her slender brows, and said with a snort. Father, what you give me is mine, how can you call it generosity to others? Let's go, little brother, let's go there now, I have been spending money to find someone to repair the garden of that prince's mansion. You only need to install Joshua in the front room, and it can be directly used as a private restaurant, a high-end club. Luo Weijin greeted Luo Yuan. She acted swiftly and resolutely, since she thought of this matter, she went straight to solve it. Luo Yuan did not expect that the real estate that his sister gave him was as high as nearly 2 billion yuan. Even if this amount of money is for a family like his, it is definitely not a small amount of money. My sister is so kind to me, what else can I do? Of course she is also kind to her. Luo Yuan, who was about to leave, was suddenly blocked by his father's Gudra, who was obviously a huge dragon, but at this moment, he was about to cry, showing an expression that was about to cry. The same is true for the other Pokemon of his father, especially Melodic, relying on his good looks. He even moved closer to Luo Yuan's side, rubbing his wet and slippery body against Luo Yuan. The slippery feeling is very comfortable, but it is not as cold as Lapras. No wonder Dad likes Lapras more in summer. That is your Melodic a male or a female? If it is a male, please don't get so close to me. Luo Yuan immediately understood what they were thinking. He smiled helplessly, took out the energy cube he had made, and gave half of it to them. The remaining half, when the Pokemon. The energy cube that was just made just lost its points. After getting their share of energy cubes, the father's Pokemon all smiled happily. They kept their own share one by one, and were vigilant against each other for fear that their own would be taken away. Seeing this, Father Luo hurried forward to separate them. Good guy, just for food, you guys are actually going to fight among themselves. Don't grab it, everyone, the benefits of energy cubes are all there, I will share it with you if you tell me. When they came to the underground parking lot, Luo Yuan got into his sister's car again. This time, though, he wasn't in the passenger seat, but in the back with Lily. Lily hugged by Wang Wang, tightly against Luo Yuan's body. The girl's body temperature was transmitted to Luo Yuan's body through the thin clothes. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Stephanie's body temperature seems to make people feel warmer. Luo Weijin, who saw this scene through the rearview mirror, joked. Lily is such a little follower, following behind your brother Luo Yuan all day long. Lily's face was flushed by Luo Weijin's words, but she plucked up the courage to retort, that's because my uncle, aunt, and sister are all at work, and only brother Luo Yuan takes care of me. She is not the kind of little girl who is shy and afraid to speak out after a few words, she is a brave and strong young lady. Seeing Lily would actually refute herself, Luo Weijin was surprised for a while. She is actually not familiar with Lily, at least they haven't had a heart-to-heart exchange. Luo Weijin's impression of Lily was that she sat quietly aside when she came to the house with her mother Lucamine on the first day. This made Luo Weijin initially think that Lily is the kind of Stephanie who is particularly shy and introverted. But this contact revealed that Lily has a very strong personality, and she is definitely the kind of person who does things very seriously when she grows up. Luo Weijin likes people with this personality, because she actually has a similar personality. A group of people chatted. Luo Weijin drove the car and took the two of them to the courtyard of the prince's mansion. The location of the palace is between the 4th and 5th rings in the northwest, not far from the Imperial University and the Royal Garden. Luo Yuan's family also lives nearby, so it didn't take long to reach the destination. The location of the courtyard is very quiet, surrounded by high walls and closed gates. It looks like an abandoned courtyard. The exterior walls of the entire courtyard are red brick and white walls. At first glance, it looks like it has been renovated. It looks very new, because there are two stone statues of Arcanine at the red door. In the legend of the Sha Kingdom, there was a legend about Arcanine. It is said that Arcanine brought light and fire to the Sha Kingdom, and light and fire are the most basic materials for human survival. In the oldest days, Arcanine was even considered a legendary Pokemon worshipped by the ancestors. It wasn't until the development of civilization that we realized that Arcanine is neither legendary Pokemon nor mythical beasts, and there are many races. But the legend stayed, and the Arcanine stone carving at the door also had the effect of warding off evil spirits and providing disaster relief. As soon as you enter the Vermilion Gate, you can see the vegetation such as bamboo, flowers and plants in the front yard. The front yard is not big, but it is like a 9-curved corridor. After going around for a while, Luo Yuan and the others came to the front hall. The house is decent enough that you can furnish it to your liking and use it as a place to eat. Luo Weijin introduced to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan nodded silently. As a chef, of course he was excited about having his own top-notch restaurant. He walked in this room, planning how to design it in his mind. For example, as a high-end reservation-only restaurant, the kitchen does not need to be too large, just use an open style. Then I set up 10 positions at the front desk of the kitchen, which can be regarded as seats. There is no so-called private room, and I don't pay attention to whether the guests will talk about privacy issues. Anyway, I like to eat or not. My place is not a business club, but a gluttonous place to enjoy real food. Therefore, there are only 10 seats. If you are happy, you will receive 2 groups of guests today. If you are in a normal mood, you will receive 1 wave, and if you are not in a good mood, you will close the door and not open. It is said that chefs are so capricious, and the remaining part can also be made into a private room, but it is not for the guests, but to entertain some of my friends. The largest hall should also be well organized and designed as a place for friends to meet. With an idea in mind, Luo Yuan came to the backyard with her sister and Lily. When they saw the backyard, both Luo Yuan and Lily were shocked. Big, really big, this backyard is huge. There are rockery, water flow, and an artificial lake with a large area. Although it is in the north, it also has the gracefulness of a southern garden. This area is so large that it is more than enough to raise hundreds of Pokemon. Green pines, green cypresses, crepe myrtle, magnolia, mountain ponds, old houses, add to the fun of life. No wonder this place is so expensive, and no wonder other palaces have been demolished, leaving this garden, because it is simply a world cultural heritage. The garden is planted with vegetation in spring, summer, autumn and winter. No matter what season it is, you can see green, and there are some fruity vegetation in it. Some wild Pokemon may think that the environment here is good, and they have already moved in here, but as the old lady released Dragonite, under the easygoing smile of Dragonite, those wild Pokemon all scared away. How about it? Is this garden beautiful? You can put all your Pokemon here in the future, or you can think of breeder Pokemon in the future, even if it is not the main breeder, you can let it. They live here. The back is the living room. If you are tired at night and don't want to go home, you can also stay here. The rooms have been modernized and renovated, so you can live there without any problems. Are you satisfied? Luo Weijin looked at Luo Yuan's shocked expression and said with a smile. Luo Yuan nodded vigorously. Satisfied, too satisfied, how could he be dissatisfied? In ancient times, only relatives of the emperor could live in this kind of place. Lily also opened her mouth. She thought it was so beautiful here, even more beautiful than her manor in Hawaii. That is, this place is still too small. The scope of her family's manor occupies an entire island. Boom 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 boom. This, Prince's mansion, was in full swing. Luo Yuan sat on a chair and supervised the work. At the end of September, the weather in the imperial capital gradually turned cold. Even Lily, who always likes to wear plain white dresses, changed into casual shorts and a pair of clean black leather shoes. The only thing that remains the same as before is that Lily still wears the white lace socks habitually. Under the translucent lace socks is her snow-white delicate instep, and black leather shoes are tied on the white instep, which not only adds cuteness to her, but also adds a little bit of color. In the garden outside, Lucario and Zorua are training. In the past month, Luo Yuan has hardly gone anywhere, just watched the decoration team decorate the house and train his own Pokemon. In 1 month, Zorua reached level 34. In theory, Zorua should be able to evolve. But Luo Yuan is not in a hurry. He thinks it is more interesting to let Zorua evolve in the gym challenge. Well, it's decided, the next gym will be a psychic gym. Shikui Zorua's ghost type can restrain psychic. As for Lucario of fighting plus steel type, he will not be restrained by the psychic system, so it is simply the best choice as the second gym. The psychic gym is located in Rongcheng, and it happens to be very close to the secret place where I will go with my sister at 11 o'clock. Luo Yuan also paid attention to the owner of that gymnasium, who was an aunt in her 40s. And that aunt is one of those rare, true psychic. Of course, the abilities of psychic people in this world are not exaggerated, and they are incomparable to Pokemon. If you want to fight Pokemon with your body, even the saints back then couldn't do it. However, Luo Yuan watched several psychic battles, and there were indeed some unbelievable places. It's just that this is Luo Yuan's second badge. Luo Yuan has noticed the Pokemon level of the second gym, which is roughly 25 to 28 levels. Although it is much higher than the level 16 to 18 of the first gym, but for Luo Yuan's Pokemon, it is still bullying the baby again. No, it's right to bully the old aunt. However, it looks like I need to tame another Pokemon. Luo Yuan rubbed his chin with his hand, looking at the vast and beautiful courtyard outside the house, where Lucario was training with Zorua. The second gym is still 2 volts 2, and these 2 Pokemon are enough. But starting from the third gym, the Pokemon battle becomes 3 volts 3. Although I have Latias, to be honest, even if I play the Baby Cup, I have to teach the basic law. Luo Yuan can use the Pokemon of breeder that he started from scratch to fight, but Luo Yuan is still unwilling to go directly to the big killer Latias. It will be a lot less fun. And starting from the 7th gym, it will become a 6v6 battle of all members. 3 volts 3 and 6v6 are the most traditional and most chosen fighting methods in this world. Even the Lugia Cup at Imperial University is mainly based on 3v3 battles, which makes Luo Yuan have to have another Pokemon. Otherwise, if 2 hit 3, you will be at a disadvantage. Well, I don't know what to choose for the third Pokemon, it just depends on fate. When Luo Yuan thought of this, he stopped thinking about it. Trainer chooses Pokemon. Pokemon will also choose trainer, so sometimes fate is more important than anything else. Maybe somewhere, there is a Pokemon waiting for him. I don't know what environmentally friendly materials are used in the decoration of this Pokemon world. There is no formaldehyde and benzene, and there is no need to leave it for a period of time after the decoration is completed. After nearly a month of hard work, the general style of the decoration has come out, and the next steps are some details. Presumably, when I come back from the secret realm, I should be able to open the business. Even now, it is enough for a trial operation. As the saying goes, money can make Gengar grind, and under the offensive of Luo Yuan's large sum of money, the decoration company's project is so fast. Look, there is a Gengar over there, grinning with a mouthful, showing a pair of big white teeth, while painting the wall there. This Gengar is actually the most powerful putty master in this decoration company. The speed of putting putty is so fast that one ghost can do the work of other people for 5 days in one day, and the technology is really good. Of course, the asking price of this Gengar master is not low. This made Luo Yuan lament, Pokemon can make money to support themselves, those gnawing old people are not ashamed. And this is not a high-rise building, and construction can be done even at night, so after 2 shifts fell down, it took only 1 month to complete Luo Yuan's renovation needs. But Luo Yuan also spent a lot of money for this. My elder sister gave her such an expensive courtyard as a gift, so I am embarrassed to ask my elder sister for the decoration fee. And in order to be able to show the luxury of his private high-end restaurant, the materials used by Luo Yuan are all high-end goods shipped from all over the world. The entire piece of marble at the door alone cost him more than 4 million yuan, and the overall decoration, including various labor costs, cost him a total of 16 million yuan. All of a sudden, there was only 4 million left in Luo Yuan's pocket, which is really too much to spend. So now Luo Yuan can't wait to go to the secret realm, he wants to make money. Mom, you finally answered my video call. In the last stage of renovation, there are almost no noise-like constructions. On the other side of the long table, Lily was laying her mobile phone horizontally on the table. Her small face was bulging like a puffer fish, and she was speaking angrily to the person on the screen. And on the screen is Lucamine. She still has gorgeous long golden hair hanging on her fragrant shoulders, and like Lily, Lucamine even tied that overly thick long hair into a ponytail to make her look younger and more beautiful. Lucamine was wearing a white coat at this time, and it looked like she was in the laboratory. The expression on her face was slightly tired compared to when she saw her 2 months ago. After hearing Lily's complaint, Lucamine showed an apologetic expression and apologized. I'm so sorry, baby Lily. Mom's work is really too busy, and she doesn't have time to look at her mobile phone. Lily has made several video calls to her mother, but has not been able to get in touch with Lucamine until now. I'm not a child anymore, don't call me a baby. Unlike when Lily first met Lucamine, who stayed obediently by Lucamine's side, when she spoke to her mother alone, her tone was a bit aggressive, and Lily's dissatisfaction with her mother could be felt both inside and outside of her words. Lily said so and secretly glanced at Luo Yuan. Brother Luo Yuan will not treat me like a child like my mother, right? No way. Oh, let's not talk about this. Lily, where is your white gun? Professor Zhang told me before that you have your own Pokemon, why? Facing Lily, Lucamina has a lot of ways to deal with it, just change the subject and stop talking about things that make the mother and daughter unhappy. Sure enough, as Lucamine changed the topic, Lily smiled again. She picked up Bai Gungan, pointed it at the phone's camera, and said happily. ... Mom, look, this is my Bai Gungan. Coo. Bai Gungan let out a soft cry. Lucamine folded her hands and fingers, pressed them against her cheeks, and said in an exaggerated tone, "Is this Lily's white roll? It's so cute." But although the tone is exaggerated, seeing Lucamine leaning forward, it can be seen that she really loves Pokemon extremely. Hearing Lucamine praise Bai Gungan, Lily smiled even brighter. It's great, Lily finally got access to Pokemon, Mom is so happy now. Lucamine wiped the corners of her eyes with her hands, and could see the tears left in the corners of her eyes. This made Luo Yuan slander, although Lucamine, your feelings for Lily are very sincere, but this still cannot deny that you are a substandard mother. My child has overcome mental illness and is almost a freshman, but you have been ignoring it before, and you didn't even answer Lily's mobile phone video, just busy with work. From this point of view, Lucamine is definitely not in line with the term, qualified mother. At this time, Misha looked at Luo Yuan through the phone camera, and said cheerfully, "Sure enough, sending Lily to Shaoguo is the most correct decision. I really want to thank little brother Luo for helping Lily get out of the shadow in my heart. I don't know how much I have been worried about Lily's illness in the past few years. Well now, Lily can finally get in touch with Pokemon. I don't know how long I haven't seen her smile so happily. Is there anything brother Luo wants? In order to thank you, if I don't give anything, I will feel very sorry." Luo Yuan looked at Lucimine's stunning beauty that did not match her age through her mobile phone, and muttered to herself, "If I want you, will you give it to me too?" But Luo Yuan said in his mouth, "I have always regarded Lily as a younger sister, and seeing her overcome her inner problems, I am also happy for her. Sister Lucimine, you don't have to give me anything, but last time I only met Sister Lucimine, but it made me hit it off right away. If possible, I hope Sister Lucimine can complete the experiment soon and come to Xiaoguo again. I will sweep the couch to welcome you. You are the best present to see Sister Lucimine again, and Lily also misses her mother." With one hand on her lips, Lucimine gave a giggle, coquettish smile, with her graceful posture. Who would have thought that she had a daughter in her teens? Little brother Luo can really talk, and what he said is really nice. Well, when my experiment is finished, I will definitely send you a present that satisfies you. Qian Nuo is good. Lucimine pointed her cherry lips with her finger and said happily. If you also like Pokemon, you must be interested in Ultra Beast, which is a Pokemon that has never appeared in this world. Lily was also moved. She thought that Luo Yuan said this so that her mother could come to Xiaoguo to visit her. After all, Lily is just a little Stephanie in her teens. She is alone in a foreign country, and she will miss her mother. The mother and daughter chatted for a while, but Lucimine cut off the video on the grounds that she was sleepy due to jet lag. Luo Yuan knew that it was Lucimine who was lying. How could she be sleepy with her spirited appearance? She must be doing her own experiment again. In the evening, the decoration team finished work, and when the end was coming to an end, Luo Yuan didn't rush to work anymore. The main thing is that there are some decoration steps that cannot be done in a hurry, such as some wall painting, which need to be dried for a few days. The kitchen utensils ordered by Luo Yuan have already been delivered and installed. His set of kitchen utensils is worth millions. It is the top kitchen utensils in the world and a treasure that all chefs dream of. Finally, it's almost time to open, but I just don't know who my first wave of customers will be. Luo Yuan just muttered, but he just noticed that Latias's expression became vigilant, and even Lucario's waveguide vibrated, connecting with Luo Yuan's waveguide. Through Lucario's waveguide, Luo Yuan immediately knew what was going on. The first wave of customers in this restaurant came uninvited. "Hey, Suikun. I brought my friends here for dinner." Suikun's sudden arrival was indeed beyond Luo Yuan's expectations. Although Suikun had said that he would come to Luo Yuan for a meal when he left the secret realm of the pure white frozen land and separated one person and one Pokemon. But in Luo Yuan's mind, he has been staying on the earth, but Suikun has to travel through the various secret realms to complete his mission of purifying water sources. The probability that one person and one Pokemon can meet again should not be great, and even Luo Yuan feels that Suikun should not be able to find him. It's just that Luo Yuan never expected that he would meet Suikun again in just 2 months. Not only did the other party easily find their own position, but you even dragged your family along. Luo Yuan looked at the 2 Pokemon beside Suikun. One of them has orange-red hair, a decorate like an iron ring on its strong limbs, and a red hexagram structure on its cheek, which is mighty and tall. It is one of Ho-Oh's guardians, the legendary Pokemon that symbolizes the volcano cloud, Entei. The other one is a saber-toothed tiger, hairy saffron, with strong limbs and sharp fangs, that is another guard of Ho-Oh, whose priesthood symbolizes Raikou of cumulonimbus cloud. According to the legend, some unknown Pokemon were burned to death in the fire. Ho-Oh gave them a new life and became Suicune, Entei and Raikou as the main song legendary Pokemon. It has also been speculated that the unknown Pokemon are the 3 forms of Eevee. With the appearance of these 3 legendary Pokemon, even the weather has undergone a strange change. There were thunder bursts above soaring in the sky, and a cumulonimbus cloud piled up together, but there was only thunder but no rain. And in the imperial capital at the end of September, there was an inexplicable wind blowing from the north. The wind was neither hot nor cold, neither sick nor irritable, but it never stopped. And in the distance of the line of sight, there is a piece of soaring in the sky that is dyed red, forming a magnificent color like the volcano cloud after the eruption of volcano. 3 kinds of wonderful celestial phenomena are intertwined without affecting each other. What's even more amazing is that these 3 kinds of weather seem weird, but they don't have too much interaction with the outside world. Suicune, Entei, and Raikou can only be regarded as second-level gods, and there is still a big gap between the gods, like Kyogre and Groudon, who will bring about the expansion of oceans and land when they wake up. But their appearance will still bring visions. It's just that the celestial phenomena they trigger don't bring too much danger to humans, and they don't have the ability of field or weather skills. But even so, the ability to trigger changes in the weather just by their appearance is enough to be a legendary Pokémon. Luo Yuan felt a little helpless when he saw this scene. He rubbed his forehead and muttered, "It is finished. I guess the Imperial Capital Alliance is in chaos now. Maybe Dad is already fully armed at this time, and has begun to mobilize manpower to prepare for the disaster." The weather phenomenon brought by the 3 Pokémon will inevitably attract great attention from the Imperial Capital Alliance. Although human beings have not done much research on legendary Pokémon, they have a full understanding and research on some natural phenomena that may be brought about by the appearance of these Pokémon. Just from the sudden change of weather in the Imperial Capital Alliance can know that Suicune, Entei, and Raikou have appeared. It's just that even the Alliance can't know where the 3 legendary Pokémon are now. The only thing that can be determined is that they appear within the scope of the Imperial Capital. Although these 3 Pokémon are recorded as mild, they rarely conflict with humans. However, this is the political center of the Sha Kingdom. The sudden appearance of 3 legendary Pokémon here will still make everyone nervous, fearing that there will be a battle related to the legendary Pokémon in the Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital has a population of more than 20 million, even if it is a small-scale war with legendary Pokémon, it will be an unimaginable disaster and catastrophe. Luo Yuan is a little guilty now, he can only hope that the Alliance will never find Suicune where they are now. Otherwise, if I cause commotion, what will I do if I am asked to pay for it by the Alliance? And just as Ruiwan thought, the entire Imperial Capital Alliance is now completely messed up. In the Imperial Capital Gymnasium, Father Luo is dispatching trainers, and even the Dragon Elite and Fairy Elite who are current elites living in the Imperial Capital are also asked to stand by. The National Alliance headquarters was even more tense, calling around to ask what happened, and these 3 legendary Pokémon appeared in the Imperial Capital at the same time. Although the 3 Pokémon Suicune, Entei, and Raikou seldom clashed with humans in historical records, they are not afraid of 10,000 but just in case. This is the capital of Sha Kingdom after all. If there is a slight negligence, then these Alliance directors are really sinners. Unfortunately, Suicune and other 3 Pokémon are not as easy to spot as other legendary Pokémon. These 3 Pokémon are relatively small in size, and the celestial phenomena they cause do not cause damage, even if they move by themselves, it is difficult to detect. No matter how the Alliance searched, they could not be found. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that these 3 Pokémon should be within the scope of the Imperial Capital, but other detailed information can no longer be obtained. A trainer who had seen Luo Yuan riding a Suicune tried to ask if it had something to do with Luo Yuan. However, most of the trainers are negative. Although the young trainer has a bond with Suicune for some unknown reason, can he also bond with Raikou and Entei? How many heroes throughout the ages have been able to bond with a legendary Pokémon in their lifetime? It is already an incredible miracle. I still think about having bonds with so many legendary Pokémon. How is this possible? This is reality, not a fairy tale. So they don't think that the appearance of Suicune and other 3 Pokémon has anything to do with Luo Yuan, it's more like something important happened in the Imperial Capital, which brought the 3 Pokémon together. The trainers swear that if this incident is related to the boy riding the Suicune, they will eat shit. How did you find me, Suicune? Luo Yuan didn't know that there was a trainer who also wanted to eat and drink, he just looked at Suicune in front of him in surprise, and asked in doubt. Hey, I remember your taste, and I found it along your taste. Hearing what Latias translated for him, Luo Yuan was speechless for a while. Are you a dog? You can smell me from such a distance. No, Growlithe is not as good as your nose. Immediately, Luo Yuan looked at Entei and Raiko, who were standing beside Suicune, and greeted them. How are you two? Whether it is Entei or Raiko, their appearance gives people a very dignified and serious feeling, and their personalities are also the same. Hearing Luo Yuan's greeting, both Entei and Raiko nodded slightly, which could be regarded as a response to Luo Yuan. Lily hid behind Luo Yuan in fear at this time, holding Bai Gungan tightly in her arms, and Bai Gungan trembled even more frightened. When it comes to Suicune, it's still an egg. Compared with the soft and beautiful appearance of Suicune, whether it is Raiko or Entei, their appearance looks a bit too scary, which will indeed make people afraid. Well, I know what you are here for. Since I promised you to treat you to a big meal, I will never break my promise. But I didn't expect you to call both Entei and Raiko here. Luo Yuan looked at Entei and Raiko, shook his head helplessly and said, Hey, is it troublesome to cook like this? Suicune's expression froze, for fear that Luo Yuan would think that it brought too many Pokemon, which would make Luo Yuan feel that the meal would be difficult to prepare. If that's the case, Suicune doesn't recommend blowing Raiko and Entei away. If they can't taste the unique delicacies in this world, they can only blame them for not being so lucky, and I can't blame Suicune for not being enough brothers. Suicune's thoughtfulness, Entei and Raiko were immediately overwhelmed. Both Pokemon looked at Suicune, as if they didn't recognize him. These two Pokemon have a staid and serious personality. Seeing Suicune like this, they both began to think about whether they should report to Ho-Oh. Suicune, who looks so tired now, can't complete the mission that Ho-Oh entrusted to it. Look at its current appearance of licking a dog. It is simply a shame to a divine beast. It can be described as a shame to a divine beast. No matter how delicious the food this human cooks, you can't do this, Suicune. Both Entei and Raiko shook their heads regretfully. Forget it, everyone has been colleagues for so many years, so it is better not to make a small report or not to make a small report. When you go back, tell Suicune well, let it not forget the mission Ho-Oh gave them, and think about repaying Ho-Oh's kindness. Thinking like this, Raiko and Entei lay beside them, and their dignified eyes began to observe Luo Yuan and his Pokemon back. As legendary Pokemon, they could sense the strong bond between Luo Yuan and their own Pokemon, and they all nodded in satisfaction. Entei and Raiko appreciate trainers like Luo Yuan who can have such a strong bond with their Pokemon. After seeing Raiko and Entei seemed not so scary, Lily boldly approached them with Bai Gungan in his arms, and took out his mobile phone to take pictures of them. This is the legendary Pokemon. I never expected to see so many legendary Pokemon after following brother Luo Yuan for 2 months, and to be able to get in touch with them so closely. As a primary school bully, Lily knows how rare it is to be so close to legendary Pokemon. And after seeing Lily, a human cub, both Raiko and Entei's eyes were much gentler, as if they were afraid of scaring her. Like Suicune, they're very gentle Pokemon, albeit a bit scary on the outside. I haven't opened here yet, and the ingredients haven't been prepared yet. There are some dishes that are too hard and I don't have time to cook them. Let's make a makeshift meal for you first, Suicune. Don't worry, it's guaranteed to be much more delicious than the meal I made in the secret realm before. At that time, because of environmental problems, I could only make do with it. Now that the environment has improved, I will let you take a look at my craftsmanship. Luo Yuan smiled and said to Suicune. Suicune is kind to him, and he should repay it. Luo Yuan put on the apron and picked up the kitchen knife, and with that knife, Lucas, the legendary chef, shone on Luo Yuan's body. The legendary Lucas made Entei and Raiko couldn't help but look sideways, their faces full of shock. Could it be that besides the legendary Pokemon, there are legendary people in this world? Even for Lily and Latias, this is the first time they have seen such a serious fall. After all, Luo Yuan used to cook at home, all of which were family dishes, but this time what he wants to cook is the real top-notch food. I saw Luo Yuan flying up and down the kitchen counter alone, either chopping vegetables, lighting a fire, or seasoning. None of the steps in between involve Pokemon. I made some home-cooked dishes before, and it's not a problem to let them participate, but when making this kind of real palace banquet-level meal, even cutting vegetables must have fine touch. Whether it is cut thick or thin, it will affect the taste of the dishes. So a real chef has to do everything manually from the first step to the last step of cooking. It's just that this kind of cooking is too tiring, and Luo Yuan almost never did it before. But now, since there are customers in his store, he will show his best spirit and show his best craftsmanship to satisfy the appetite of the customers. This is me, Shaman Xiaodao Lu Yuan. It took a full 2 hours for Luo Yuan to make 4 delicate dishes according to the way of each person. Smoked fish belly, gold brick white jade, stir-fried spinach shrimp mushroom, dried yellow pepper porcini mushroom stir-fried spicy beef. The ingredients are limited, the time is limited, and there are too many people. I can only make these 4 dishes, please taste it. The quantities of these dishes are relatively large, so Luo Yuan divides them into small portions. Lily, Latias, Lucario, Zorua, Bai Gungan, Xiaonebula who was stimulated by the scent, and Pokemon such as Suicune, everyone has 10 copies in front of them. Not to mention Suicune and other Pokemon, even people like Lily and Latias who often eat Luo Yuan cooking in Pokemon, look at the dishes that are almost glowing golden, one by one. They were all stunned. Lily's pink and tender tongue licked her dry lips from time to time, her throat rumbling and swallowing. Looking at the speed at which her cheeks shrink back and forth, Luo Yuan feels that when she grows up, if she eats bananas or popsicles, which are relatively thick and long, she must have good skills. Cough cough, thinking a little crooked. Lily's trembling white hands picked up a piece of gold brick and white jade. It was actually cod. She put the small piece of cod into her mouth with chopsticks, and it melted in her mouth. As the food and soup flowed down the esophagus into the stomach, Lily even felt that her life had been upgraded. Magnificent. Ah, here I come, I see, I conquer. It is the fragrance of the sea, the shoals of cod wandering, the indescribable softness brought by the deep sea, and the magnificence of the North Pacific Ocean. Latias swallowed the spicy beef in his mouth, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes somehow. Woohoo, I thought it was good enough to eat with the master for 10 years, but I didn't expect there to be better now. Latias has no regrets in this life. Entei and Raiko. Hey, they don't think so much. Now they just use their tongues to lick the soup in the pot, and if they accidentally drop a drop, they have to clean the ground with their tongues. What a waste. At this moment, Ho-Oh's mission. What is that? Never heard of it. Who is Ho-Oh? I'm sorry, I don't know him. If Ho-Oh dares to grab my meal, I'll smash it up. As for the benefactor, we have worked for so long, and the kindness has long been repaid. Seeing all the guests eating the food he made with tears in his eyes, Luo Zan felt sincerely satisfied. This is the chef's mission, to allow guests to taste the ultimate delicacy and make every guest feel at home. Seeing that Suicune finished licking a bowl of cod fillets and was about to eat octopus, Luo Yuan jokingly asked. Suicune, you are dragging your family to eat, do you bring it? Meals. Quote. I can waive your meal fee, I promise to treat you, but what about the 2 of them? Raiko and Entei froze. Shit, we have no money, no way, you won't take away our unfinished meal. However, as a legendary Pokemon, it seems that I can't eat the king's meal, that's too embarrassing. Just when Raiko and Entei were struggling with pain, Suicune seemed to be prepared. It rummaged through its own fur, took out a beautiful feather emitting colorful rays of light, and passed the feather over. Here, that's the bill for the meal. Is this rainbow wing? You want me to be that rainbow hero? Luo Yuan took the feather and asked in astonishment. Could it be that Suicune, like Lucario, also sensed my sincerity, kindness and integrity, and wanted me to apply for this hero of the rainbow? Suicune glanced at him and shook his head. Hey. No, this is just for you, not for you to become the hero of the rainbow. Because Ho-Oh probably doesn't like you, your thoughts are too dirty, even little Stephanie and her own Pokemon don't want to let go. Hey, if you don't let me be the hero of the rainbow, it would be wrong, why are you shouting so loudly? Besides, what is there to do with this rainbow brave? Look at you 3 poor guys, you have worked for Ho-Oh for many years, and you are still working now. At first glance, Ho-Oh is an old capitalist. To become a hero of the rainbow for it, wouldn't it mean to become a full-time worker? Thinking of this, Luo Yuan feels better, a lot. He carefully took the rainbow wing that Suicune handed him. The main reason is that this thing is radiant, and the flame on it looks too real. Luo Yuan was afraid that if this thing accidentally dropped on the table, it would have the effect of igniting, and the shop he had just renovated might burn down. Could it be that Suicune was accidentally burned to death by one of Ho-Oh's feathers before he was alive, so Ho-Oh resurrected them into the three holy beasts under guilt? Then if I, a human being, is resurrected by the power of Ho-Oh, will I become a Mega True Rookie? With this Pokemon battle method where the trainer needs to play, maybe I will be able to tear the Pokemon with my hands and shout, "Master, let's go, apprentices, just watch from behind." A bunch of messy pictures flashed in his mind. Luo Yuan quickly shook his head. There seemed to be something wrong with that style of painting. After receiving the rainbow wing, Luo Yuan found that this feather was very moist to the touch, like a piece of warm jade, very comfortable to the touch. Especially from the rainbow wing, there was a wonderful power that flowed from Luo Yuan's palm into his arm, and then into his body. That wonderful energy circled around Luo Yuan's body before slowly disappearing. But Luo Yuan almost moaned comfortably as if soaking in a hot spring. He found that his fatigue after cooking seriously just now was gone, and he even had a miraculous feeling that his physical fitness had improved, and the hidden diseases in his body disappeared. As for the unmentionable diseases of young people, hey, I have to ask those teachers who come from island countries, European and American regions, who are both talented and talented. This effect makes Luo Yuan feel quite unbelievable. Could it be that he can also use Rainbow Wing to advertise? I violated the decision of an ancestor and added Rainbow Wing to the pill. But what is the effect of this Rainbow Wing? In the game, this thing is used to summon Ho-Oh, and in the animation, it is almost the symbol and guide of the Rainbow Brave. So what about in reality? If you don't understand it, look it up on the internet. Logging into the journal website with his trainer identity, Luo Yuan found that he liked reading these obscure papers more and more. Although those papers are very awkward to read, they seem cloudy. But many excellent research scholars will always give you a satisfactory answer. Regarding the Rainbow Wing, there are indeed research papers, but this kind of research is mainly done through the description of the Rainbow Wing by the ancients who have obtained the Rainbow Wing in ancient books. This is more like a research topic for historians. Well, let me see, it turns out that there really are rainbow warriors, and there were several in ancient times. Hey, it's better for the ancients. Many people like to write books and talk about it. They even wrote down how they became the hero of the rainbow and how they met Ho-Oh. Everyone else was enjoying the food at their respective locations, while Chef Luo Yuan was standing behind the bar with a mobile phone in his hand and began to learn how to use the Rainbow Wing. It didn't take long for Luo Yuan to roughly sum up the ability of Rainbow Wing. If you have to say what effect Rainbow Wing has, it can only be said to be very strong. First of all, the Rainbow Wing is not a random feather on Ho-Oh's body, but a special feather. Even if Ho-Oh wants to conceive a Rainbow Wing, it takes 100 or even 1,000 years as a cycle. Of course, this time is guessed by human beings, and it is based on the frequency of the Rainbow Hero in different ages. I'm afraid only Ho-Oh knows the exact time. This alone shows how valuable Rainbow Wing is. After those ancient Rainbow Braves passed away, their Rainbow Wing did not disappear, but was passed down. There are 2 or 3 of them kept in the Alliance, and they are sometimes exhibited in the Palace Museum. Because the Rainbow Wing was given to the Rainbow Brave by Ho-Oh, even if those few Rainbow Wings are handed down, no trainer would dare to use them, for fear of causing Ho-Oh's displeasure. This kind of thing has happened in history. A trainer stole the Rainbow Wing, but after the Rainbow Wing fell into the hands of the trainer, it immediately became dim. At the same time, the energy flowing from the Rainbow Wing also became dark and evil, as if reflecting the trainer's heart. And this trainer was eventually killed by Suicune, Raikou and Entei. This is also a rare record of the 3 holy beasts taking the initiative to attack humans in historical records. At that time when the 3 holy beasts were shot, the weather environment was the same as the current imperial capital, soaring in the sky thunderous, and cumulonimbus clouds piled up. The north wind whistled and whined, and volcano clouds appeared in the sky, which was shocking. Of course, the weather in the imperial capital has become calm now, because the 3 holy beasts have calmed down in one place. Changes in the celestial phenomena will only occur when they first appear. And the shooting of the 3 holy beasts recorded that time was also extremely heroic. The only thing that can be thankful is that the trainer who stole the Rainbow Wing has fled to the wild. But even so, the simultaneous attacks of the 3 holy beasts caused a huge disaster. In any case, the three holy beasts are legendary Pokemon, Ho-Oh's gold medal fighters. Although the overall strength is not as good as those of the real first-level gods, legends are legends after all. This is also the reason why the entire Alliance headquarters became tense after seeing the changes in the sky in the Imperial capital. In fact, the three holy beasts also have lessons learned from the past. They really shot at people at the same time. And since someone is going to steal the Rainbow Wing, of course it is because the Rainbow Wing has its special function. Rainbow Wing is equivalent to a level 5 fire-type pure crystal, and it is chargeable. After using up the energy inside, just put it aside, and the energy will be fully recharged in a short time. From the current selling price of grade 5 pure crystals, there is still a price but no market. Even if it is so rare, you can know how valuable grade 5 pure crystals are. A piece of level 5 pure crystal that can be used indefinitely is simply a fetish for fire trainers. At the same time, Rainbow Wing has the special energy of Ho-Oh. Fire Pokemon trained with Rainbow Wing will develop a calendar area similar to Phoenix Lord's sacred fire in their own flames. You can totally call yourself Little Ho-Oh, then. At the same time, because Ho-Oh also has flying type, the power in Rainbow Wing is also good for flying type Pokemon, but the effect is not as strong as fire. It should be Lugia's Silver Wing that can really give the flying Pokemon a special power. Presumably Lugia must be my sister's most respected Pokemon. In fact, all legendary Pokemon have similar abilities. They can condense a certain part of the body, such as a dragon scale or a feather. These special items will have the power of legendary Pokemon, so that Pokemon trained with these special items will get incredible effects. The reason why Ho-Oh has more feathers is that Ho-Oh has a friendly personality and prefers to help humans. Groudon and Kyogre can also conceive similar items, but whoever dares to ask for them, isn't that courting death? That fat-headed fish can't fly, but it has an extremely tyrannical personality. So this is the reason why most legendary Pokemon don't leave anything special behind, but Ho-Oh has more feathers. In addition to the special effects that Rainbow Wing can bring to Pokemon, it is also of great benefit to humans. Although Rainbow Wing does not have the effect of directly curing human diseases. However, within a certain range of the Rainbow Wing, the human body will also be nourished, and many hidden diseases will be eliminated, and it can even prolong life. You must know that most of the trainers have hidden diseases in their bodies. Trainer has been in danger all his life, encountering battles abound, and injuries are commonplace. He was fine when he was young, but at the age of 50, his physical function began to decline rapidly. At this age, Normal's trainer has already relegated to the second line and no longer works hard. After the age of 60, the hidden dangers left in youth may burst out. As a result, many trainers are not in good health after the age of 60, and there are always various minor problems, which are the root causes of diseases left over from their youth. But Rainbow Wing can heal these hidden wounds, and you don't need to use them. As long as people stay within a certain range of Rainbow Wing, they will be healed naturally. Even many terminal diseases will heal themselves if you stay in the Rainbow Wing for a long time. After all, Ho-Oh can revive Pokemon directly, and it is only natural that it has such an ability. Luo Yuan remembers that in the original generation, Ho-Oh was always regarded as the god of life. Until the appearance of Xerneas, this title was given to Xion. But even so, Ho-Oh's power has a similar life-healing power, just not as strong as Xerneas. If it is Xerneas, it may cure you immediately regardless of your illness, unlike Feng, which needs time to recuperate slowly. Even in legend, Xerneas also has the ability to bestow eternal life. Just thinking about this ability makes people so excited. In any case, Rainbow Wing is a rare fetish that many trainers are crazy about. Within the Alliance, a special power possessed by the 7 stars is that they are allowed to stay within the range of the Rainbow Wing for a long time. Point 0. This will allow them to get rid of the hidden wounds of their youth, and at the same time extend their life as a trainer as much as possible and maintain their strength. Because one of the most important responsibilities of the 7 stars is to be the first to go to the top when a legendary Pokemon disaster occurs. Although they are the strongest trainers, when the catastrophe hits, they are the ones who are really fighting on the front line. When fighting legendary Pokemon, if it is a second-level god, the strongest ones can even defeat them, but if they really face a first-level god, they are likely to die on the spot. The profession of trainer will be respected for their own reasons. After finding out the effect of Rainbow Wing, Luo Yuan was shocked. Good thing. The so-called effect of training Pokemon is second, but the effect of getting rid of hidden diseases of the body and prolonging life is the most useful. My father and mother are about to be 50 years old, and they definitely have some physical problems. It is okay for the old lady to be young, but there is no harm in taking care of her health in advance. Our family can also enjoy the 7-star treatment, and the other 7 stars have to accept the baptism of the Rainbow Wing in order, and our family can feel happy anytime, anywhere. Luo Yuan is a very filial person. Afterwards, it seemed that I had to thread this Rainbow Wing up and hang it up, making it the most important hanging ornament and family heirloom. That's me holding the Rainbow Wing. Ho-oh. You won't come to trouble me, will you? Ah, probably not. This feather was given to me by Suicune. Ho-oh should show some face to its little brother. Besides, I can feel the vigorous energy on the Rainbow Wing, instead of going out as soon as I get the Rainbow Wing like in the record. What does this mean? It means that in the eyes of Rainbow Wing, I am also an upright and kind person. That is, why do you get hotter when you are close to that bowl of soup? What, you want to drink soup too? Forget it, for the sake of what you can bring to my family, let me give you some too. Luo Yuan took the Rainbow Wing and rinsed it in the bottom of the soup pot. Look, the feathers became brighter. Raiko and Entei finished licking their own pots, and they were still reluctant to part. They looked at Suicune with gratitude and admiration in their eyes. Is that why Suicune took advantage of Ho-Oh's unpreparedness and plucked a hair from it? It turned out that it was to treat the brothers to dinner and enjoy bliss. Fortunately, there are some stalks of Rainbow Wing bred by Ho-Oh for so many years, and they don't care if Suicune pulls out one. Suicune and the other 3 beasts have always been dedicated to their work. They have worked for it for so many years, so let it be a year-end reward. The expressions of Entei and Raiko changed at this time. They began to think about how many hairs Ho-Oh still had on his body. Could they pluck some more secretly? Just inexplicably, Ho-Oh is naked and turned into a bald chicken in their minds. Stop it, it's disrespectful to Ho-Oh. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe my channel.